Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
You need to know the truth. These satellites, we built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment. I thought we were helping people, but it was a lie. It was a device for their entertainment. Their grand plan was to push the battle to the breaking point, to make the battlegrounds a brutal, unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment. But something went wrong, and the satellites are going to start shattering over Erangel. I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again. Someone has to stop it before it's too late. If anyone is listening, save Erangel.
ก็สวัสดีครับผมฮาดอนจากทีมฟูเซนครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อเบลมอสจากทีมฟูเซนครับ
I'm Noah. My in-game name is Redlo, and I play for Alkazi Esports.
I'm Colin, or Cowboy, in-game. I play for Alkazi Esports as well.
저는 FN 포천팀 렉스 김혜찬이라고 합니다.
FN 스타로드 이종호라고 합니다.
I am Gustav from FaZe Clan.
I'm James from FaZe Clan.
Today we're building a dream PTC squad that each player costs a certain amount.
.บนกระดานนี้ผมกับท็อปมีเรื่องในใจไว้แล้วแต่ว่ามาดูกันว่ามันจะตรงกันไหม
Alright, we're going to be building Team Thanos here with the best 4 players. We have 100 coins to spend, and I will start with picking Kiss because he's a complete demon. He is hard carrying his team, and he will be top fracking from his team for sure.
I will take 20 coins and put Fex there. The reason I'm picking Fex is because he has a great beard.
3 2 1ปึ๊บคนนี้ครับครับแล้วก็ที่เลือกทิกเกอร์เพราะว่าคิดว่าทิกเกอร์มันแม่นสุดครับใน5คนนี้
ครับตัวผมคิดว่ามันหล่อสุดในนี้ละผมไปเลือกมัน
This guy. I want this guy.
Of course.
Yeah, this guy.
That's straightforward, bro. It's obvious answer.
We're picking Twisted Example. Tell them why.
This guy, we kind of call him the robot. because he's a very stoic player and he just puts up insane numbers every tournament with, it seems like, effortless. So he's an obvious pick.
He's definitely the best player I think in the world right now.
여기 한명 괜찮은 사람 있는데?
이 사람 필요 없고 이 사람 필요 없고.
왜? 너 하고
재현이 넣고.
무조건 넣네.
재현이 무조건 넣어야지.
맞긴. 40포인트에서 넣을 사람이 난 솔직히 2명밖에 없긴 해. 여기 이 사람이랑 이 사람.
โอเคต่อไปคนที่สอง20ใช่ไหมเอานะเล็งก่อน
รู้ไม่อะไรเลยกูรู้เรื่อย
โอเค3 2 1
ผมเลือกเพราะว่าแชมป์โลกครับเลยเลือก
เหมือนกันครับแทนวูทุกคนน่าจะรู้ว่าแทนวูมันเก่งแล้วคิดว่าในตัวเลือก20คิดว่าแทนวูน่าจะคุ้มสุดแล้วในนี้ต่อไปคนที่3รู้อยู่แล้ว
Alright, now we gotta think finally.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Let's just get Hakatori right now. I'll put him up there.
Okay.
Hakatori.
재현이 넣고 하카토리 넣고.
We go Hakatori.
30 คอยโอเค3 2 1เฮ้ยว่าไลน์อัพเดียวกันแน่นอน
รับจากกันแน่นอนเดี๋ยวไอ้บ่าวคนนี้แล้ว
ที่ผมเลือกฮากาโตรี่เพราะว่าช่วงนี้ฮากาโตรี่ฟอร์มเขากำลังมาครับคิดว่าฮากาโตรี่อ่ะคุ้มที่สุดใน30เหรียญ
이 둘 넣어야 교전에서 무조건 내가 그냥 이 사람이 줬잖아? 이 사람이 뭔가 활약이 없어. 그럼 얘가 해줘. 얘가 못하잖아? 그럼 이 사람이 해줘.
해줄 것 같다.
So this is robot number 2. He does the exact same thing as example. I think he'll probably do the same thing on international stage eventually, hopefully, this event. But no, actually not hopefully.
Why did you pick Hakatori?
Because he's just spinning like he's just gonna kill the whole lobby. Like
여기서는
난 여기서 해줄 것 같다 싶으면 난 개인적으로 토시랑 하이마트 둘 중 하나 같아. 보여줬던
나도 윤모를 고민하고 있긴 해. 이 둘이
이둘 중에 해줄 것 같아.
뭔가 내가 윤모랑 해봤을 때는 윤모가 조금
헤드킬러.
Let's get the
I mean-
previous. No. I think the previous champ.
The other
Pounder
one?
right now.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Of course.
T Tanvu, we're
Yeah.
picking.
He's a player for the returning champions from last PGC in Malaysia. Team Expendables. They're insane. So another obvious pick, to be honest.
The last 40. And I'm gonna buy the GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo. Perfectix. He is the Cristiano Ronaldo of PUBG.
แล้วก็คนสุดท้ายครับ
1
2 3เอ้าเลือกกูดิ
โอเคเลือกคนนี้เอาไว้
โอเค
เฮ้ยหล่อสุดในทีม
ครับผม
เก่งสุดในทีม
คนเนี้ยที่ผมเลือก
กั
เพ
ปตัน
ราะว่าผมว่ามันน่าจะหล่อสุดแล้วใน5คนเนี้ย
ผมก็คิดงั้นแหละรู้สึกว่าแบบหล่อสุดในนี้แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าได้ยิงคมที่สุดฉลาดที่สุด
มันคือ the best ของ40เหรียญ
ถู
ครับ
ก
แรปนี้
ครับผม
4 คนแล้วนี่คือแรปดีมทีม PTC Squad ของเราครับ ก็ผมเลือกทีมสุดหล่อครับภาษาไทยน่าจะรวมตัวคนหล่อทีมนี้
10점대. 여기 또 있네.
아니야 이 사람 놔두고 여기서는
키스 아니면 또 END겠지. 네가 보는 컨셉이면. 그러니까 여기 컨셉에 맞는 거면 난 END 맞는 것 같아. 아니다. 여태 봤던 거 보고 이거 같아. 키스 맞는 것 같아. 여기 맞네. 그러니까 뭔가 혼자 살아남아가지고 뭔가 슈퍼캐리한 느낌 나잖아. 인맥하지 마시고 객관적으로 해라. 그러니까 뭔가 혼자 살아남아가지고 뭔가 슈퍼캐리한 느낌 나잖아.
난 이렇게 이러면은
설명 컨셉.
잘하니까 다들 그냥 잘할 것 같아.
아니 그러니까 그렇게 말고 이게 혼자 살아남아도 잘할 것 같다라든지.
내가 감독이면 이렇게 뽑을 것 같아.
감독하면 안 되겠다, 그지?
난 감독하면 안 될 것 같아.
No IGL.
Nah, we're for corner aim, dude. Get Nixie.
Good pick.
Nixie from VP, just won PGS 10. Another like insane fragger. This is all honestly fragging players. I think it'd be funny.
I think Hector IGLs, no? I swear someone said that.
I'm not.
I could be wrong.
I'm not thinking so. I'm pretty sure it's
Okay.
fairest. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's fairest. I don't think we have a single IGL. I think it's all fraggers on our team. But honestly, I think they could four corner. One drop Zarky, one drop Stalber. Prim, Novo. Literally just have fun, dude, and they'll do well.
They'll probably get top 3 at least.
I feel like robots would be a good name.
Robots.
We consistently joke on our team. We call them all robots because they literally just show up and just seem to like effortlessly just top frag everything. So I think robots would be a good and suiting name.
I think the Twisted Mind will win this event because they are clearly the best teams, but in my heart I have Bagopa because PU is back and he's just the best player. And I need him on here. Why is he not here? I need PU.
한 2팀 정도 생각하고 있는데
오, 맞네.
일단 뭐 꾸준히 잘하고 있는 트위스티드 마인즈랑 그리고 되게 폭발력이 있다고 느끼는 디엔프릭스.
국뽕인가요?
뽕도 좀 있죠.
สำหรับผมทีมที่จะคว้าแชมป์ PGC ปีนี้ผมคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นทีมนี้ครับ พูดเล่นผมคิดว่าทีมฟูเซนครับ
ถูกครับจริงเห็นด้วยครับ
Personally, I think VP is in the best form of any team here. At least that's what they showed at PGS 10. That would probably be my personal pick, VP. Other than ourselves, of course.
I'd probably pick, let's say Twisted. Can't go wrong with them. They're most likely going to win.
Thanks for watching, guys. See you guys at the first day of group stage of PGC 2025 on November 28th.
See you guys.
Goodbye, guys.
Goodbye.
See you in a few days when they show this.
하나, 둘, 셋. 대회
재밌게
재밌게
봐주세요.
봐주세요.
ไว้เจอกันในรอบไฟนอลครับ บ๊ายบาย
ครับ
그러면 나 이제 마지막 컨셉 하나 더 만들 수 있을 것 같아. 너한테 할게 이거는. 너가 얼굴 담당이니까 너가 생각해. 너가 해야 되는 거야. 그러니까 내 생각인데 내가 생각하고 있는 컨셉인데 선택은 네가 해야 돼. 여기 잘생긴 사람.
잘생긴 사람?
난 여기서 10점 여기. 왜 여기서? 10점은 난 이엔드가 맞는 것 같아.
나 옌드 형.
사진으로 보자. 그럼 사진으로 보자. 난 답 나왔어.
나 백스.
역시 나 보자마자 나왔어.
나 백스. 아카토리.
너무 잘생겼는데?
잘생겼어.
올리시죠. 내가 올릴게.
그래도 나는 해브님?
인맥.
재현이 서운하겠다. 재현이 이거 보면서 약간 재현이 항상 자기가 잘생겼다고
생각해?
자기 얼굴 원탑이라 그래.
올려줘야 되나?
올려?
그냥 해보는 거.
해브님 올려.
이게 세 번째 컨셉. 잘생기신 분들 포인트별로 이제 김해 저기 렉스 선수가 선택한 다른 분들은 못생겼다고 이제 생각하시면서 선택하신 잘생긴 분들 컨셉.
Hello. Okay, can I choose different pose?
Oh, okay.
봤어 이거. 잘 어울릴 것 같아요.
That's better.
일단 생각보다 덥지 않고 좀 날씨가 되게 좋아요. 제가 2년 전에 이제 PGC 우승을 했었고 그 우승을 이제 뭐 해본 놈이 하지 뭐 다른 놈이 하겠습니까? 제가 꼭 하겠습니다.
네, 원래 땀이 많은 체질이라 가지고 지금 긴팔까지 입으니까 더워가지고 들었습니다.
작년에 좀 아쉽게 우승을 놓쳐가지고 이번에는 좀 우승할 수 있을 것 같은 생각이긴 합니다.
我们就是生活上的，我们的氛围一直很好，但是比赛归比赛，比赛该认真的时候还是会认真的。遇到别的队伍的时候，上去就嘟死完了。
23년도가 마지막이었는데 오랜만에 뛰는 세계대회가 PCC라서 좀 긴장은 되긴 하는데 그래도 팀들이 다 분위기를 잘 풀어주고 해가지고 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Playing with Cowboy and D has been a great time so far. They're really good kids. They have a lot of potential.
로스 선수가 카우보이랑 저를 되게 케어 잘하는 것 같고 불편한 점이요? 좀 한 번씩 시끄럽다, 로스가. 네.
Well, I would say Europe as a region has been very strong because we just have such strong, like, top teams. I would say, like, Twisted Minds, us, even FaZe now has been popping up. So I would say that Europe is the best region, yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
we'll do our best to qualify for the finals this time, even though it's going to be really hard.
I think Michael's team is a little bit weaker than ours, so I wouldn't mind fighting them.
Ah! Good. 可能会比较好笑吧，就大家开心就好。
I'm from Russia, Dagestan #1.
Ми просто робили висновки з минулих турнірів, нічого. Будемо намагатися робити максимальний результат.
I'm really excited to be here. Bangkok's always fun to come to. Streets.
Ice cream!
Not lock in.
Oh, ice cream!
Me too. Thank you.
I mean, I'm always hanging out with the players in the hotel. I love socializing. The pool's been super busy because it's just so cool and the temperature's so nice.
Whoa! Wait! Hey!
Please, example, break finger.
I will beat you even with my broken finger, bro. Just like that.
Let me think. Ô, Rabin, me ajuda aqui. Então se a gente conseguir e tiver livre nesse dia, a gente vai tentar assistir o torneio de Muay Thai.
팀 분위기는 정말 좋아요. 어떻게 보면은 이제 형과 동생의 좀 거리가 없이 재미있고 평등한 관계라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
This day is great. I enjoy it.
I would say it feels amazing because the memories from Thailand is really good for our team. We have won 2 PGS in a row.
And getting second place last year, you know, it really hurts to be that close, so we're gonna make sure that won't happen again.
ก็เนื่องจากที่ทีมเราได้วายการ์ดนะครับทำให้เราได้รอบไฟนอลก็อาจจะเจอพวกเราช้านิดหน่อยแต่ว่าเจอเราแน่นอนครับในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส้มอยู่นะไอ้ทันโอ้โหไอ้ราคา10,000อ่ะที่50,000
Các team Việt Nam mà được tham dự các giải chẳng hạn như BGS, BC thì đều là những đội tuyển mạnh thôi. Vì người Việt Nam bọn em không hề dở. Có รู้สึกดีครับดีมากแล้วก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับที่ได้มาแข่งก็อย่าลืมฝากแฟนคลับนะครับเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมแล้วก็อย่าลืมเชียร์Made in Thailand ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
Em lúc nào cũng thế thôi, không khác gì hết, chỉ là tự tin hơn năm ngoái.
이번에 제가 또 증명해드린다고 약속하고 왔는데 또 좋은 성적으로 증명하고 돌아가겠습니다.
虽然这是 PGC 2025非常难进决赛，但是我希望能在12月12号那一天参加到这次的比赛。
Спасибо всем, кто болеет за нас, поддерживает. Постараемся на турнире показать красивую игру.
尽可能打好每一场比赛吧。
เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
ก็วันนี้ยังคงอยู่กับแพนนั่นเองค่ะแน่นอนเป็นอีก1 ปี สุดยิ่งใหญ่ที่เราจะมาร่วมค้นหากันว่า ใครจะได้คว้าแชมป์แน่กับ PGC ในปีนี้กับ PUBG Global Championship ในปี 2025 นั่นเองค่ะ
And way up high as Xiao Tong gets found. Agatori getting active. We haven't talked so much about Navi in this game. They too have a fight on their hands coming on forward. Great util being locked on over. And CC finds himself a double.
Almost gets all three of them. Rosset it only down to 10 HP. He's with the M249. We'll take the spray first, get Xiao Tong, but it will get taken down in the end.
To come out and dumpster people at a global tournament like this. Speaking thereof, RBN able to find himself a double, almost gets a third Tian. Exactly, I love the idea. Force them closer, then lob nades to follow. Try and pin them in with your util. Not working though, at least the damage done, but here they come pushing on forward. Correction, a wide Shrimzy with a triple nade shuts down BP!
Shrimzy is there with a perfectly placed grenade.
We don't want to see early on, though, is a car with 4-man in it. Liquid pulling up, and Gustav sat here ready with an M249 in hand.
Yeah, he's got a little bit separated from his vehicle, but he will get that initial knock on Purdy. Curdy will immediately hear Yellow come through. M249 doing work for Gustav. BB team, meanwhile, they had to do the other thing. They're going to come in on the other side. They're going to find, no, it's Red Zone getting the double knock on Michael on box. He's got 19 HP left. Red Zone has been a revelation.
Yeah, they have lived or not had to go anywhere.
Okay, BB team trying to push through. Red Zone is hit him. Holy Red Zone, you are insane.
What in the world?
Let's go.
Other side, with the rally, Salute lines in and just demolishes Sharper. Expendables, what are you going to try to do to get rid of it? Of course, C4 solution, perfect for this style of situation. Glory is going to run right down into their face. Do they have the defensive line set up? Even the hillside, he jumps out, rolls it down. Are they expecting it? They don't know. They finally spot it. Is the explosion going to take down? Does get two. Just one up in Jacob.
It's JDG scrambling to get that valuable player up December the 12th, looking to be taken down here by Lyrics.
So clean of that nade, goes just a bit too far. Lyrics walks in, no fear, brave, goes for the fight, 1 HP, continue, Opons goes down.
Follow-up, couldn't quite get Spaceman, but now they're gonna find him anyway. Great plays here from the arena.
See how it connects with 7-7 just doing a good job on peeking around, but does it spot out Lou? Lou gets knocked back on one side and just starts trying to massacre 17.
Going bad to worse. Everywhere Gen.G goes, there's players there waiting. They're happy to collect these points. Diffix was going crazy. Bean finally shows up, puts an end to his reign of terror, but guess what? The rest of Geek's arriving.
Okay, Bean, see how the strategy works out. Outnumbered, but he might be able to turn it. Does get the knock on a one. He's taking a little bit of damage. Goes for the shotties. There we go. Gen.G finding something.
mysterious climate change in Erangel, a handful of gunplay updates, and some changes to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale. All this and more as we dive into the Update 39.1 patch report. First up, due to the crash of several Tythonic satellites used in a climate control experiment, parts of Erangel have been damaged and are now temporarily frozen over and covered in snow. As a result, the Blue Zone now has an added freezing effect, which can also be triggered with Blue Zone grenades and the new Blue Zone grenade launcher. And speaking of weapons and loot, rumor has it the crashed satellites have some as well. Ferries in the Red Zone have been temporarily disabled, while Battlegrounds officials deal with the satellite problem and repair the damaged bridge. Next, we're adjusting the power of a few guns slightly. The M416, SKS, and SLR are all getting buffs to their recoil, while the AUG and VSS recoil is getting a slight nerf. The VSS's firing sound has also been increased. There are a few more little changes on the list, so make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. For fans of alternate game modes, Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting some updates, including updated care packages for TDM and the recall system added to IBR. We're also bringing back UGC Alpha with some new additions. Add to all that our new rank season and a new Survivor Pass, which you can read all about in the patch notes. Update 39.1 is here, so grab a Blue Zone grenade launcher, seek out a TDM care package, and give your enemies a cold reception on Erangel. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions, coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
11 teams have already made their way to the grand final at the end of 2025 for PGC, and now we have 3 days to determine which of our 5 teams are going to be joining alongside. 5 from Group A, 5 from Group B, full sense there in the grand final, waiting to see which 5 from this last chance will rise to the occasion. Which names, which players will step up? My name is Kalaris, and joining me to my right-hand side is a Vanguard to talk about what's coming up, my friend.
Yeah, if you think there was heartbreak going on in the last 2 days of group stage, we only sent 6 teams home. On Sunday, we're going to be sending 11 teams home.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Only 5 more spots to the finals here, and yeah, PGC 2025 has been an absolutely amazing set of days so far, and we're on for even more.
No, absolutely. It was fantastic wall-to-wall action, especially at the conclusion of each of those group stages. I imagine our last chance may just be even that higher when it gets to that final day. But of course, we've got to get there through all the days for our last chance. But we couldn't do it without all the partners that are going to be joining us here for PGC 2025.
Yeah, of course. BenQ, Sawi, our official gaming monitor here at PGC 2025.
Yeah, we've got TT Racing, our official gaming furniture partner as well, ergonomically designed to keep you comfortable and locked in. Razor-sharp focus you need to be able to compete at this kind of level, and all of these PUBG pros are going to be benefiting from that.
And AWS also joins us as an official partner here at PGC.
And finally, we've got OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head on over to OP.GG and check out all the numbers from all of the games. They're going to be going down throughout the festivities here, the bonanza, the extravaganza that is PUBG, PUBG United, everything going on. I'm excited. Oh, I've got a lot of energy today.
Yeah, you're on a whole different level here. But also, if you got a lot of energy like Gale, you can join the bingo. Scan the QR code down here, predict your winners, and have a chance at some prizes.
Because nothing says high energy like bingo.
No, I mean, that's the highest energy. If you win bingo, if you got everything, you gotta say bingo before everyone else also has bingo, right?
Yes.
So you go scream bingo. And now, when you do it at home, when you join
no one's there, your neighbors think you're weird.
Yeah, join a voice channel when you do it so you can say it before all your friends.
Oh, definitely. I've lost where we are now, but that's fine. We've also got the MVP coming up as well, because the MVP here at PGC 2025 is
going to be the last chance.
Maybe a player from the last chance.
It could be. It could be. What we saw from some of the guys was absolutely amazing. But yeah, obviously the last chance here. We're all playing another set of 18 games. It says the mid-8, but it's kind of the higher tops. It's 6th and down.
Yes.
We send 3 teams home, so it's kind of a higher pack here. But again, 5 more spots is going to be going to the grand finals this year. And you look at the lineup, James. There are some pretty banging names. There are some names that actually could contest to what we saw from last year. Liquid's in there. Navi, Hagator has been a name that's been going through.
Yep.
Genji has stepped up this year so far. It's been kind of crazy to see them too. FaZe, a team that always gets to PGC finals and does well. Always there in the top 4, top 5, top 8.
I mean, if you think about even just group stage, right? Some of these names were just a few points shy of qualifying to that grand final. So those are going to be the names that really jump to the forefront when it comes to this last chance. But 8 fantastic teams from Group A, 8 fantastic teams from Group B, and there it is. It's the Porsche, or they substitute with cash of equivalent value, for the MVP, and you know exactly how that will be determined in that grand final.
Yeah, the evaluation culture is obviously amazing here. Kills has been at an all-time high here, obviously, but the damage, it kind of goes hand in hand, so it's very likely it's going to be one of your top fraggers that's going out there, but survival time and knockouts is very crucial. So if you're not just stealing all the knocks, but you're also getting them and confirming them, that could be the difference maker.
No, very much so.
To the MVP.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see that go down as well. A lot of these players have been talking about the Porsche Cayenne here, as we've got them joining us here for PUBG United and PUBG for PGC 2025. Let's talk about our top teams, though, as well from Group A, Group B, how things kind of divided up when it comes to those groups, which led us here to last chance. Now, early kills is before Circle 3 pop.
Yeah. So for the full duration of Circle 2, that's what we consider early kills here. And it's very, very close, just 1 kill difference here. A little bit more revives. A did have some of the more kind of fun hot drops for some situations, but otherwise than that, it is extremely tight. It is so, so close. And I honestly didn't expect it to be this close here. Maybe if we kind of change some of the metrics, we're like, okay, it's crazy in Group A compared to it. But here, for this very simple metric of all of the first kind of 15 minutes we're going through here or so, you're going to have very, very similar kills and revives here. Some teams committed on both sides, both in Group A and B, into the hot drops.
Yep,
and
they
that's
did.
obviously this is going to come through for that as well for the early kills.
I mean, the fact that T1, as an example,
Yes.
that just never shied away from the hot drops,
and I love
forced their opponents away, and then qualified, like really shows like where they're at right now, right? So for that grand final, I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye out for them. But let's take a look at the kill leaders from the group stage that are playing here in Last Chance, because I think for a lot of us, we may have said to ourselves, oh, surely this is going to be Hakatori after that first day's worth of 21 kills. However, it was not the case at all.
21 kills in 6 games, and then he only had 7 in 12 more games.
Fall off.
That is a unheard of situation with Hakatori. If you were playing in fantasy and you had Hakatori in that day 1 where he got 21 kills and did not have him for the last 2 days, you are an absolute genius. But if you had Red Zone, more than one of the days, if you had him in 2 or 3 of the days, you were absolutely next level 2000 IQ, because he was absolutely outstanding.
Don't let that calm demeanor fool you, because this guy was on fire. He was fast. He was rapid. He was quick on the flicks, quick on those spray transitions. And I think there's going to be a lot of Red Zone fans out there made because of PGC 2025.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous because they are in a situation where they have a contest. One of them is in Russia. It looks like Sharber and them would be going at it for that. And that's 1/3 of our games. There's another situation as well where they could be going into a hot drop and potentially facing Zhao Tin.
Maybe.
We'll see that. So half their drops could be contested. It really comes down to what are they deciding. It could be adaptive. They're trying to, and all the teams are always trying to kind of shy each other away a little bit. Until someone bluffs and says, yeah, we're going to.
Yeah, it's fair. We've had a lot of our Korean teams so far being able to advance into that grand final, but 2 that are also trying to make it there, where I think given an EWC, given a PGS 9 performance, we would have almost given it to Gen G. But then PGS 10 happened.
Yeah.
Then this group stage has happened, and Asla has kind of risen to almost kind of supplant that position a little bit with just Red Zone alone.
We are going back to the same old story of imagine if we had all our highest and best Korean superstars on the same team, right?
That
it's
is
very,
true.
very spread out.
We've said it for years now.
It's been like that since we saw Danawa win. And now for the last 2 years, and we're here at another PGC.
Yeah.
It's been 2 full years, and I'm just seeing so much talent spread out, and it's spread out too thin. Here, obviously, Red Zone is it's an absolute standout here. I hope they go through. I hope they make it to the finals, and they have another standout performance, because imagine that as one of your absolute first chances to go in and go ham, and you do like that.
Well, some of those teams that got caught and just not qualifying into the grand finals, the very close cutoff point. Team Orchid and Change the Game. Change the Game in their very last game in Shelter as that 2-man were unbelievably close. They were just eclipsed a little bit by what was going on by anyone's legend. That was kind of the focus for a lot of people. Whereas for Team Orchid on the other side, man, their progress from being Slam G to playing some internationals to just barely not qualifying for the final, that was impressive as well.
It would be a heartbreak if they didn't make it to the finals afterwards.
Yeah.
Obviously, and here, like, even the push we saw onto Gen G, they got absolutely destroyed. 2 guys running in, 1 going deep. They're making a diversion for one of them. Lurch comes in, absolutely destroys Toasted. They have no chance. And even I expected the backup coming in from Flame on the back, but they got completely dismantled in that push from Orchid. And obviously, we got to talk about it. Bustik has been in a completely different level to anyone else coming in. And he's just, is he turning 19 soon, or did he just turn 19?
Oh, he's a young one. He's
such a young product.
This is what I want to ask you about Team Orchid, right? Because a lot of people have probably had Bustik on their previous fantasy rosters.
Yes.
Now he's the most expensive he's ever been. I think he's something like 33,000.
Yeah.
Are you still a Bustik believer here?
I am, but I don't have him in my fantasy team. He's too expensive.
It's quite expensive.
Yes.
But he is excellent, and I do expect him to be moving Orchid forwards.
But do you have a CTG player on your fantasy?
There's so many good players to pick.
There is. It's hard to make one here. I hear a lot of people, especially some of the players, have high hopes and high expectations to what we saw from CTG. For me, though, there is situations where they got points in circles that they were in and had kind of priority to. But on the circles they're had a chance to make something happen, they didn't make the most of it. This salvage game was not as strong as some of the other ones, and that's why we didn't see them go directly into the top 5.
It for me felt like a bit of a quiet group stage for them for the most part. There was nothing amazingly flashy,
right,
but I think they are definitely, I would say, the biggest hope currently for China. Because obviously, you know, we're hearing things about some of the other Chinese teams where they're clearly not having the best of performances. CCG might be that team to try and make it to that grand final. And you can potentially pick them if you want to by going over to the Pick'em Challenge that is in game right now. 250,000 if you pick the correct winner of the tournament, so you can get all your lovely skins via that method.
Yeah, or you can wait until Sunday evening where you know what teams are going to be going through. We're going to be starting a new wrangle for this. A little bit of a switch up here, James. What do you think about that?
I like that. Not too bad at all, because obviously for all of these teams, right, they've been used to what we've been going on for the group stage. A little bit of a switch up never hurt anyone. This isn't really going to stifle any of them at all by any stretch of the imagination. But coming out, day one, what are you thinking here coming into our Erangels?
It's obviously a another kind of group stage. It's a last stage we have here, and the teams that's coming in and just going absolutely ham for it is the ones that's going to be farming, because it's an easier lobby and you have to take advantage of that.
For sure, for sure. Right, well, we are just moments out before we get to it here. Last chance for all of these teams to qualify to the grand finals for PGC 2025. Who is going to make it? There's only 5 spots remaining. Let's get the games going right now.
fights going on.
ก็วันนี้แย่มากครับเพราะว่าทุกอย่างไม่เป็นใจเลยทำอะไรก็ไม่ดีเลย
We have a lot of kills, but we are struggling to survive. It's just the game is just hard to play, to be honest.
Mainly frustration, because seeing another team do what you were supposed to do and have it succeed is not a good feeling. It feels bad. It feels really bad.
ก็กดดันว่าตัวเองจะทำผลงานในวันสุดท้ายมาไม่ดีแล้วทำให้ทีมไม่ได้ไปเล่นต่อในรอบ last stage ครับ
Porque vai ser muito mais times vão ser eliminados, né? Só apenas 5 vão classificar, então com certeza vai ter um pouco mais de pressão.
Worlds is a different level. You're gonna get punished for every mistake.
强者生存，弱者淘汰嘛，这个赛制挺残酷的嘛，肯定是都想着多生存活动。预备好
Step by step, game by game, we're just gonna be making points to step into finals.
모든 프로게이머라면 당연히 이제 그 PGC 우승을 노리는 건 당연하다고 생각을 하고 있는데
每支队伍都奔着吃鸡去，活着才有机会去开枪拿淘汰啊，吃鸡如何啊？反正生存最重要吧。
이번 PGC가 됐건 제 남은 PUBG 선수로서의 생활이 됐건 생존, 서바이벌.
I think to survive in PUBG, you need to play not to survive. You need to play to fight.
Поки дійсний формат супер на всіх турнірах. Я не задумуюсь ні про які виживання, а лише робити кіли.
We just need to find the momentum, and whenever we're gonna find it, it's gonna be a different story.
Normalmente a gente joga, né, pra ganhar a partida. A gente quer ser o último sobrevivente. Podem ter certeza aí que nosso time vai trabalhar muito pra pegar bem nessas finais agora e representar o Brasil muito bem.
我们4个都缺一个 PGC 的冠军，所以说我们会奔着 PGC 冠军去奋斗的。
This update come back again.
It's do or die time. Get ready for our last stage. 5 teams advance, but we have 11 going home. This is about to be brutal. It's a nice, rainy, comfy day for all the players to come in, but now they got to get hype and they got to get ready.
Absolutely. It is going to be a very intense next 3 days. You have 18 games to prove that you deserve to be in the PGC 2025 Grand Finals. And Matt, I don't know. I mean, there's so many good teams in this lobby. It's hard to think about who are going to be, the favorites coming in, maybe who are some dark horses here.
Well, it's so hard because, right, we were looking at a couple of teams that just almost qualified. The desk was going over those, kind of giving us an idea. But then there's also, like, squads that are just historic. Whenever we look at squads like FaZe, who just barely kind of qualified off of this and got into this stage. Or Myth, who's just been on a tear all year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a little surprising to a lot of people that Myth kind of underperformed based on, how they were doing internationally up until this event. And here they've definitely slid a little bit, but I think a lot of expectations are for Myth that they're going to rise back up here in Bangkok, in their home country.
You a KISS believer today?
I didn't put him on my fantasy team, but I waffled. I'll put it that way.
The problem with it is there's like so many people in that $30,000 bracket, it makes it really difficult. And then you look at the bottom end and then you're like, oh, I don't know what feels good down here. But this is really, really dicey. With 5 teams, there's a couple of fan favorites that are going to go home. There's no way around it at this stage. It is going to be very brutal. I wouldn't be surprised first game, a bit slow, and then it is just going to get dicier after that.
I agree. I think it's going to be a slower pace lobby than what we saw in Group A. I think there's a lot of EU teams in here. There's a lot of teams that are happy to sit edge and try to wait you out, play passively, look for those big moments to make their moves. So there could be hot drops, though. And this map, look, Razak is a point of interest for 3 different teams, potentially. We'll have to see if that materializes, but I don't know for sure.
There's a lot of ifs, wins, could'ves, would'ves looking at the last stage. I should have done this. I could have done that. I could have avoided getting to this point, but no more. We've got our plane that is taking off, getting ready to kick off everything. We are starting on Erangel. Let's get going.
Back we go to the grassy pastures to start the last stage. Once again, 5 teams move on. 11 are done with their PGC lives, with their PUBG years.
Well, we've called it like last chance and everything else. Like that last stage, this new naming just feels, I don't know, mean. It's so cold, and you know that people are done. This is it. This is all you got.
Yeah, I mean, it really does kind of emphasize what's going on in this lobby. It's so much pressure to be one of those top 5. That's such a difficult task in a lobby that is, even though it's not, the teams that have already qualified, it's still very, very stacked. Yeah, there's a lot of parachutes towards Razak, so I'm curious. Also, there's teams that have to go past, like Liquid potentially, so there could be Liquid's a late dropper, never mind, but there's going to be a lot of congestion here.
Boatyard looks like it might have a little bit of attention, as it's going to be Asla. A little bit behind Furia, but not by much.
Well, they're going to get there first, so Furia gets to go past a little bit. It gives an opportunity for Asla. They're going to fully commit to the Boatyard with Furia. Looks like Razak is going to be only Sharper going there, so...
Oh, loot problems, as you can see. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Is 2 different people going for the same node, and wow, an Eastern set in that circle.
All right, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a little Lipovka action maybe, or something around prison. We'll have to see, but this is going to be an interesting fight. The triangulation here for Asla could be pretty good.
Look at that I guess road that runs right there. Double lane road, not a lot of cover around that position. So the way that these 2 teams dropped, they do have a line in between them. So that's going to be a bit more difficult to make a cross very quickly unless you make the commitment. But there is the outer walls that a couple of these squads can kind of maneuver around.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation that Boatyard is. There's like kind of a half-half. There's basically a divide down the center of it. So in theory, 2 teams can loot here and then just leave each other alone. And you actually don't get great options like you're seeing with Furia to punish that necessarily, because there isn't a lot of buildings that can oversee on either side when you go east to west.
This is not surprising for Furia. They're not an early aggressive team. Instead, they're going to shift into ruins. I do get a bit worried when we see the way that the circle has landed for Furia. Cars look like they could be a bit of a problem, but there's nobody to the west of them, so they can push over into Everest, find some more over there.
Yeah, there's still options here for Furia. There's the guaranteed spawn at the ruins too, so they have the ability to piece out of this fight and leave Asla to their own devices. And I agree with you that I think that Furia's MO is to not, scrape it up if they don't have to. Whereas I think Asla probably playing with a little bit of confidence that you have red zone in the mix.
He was pretty close to their drops. Very little fear. This is going to be interesting given the fact that we've got change of the game already inside track position. Looks like they're wrapping just north of prison. Geeke is already going to have kind of that mill to power positions on lock. Here's Navi taking shots at Namiga, trying to cross the bridge, but it is just going to be Fayrist over here. The other members for Navi still in looting phase.
Well, Namiga is going to have to figure out a way to get through this because they have Myth starting to also rotate in this direction.
But Namiga doesn't know it's just one, so they're all going to go back.
Yeah, they might be thinking a little bit of a different route to get over to Milta. You'd like to keep the vehicles, of course, but you might not have a choice but to go for the boats instead or something. Just depends on how they want to navigate this, or if they're trying to back off to make Myth think that they've left when they actually haven't, and then they try to crash onto Myth, or when there's like a third party at the bridge. I can see a bunch of different options.
Emergency pickup.
That works too.
Hey, yeah. Myth, I'm going to be curious to watch. So our military-based teams, of course, are Namiga that we saw a moment ago. Myth that's going to be to the west of them. Far west on the other roadside where Gen G is kind of setting up is going to be Team Liquid on the opposing side of that. So Eastern Bridge feels like it could get some attention from one squad at least still in Myth. Navi has abandoned any form of bridge camp though, so it's going to be calm and collected. Anybody that wants to cross.
Yep, this is kind of the best option for most of the teams that were over in that bridge vicinity. Nobody's going to suffer any early casualties, it looks like. I mean, it might be a little tricky for Namiga, depending on where you drop, but as we can see on the map, there are some open spots still. Oh, Scappy got in range, though.
That is a tool that can put in some work.
Oh, my God.
Overshooting just a bit to see if maybe he can get the bullets to connect some damage, but not the biggest.
There was a headshot in there, though. It gets a little concerning as you start flying over the other teams that are going to already be on the main island. You can see Leash very weak, and the only thing you can do right now is let your boosts heal you up as best as possible, but it doesn't look like he's ticking up too much. So this is maybe losing a player here early for Namiga, but we'll have to see.
They didn't actually pull from Milta, right? If you pulled from Milta, you could maybe find a compound to land in to get like a foothold and then move out. They're dropping later. Interestingly enough, they could go Lippo, but outside that, if they go west, there's a lot of teams already fortified, waiting, and that damage they've already taken could be influential in how they make this land.
I think in Namiga's minds, west is a non-viable option, so they're going to see that Lipovka's empty, and I have to assume drop into there, or try to go up onto the cliffs, I guess. They could go north, but yeah, it looks like they're going to go Lipovka. I think this is about the least bad option. Plus, there's usually a few vehicles hanging around here and there. You might be able to scoop up anyway, and they will. So not the end of the world at all for Namiga. Don't lose a player. Can't complain.
Oh, Sharper. This is getting a bit dicey the further you go in. You're going to have changed the game that's already holding down the compounds that maybe you were thinking about going for. F and Pochon eyeing a couple of the rotates ahead of them as well. Couple of shots going to be coming out from change of game. Sharper now going to have to crest more north. Instead, no, they might actually just be sending it straight into Lippo as well, unless they cut south. Interestingly enough, now Namiga might be able to gatekeep this.
Yeah, Namiga has a chance here from the warehouses to do some real damage to Sharper. I think Sharper is going to be rolling in, hoping that this was free.
Oh, hell, my bad is prepped. Getting some damage out, but not big. The other members for Namiga not quite set on defense. Escalusia taking a lot of damage, but does manage to at least get around the corner in time.
Oh, look, they left Earth behind, though. I think you're going to lose Hello My Bad here in a second. Yeah, he's down.
Back inside the warehouses. Gedrock's on the other side. Sharper, while you've got one on the outside, everybody else inside's in some trouble.
Yep, now you've lost another in there. So Sharper, it's just going to be on Earth. What's his?
Oh, he's going for it.
He's going?
I mean, he knows that he needs to try to get something back on it, and this is dicey. It's scary over here. Does he have the angles? Gedrox has got a ton of tools to deal with him. Earth just has to run over back next to the coast, and this is not good.
I think maybe just hoping that they could at least get the point off of Leash's knock. Instead, they're not going to have enough time. So Gedrox is going to be there, having that M249, a huge boon for them. Really thwarted any hope getting that push through. I think I saw a tire pop in the midst of all of it even. More damage being done out here, though. Thunder's cleaned up, so to flush.
So Earth going to the coast has a couple of benefits. One, he's now safe. He doesn't have to deal with Orchid back behind him, who were waiting to backstab. They wanted him, man. Additionally, if he actually hears Namiga leave, he could go back over there and pick up the blue chips for his team members.
That's true.
So it puts him in kind of a decent spot that way, but it puts him in a terrible spot as he's just kind of trapped there now.
It's a waiting game for him. You just got to hope that, you know, eventually in Namiga's minds, the calculus of, is it worth it to stay and gatekeep him, or is it better for us to try to make a move more further into the center of the circle, depending on what happens, of course. Those are kind of the equations that Namiga gets to decide now, not Earth. Not Earth. Earth is stuck until they decide to leave.
Asla foot rotating into the zone, and I mean, they've got nobody pretty much around them for the time being. Closest threat could be Furia behind. That did manage to find several vehicles, so rotating in. Pretty friendly. Everybody's playing around Prison Hillside right now, shelter just north of Lippo and around Lippo itself. There is a pretty interesting split where Navi is running a 3-1, and they've got Fairest on the northern section of Milta Power. I think that maybe he's trying to see if anybody plays along those like cliff facings, you know, next to the coast and that road that goes through there. Maybe he could steal a kill or something there.
He's also looking to see what teams are going to use that road and the hillside around it. You can see a lot from that spot that he's in, but he seems to be getting in a vehicle and making a move. His Myth is actually wrapping all the way around Milta Power. They're going to be trailing just behind him. I think he got wind of this, did Fairest? Maybe, yeah. But
I think that maybe Sosa could have seen it.
Yeah, like Navi should be reeling this over to Fairest, and he needs to get out.
Red zone, a motorcycle. You don't have to walk anymore. These guys have been on foot for a while.
It's okay. Sometimes you just gotta hoof it. That's all part of the game.
Get them steps in.
Yeah. I mean, you dropped in, you know, Boatyard where you shared it, and then you didn't really. I mean, there's not many vehicles there to begin with.
So is Myth going to stop here? They do at least stop over with Olympus to try to scout out ahead, make sure that it's safer. Rock has called an emergency pickup, try to be timed with the blue zone. Team Liquid also crossing that eastern bridge out of military. They should be fine for now. Red Zone has appeared on top of Red Zone and Furia both.
Now Rock looking for an emergency pickup as Circle 2 is going to, head towards prison. Okay, so already removing most of the water, and not going to be too much of a concern as most of the team's already going to be in. You're just looking at Rock with their E-pickup, Furia with their E-pickup, and a little bit of Namiga and a little bit of Asla.
This is going to be pretty interesting. Myth is chasing in right back behind Geek K, so DiffX and PWD, they're going to head back up the hillside into Lumberyard itself. Navi's still going to have their split 3-1-1 around Milta Power, have some strength with it. Rock, I have to assume, is either going to go all the way down to the peninsula on Milta Power or Milta itself.
And Myth's split here is going to be pretty annoying, potentially, if this goes north for Navi or somebody to deal with.
I like this. Namiga is moving closer to the res station just to deny it. Like, we know why you're here. We know what you want, and you can't have it.
They're really committed to this. I mean, I respect it.
Lumberyard.
Yeah, Rock actually found open space. This is pretty smart because there's a lot of trees here. So at the very least, you're going to open yourself up to less opportunities for teams that are already positioned around that area to get shots at you. And look, if the circle centers on prison, that's a really powerful position. It's just, if it doesn't, you're kind of in trouble. So you're gambling a little bit here as Rock, but you don't have great other options, honestly.
Fury actually did take an emergency pickup with one of their members and instantly dropped back out of it. FN Pochon being a bit more bold in their push very far to the north. They're just counter-pushing back into Orchid, who was just trying to get in the zone, but Rex was trying to hold this. He's kind of isolated, though. He just has to retreat. He's taking so much damage.
Yeah, he was looking for an opportunity here to maybe catch Orchid off guard, but they are going to get safely into that emergency pickup anyway, so they escape the clutches of Rex for now, as the rest of FN Pochon lets loose to see if they can get a little lucky, go fishing, and nothing caught, but it's not going to be easy here for Orchid. There's not much available on the map unless they go all the way to Milta.
Yeah, I mean, where do you pull at this stage is you have to assume almost everything underneath of you is taken. They are pulling right over Lumberyard, but I think that their eyes more west. They might have spotted out, I think that there's a wizard tower over there that is open. This gamble could pay off big, but there's going to be a big crossfire. Right now, we've actually got changed the game 17. FaZe all taking shots. The trees are providing just enough cover for them to make landfall.
Yeah, again, these tall trees really are nice to parachute into on this part of the map. And it has benefited another team as they're going to at least get some level of safety. That wizard It's not the best, not the worst. I don't hate it. Oh my God, Earth. I love it.
He found himself a boat. He's going.
My boy's like, it's Magnum PI now. Let's get out of here.
Where, I guess, is he wrapping all the way around to go down onto the coastline from Milta proper?
Could be. He's got a couple different options that he can use. He doesn't have to go all the way through. He could get off at the rocks at Milta Power. There's some places you can climb up there. It just kind of depends on what he feels is going to be best here. I would go all the way to Milta because I think that could give you the most options for points, but he's going to stop at Milta Power. I mean, that boat's already pretty beat up, so kind of makes sense.
He also doesn't have a ton of meds to really work eating a lot of blue as the
solo
solo up.
He got out the wrong spot.
Oh, no. Hey, look, his name is Earth, not Sea. He doesn't know exactly where to get out every single time. It's fine.
Well, yeah, he needs a little help from Poseidon there. He's in a little trouble. As Circle 3, goes pretty hard to the east, actually, so that's kind of making things a little bit awkward. A lot of those teams on the west going to have to sled uphill or make wide wraps to try to get in. Curious about FN as they're eyeing Namiga. Certainly they're aware of the situation over there. It's just how aggressive do they want to be?
Furia is going to be wrapping right next to 17. 17's got 2 members set up. Pretty solid defense on this road. Expecting somebody to come through. Decent damage right at the start. Next stage of the gauntlet, though, doesn't connect, and Furia is just going to be sending it right along the Orchid line next. Petrichor Road might get some vision if they opt more north. Even after that, it's going to be rock. So the longer they go into this, the more brutal it's going to get. And they're starting to get real low on life. Posa just narrowly making up, and Chewy gets 2.
He collects what some of the other teams started. Posa goes down to 7-7. Little Ghost going to make sure that point goes to 17 Gaming. So nice start here for a couple of our Chinese teams catching teams in rotations.
This is not it. There's nothing free. Furia is eliminated.
Yep. Rock there again in this spot. If the circle stays on you, not too bad, but now you're gonna have to fight your way out most likely. It gets tricky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, FN, you had to have just heard those shots. You don't want to go that way. Looks like they're gonna stop in the dip on the other side of it. 17 still needs to recollect to the south. Team Liquid and Asla have gotten vision of each other, not inside the zone around Milta itself, so a couple of pot shots between them.
I'd like to see Liquid just peel off of this. I'm glad our observers are showing this. This is actually pretty key here for both of these teams, but Liquid has a lot more room to maneuver, and they should be relatively aware of some of that free space just directly to their north. Looks like they're going to capitalize on that. I think that's the much better option there for them. Force Asla to make the move against you. Anywhere FN goes, they getting shot at, but they've at least gotten in the circle, I suppose. Again, another can be precarious position. Just depends. You know, if you hit some good shots, if red zone goes crazy.
I mean, Namiga is still in Lippo. I know that they saw Earth rotate out, so I think that they're just setting vehicles. They wanted to come in a bit late, so they might be able to get into a point where they could backstab FN if they're not careful.
Yeah, I like this idea from Namiga. I like this when you're in a bad situation on the edge of a circle, waiting as long as you really feel comfortable doing for the other teams to make their moves, letting them start to fight, let them kind of be that guide that shows you the way, and then you follow in behind it and claim your points. Try to clear those edges as best as you can. Asla going to be driving all the way around Liquid. Sparking trying to make a bit of a counter move. We can see it on the map to try to gain a little bit of extra space, make sure Asla is thwarted from taking some of those more prime positions next to the hill.
Yeah, I like that. Force them along the area closer to Milta Minor. Maybe even that. I don't think that feels comfortable with those shots from Sparking. Asla's actually going to continue their rotate. 17's got this ridge line that they can play counter to Orchid, but it does not feel good.
17 has to find an opportunity for a fight. This is one of those moments where I'd love to see the 17 boys take a page out of the Expendables playbook where they start sending a player or two really wide to see what they can get, to see if they can get a little lucky. The problem is they're pretty aware that Petrichor Road is up there because Petrichor Road showed up in the kill feed when they were killing people that were driving by them. It's not an easy decision at all for 17, but a good fight could be a good start for them. As Star-Lord does go down for FN. They're just down to 3, but still in the circle, trying to circle the wagons to see if they can survive.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to send it just right next to Rock, who was in their rotate. That's not going to feel good at all. BL, Rex at least does get a knock onto RBN, but this has all just come up for Rock. Just Zenith alive, and guess what? Gedrox was watching that, and he's in trouble. He's now being chased by Namiga, but Namiga can't really commit with their other members because Change the Game is still playing along the same line.
Yeah, love this, though. So this is the benefit of Namiga staying in Lipovka for so long, is they're able to come through and clean up this fight and get a few extra points. Now, they are going to have CTG looming just above them. Not ideal in terms of terrain, but look, you're making the best of a weird start to the game where you got gate kept at a bridge and you had to E-pick up over, so I like what I'm seeing from Namiga. PWD is going to find one, trying to answer Santastico, and he does.
This is a very difficult push around the side, so this is, I don't know how if you're GK. You have to assume that people are pushing up back behind you, so you're getting pulled in a lot of different directions. Rock, of course, is the closest threat target, but the defendable position that they're playing from makes it a bit more difficult unless some of these nades just connect the way you really need them to. Oh, but Rock! Great nade to spin this back around, and now the guys that were in center and had control of the point of interest down and in trouble.
I love the way Rock is being proactive about trying to get up this hill and taking a fight. They knew they were in a bad spot in the circle, wanted to try to get a little bit further. Now, you might lose souls for this, but at the end of the day, you're picking up kills, you're picking up points, you're giving yourself an opportunity to get further into the game.
Asla just trying to get inside the zone. It's going to be Myth that's trying to gatekeep them out. GK just wants to try to rally back together, but it's going to be very difficult. Rock can't commit too much more. They've been hearing a lot of firefights around. 17 has also hopped in a vehicle, and they're running right into the face of Petrichor Road after a knock. Looks like they're seeing if they can just get down secure some point, because if they can get this ridgeline to work with, they're going to have a lot more movement options.
Exactly, Matt. I like this change of ideas from 17. See if you got something for free off Orchid. See if you can take a good fight. Couldn't get it, so let's slide on over into Petrichor Road, where you're not going to have to fight as uphill, and you can kind of make it a much more fair situation. So AZ stuck behind a tree. Lots of frags at the ready, though, for 17 if they need it.
Team Liquid to the south, just running right in between Navi and Gen.G both. It's pretty desperate push up the hillside, but they're going to find something. 17 going to run right next to AZ. AZ gets decent damage, but 7-7 gets the knock.
Wow, 7-7 there. Bailing out Xiaobei, even though he does get knocked by the blue. Nice hold up. His phase. Gustav watching Alo. Team Liquid trying to make their way in a bit, as well as Asla on the outside with Myth bearing down on them a bit. Earth still in this, still a role to play.
Okay, this has gotten really crazy, really fast up to the north with the way the new circle has set, changed the game, converging onto Petrichor Road. 17 probably going to be on the other side of it. To the south, yes, Team Liquid's Alo did manage to make it in the center, but it's gotten pretty scary. Navi, Gen.G already starting to crest against each other. Petrichor Road down to just one, and Ming Ming is not feeling good. Aries on top. Does he have the angle with the nade? It's already up. You can see Ming Ming knows he's in trouble. The bounce, not quite far enough.
Oh, Ming Ming there, holding the line just barely. Now he hears the 17 cars wrapping near him, and he has to try to just hide and see if maybe 17 and CTG will fight it out. And Osla's just stuck, and Earth is trying to do what he can, but eventually he will succumb to the blue.
17 on one side, changed the game on the other. Ming Ming just trapped in the middle. He might have some vision on 17 if they step this too aggressively, but the Rocks right now providing enough cover. 17 on the hunt for kills. They've got to try to rally this as fast as they can. Change the game, playing this a bit more passive on the other side has allowed a couple of shifts to go on ahead of them. Rock actually also being more aggressive into Geeke's positioning. Right in the middle of the circle as Gen.G's making their rotate. It's going to be FaZe and Navi both taking shots.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that's driving down this open road is getting shredded at the very least. And, well, Gen.G is quickly dissected. Just in case, is it C4? Oh my God.
I mean, Ayla's the last one up. He's like, hey, thanks for the cover, bros. Appreciate it.
Liquid gets to live for a little bit longer in this one at the very least. Xiaowu, does he know Ming Ming is there? He has to understand that Ming Ming is somewhere in the mix, somewhere in the rocks because of the kill feed, but they just are trying to figure out exactly where.
Two members for Rock also spotted out 17, and they've started doing a little bit of harassment. And it's going to make it a bit more complicated for everybody that's right along Pride Rock over here. No real ways to get out of it comfortably. Hangy is inside the circle, but just trying to get into the zone. Still Asla and Amiga right on top of each other. Asla's got multiple members still on the outside of the zone, while Amiga's got the gatekeeping position. 17 doesn't really like this angle anymore. Instead, they're just going to run right through the middle, and that's going to open them up to Orchid.
Ooh, great shots from Agori from afar. Mark 12 on point. Lurix as well, good with the mini. So it's going to be a couple 17 players falling, and Ming Ming as well. Going to be done and dusted. Glaz, they're trying to open up some space here against Namiga. There is a knock onto Hammer. He's out in the blue, so I don't think there's anything that Asla can do about that one.
Namiga's just got control over this hillside almost entirely, but if they're not careful, Change the Game could be forced to wrap right behind them. Gedrox has already moved over, making sure that nobody's going to be approaching from the north. Orchid and FaZe are very close to each other, and this has been uncomfortable for a while. Arctics is still holding the defensive line for Orchid, but the members for FaZe realizing that they're pretty close to the blue zone, it might be time to get active.
Yeah, this is pretty funny because it opens the door a bit for Na'Vi to make a push right up the middle to see if they can get into that circle. And it is a little tough, but definitely doable for Na'Vi. Arctics should have them dead to rights. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be okay. FaZe, how do you counter move with this one? Actually, Orchid counter moves very quickly, trying to contain anything. Lurex, beautiful angle down onto Vard, and the crossfire is just too strong. FaZe in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I love this from Orchid. They were in prime position to back each other up, but a couple knocks both ways. A good grenade from Fex, did find one. Looking for more there. He had a good idea of where they might be, just not sure if he's going to be able to get too much off of it as the response comes through. I don't know if that grenade's going to find anything yet. Doesn't hit anybody on FaZe.
Gore also has a great cross to go for the res. Change the game's not going to be encroaching from the north behind this for the time being, so Orchid could have some times. But James is going for a little cheeky counterflank maneuver around the other side of the rocks, but I think Arctics has already read it. Nades are starting to go up. Orchid did get the res off, but Peaks instantly punished. Beautiful nades coming up from James.
This is huge. This is opening the door for FaZe. They only got one more member of Orchid to deal with, and then they're going to have a lot of control over this western side of the circle to themselves. Arctics, though, sitting around, going to throw another smoke, trying to buy a little bit more time here. FaZe just going to box him out. Just don't want to let him go for those reses.
Trying to see if he can sneak the trees, giving some cover. Gets a headshot onto James, but his position is now revealed. No cover, really, other than that tree. So it's just a matter for the crossfire to come off. FaZe now has control of the west, but Change the Game has gotten kind of close.
What a beautiful uphill fight for FaZe.
Yeah.
They had a tough one in front of them with Orchid there, dug in. And they're able to dislodge him. Nice knock for Fairist. Here comes Na'Vi, but it's behind. It's Glass. He tries to go for it, but can't get the knock. And this is, oh my God, he might get the other one, though.
I mean, just peek upon peek, and Akatori drops down to his belly, waiting. Na'Vi was going after Geekay in the circle. Namiga might opt into going for a third party here. FaZe is now counter-wrapping down to the south. Change the game. Rock lined up to the north. Perfectly fine. Alo's still alive in the middle.
Let's go. Spyro out in the open there. Hello, my bad. Gets him lit up pretty heavy, but can't find the knock, and he gets taken down quite low in response. Grenades to try to buy themselves a little bit of time and space, but Namiga actually fully in control of this hillside, so they don't really have too much to worry about. They don't have to overcommit.
This is big. Geekay with that defense, forcing Namiga more to the east, means that Namiga might opt into a more southern wrap and force them on top of Na'Vi, which is exactly what Geekay would want. Gives them so much more control at the top of Lumberyard, because interestingly enough, there's not a lot of people in Lumberyard itself. It's really complex, and we still got 19 alive, and everybody's being funneled into it.
It should be a pretty fun ending. Lumberyard endings are some of my favorites in PUBG. Tian watches FaZe from afar. CTG sitting at 3 members up. Had a brief moment there. An opportunity to maybe do some more damage to Vard, but couldn't quite get enough to go. So Namiga, they're fine, dude. They're chilling. I don't think you leave Layosh on one side, hold the line on the other, and you should get pretty far into this game unless CTG really wide wraps around Rock, which they might have to.
Got 2 solos hiding inside of Lumberyard. Hakatori and Alo both. FaZe is going to wrap into the east, so Namiga's hillside could be under duress. Change the Game might be thinking to do the same thing. They're trying to avoid Rock's sight lines. Nobody really wants to make the push into Lumberyard itself just because it can get so dicey so fast, but Change the Game can change this game by getting this nade. It'll open up a path for him. Solds does go down. Is that going to be enough? Ares looks like he wants it. Hanging's on a side angle. It's hard to push this area, though.
Folding Shield gave away Sold's position. CTG was able to line up the nades. They're getting some good damage in, too. Hanging connects a bit onto the bottom player, RBN, in Rock's formation here, but they're getting lit up on a bunch of different sides. Rock's on the back foot right now. CTG at least doing damage, finding that first kill, opening up a little bit of space for them to make this push.
Getting closer and closer by the second. Namiga reads the counter move from FaZe. FaZe in some trouble, just trying to does manage to get into the tower. Whoa, James, that was close. Here's the push on the other side. Wizard Towers galore as it's all action. Changed the game, managed to flush out one, but eyes on the top, gonna make it a lot scarier.
I was just about to say, Santastico has to know that there's gonna be mollies coming, and they know they flushed him out into the other room. I wouldn't be surprised if that grenade, it wasn't cooked well enough, didn't get the knock. There you go. It's actually gonna be PWD who helps out a bit there. CTG claims the edge of the circle, just BL left for Rock.
Third solo enters the mix and runs to Lumberyard. Outside fight, FaZe getting some assistance from Spiro on top, and Well, with so much safety a second ago for Namiga has become a massive problem. This hillside just not feeling comfy.
Oh, Hakatori just dropped a nade right onto Fex's head. He's donezo. Jeems still in play. Looking around. 8 kills, though, for FaZe. A really solid start here to the last stage.
Hakatori's in a great spot in the circle already. It's just phase number 7. Going to see how Change of the Game sets up. That might reveal Hakatori a bit, but he doesn't want to go for too much more. Change of the Game really wants to see if they can be... I think they were trying to get on top of that, but couldn't quite find the jump angle. Big factors still, of course, Geek. They've got the buildings, and those are some awkward buildings in the east to push, so that's why Namiga and nobody else wants to do it. It's going to be on to Change the Game to go after it if they want to, but given the fact that now we know where the center dot is going to be, I don't think that that's anything anybody's eyeing.
No, and this is going to be pretty wild because there's 4 solos that are left in this lobby. That really is going to come into play for the last 3 teams that have 3 up. And, you know, that can go a lot of different ways depending on how clean you could take the fight against those solos, if you could spot them out before they spot you, where they stuck at. Like you were just talking about, Matt, there's so much on this part of the map in terms of, like, hiding places.
And it's not just any solos, guys. It's Jeems, who we know can just do crazy stuff by himself. Hakatori, who in this game we've already seen can do some crazy stuff by himself. BL, that's very close to center, can pop off. And then to the west of that, it's going to be Alo. These are some really scary solos hiding inside a lumberyard right now.
Yeah, it's not easy. You have to be so diligent here as the teams that are probably thinking right now, hey, we've got a good shot to win this game. You know, especially Geek, who's got a little bit of compound help towards the center of the circle. So they're going to be the ones who are really keen on just letting everybody else fight around him if possible. Try to wait this out.
We get 10 kills and eyes on that position, saying if maybe they can get themselves a victory, but it's going to be so hard ahead of Geek, who's just had positional control for so long. Changed the game, wrapping up to the north. Less in kills, but definitely been active in control of territory. Jeems going to be the first one that has to move. This is going to be dicey, as it's going to be one side, 2 members for Geek, other side of it, Hakatori.
Yeah, and he knows, based on where those grenades were coming in from, that somebody's got this angle held down potentially. But he's got the logs and a Dorito to help. That's a big knock on a Getrox by Hengi.
And that gets Jeems into the circle. Change the Game doesn't look like they want to go after Namiga, though. It's just, there's too many alive, and it feels so vulnerable. Instead, Change the Game just going to get some more space off of it. Jeems starting to get an idea on exactly where Hakatori is. Goes for the peek. Shots do come out from Hakatori. Quick peeks between the 2, but Hakatori takes a lot of damage. He gets down Jeems, though.
Decent attempt there by Jeems. Just, you know, with Hakatori being able to stay prone, stay low, made his spray a lot harder to do. That's a pretty good one there, doing a ton of damage. Oh my God, that almost got the knock with the Panzer. Just blind send it into the room. Hope somebody's in there, and somebody was. Just the splash damage, not enough. Alo still holding on for dear life, just trying to get as far into this game as he can. Going up on the roof is Namiga, looking for those advantageous positions, but Quizzy's having none of it.
Good read from Geek. Jumps out, gets some more damage. Geek in some control over the east now. They've been hunkered down inside this compound for a while, but Namiga just trying to get up onto the roof, find some safety. Can they get this res up? It looks like Geek is not going to let it happen. Movement's happening on the outside of this. Alo's trying to get into a better spot inside the circle. Change the Game. Still has to move as well.
Great stuff there from Geek. Quizzy relaying it over to his team that they were thinking about the res. Get out there and finish the job. Don't let them get any further in this game. Very well coordinated, very well thought out, and having that Saiga in hand, a nice swap up, a nice find for Geek as Hakatori, him and Alo. I think he hurt Alo. Yep.
He's just such a beast right now. Spots out Alo. Goes up to 6 kills. Now it's going to be Geek. Spots out Change the Game, so it's going to be our squads lining up against each other. Hakatori down south, feel a lot better, but BL pops off and does manage to take down Aries.
God, that folding shield came up just in time for Tian, or that might have been a double for BL. Now they've got to worry about Spiral from up above. Blue right at Hengi's back. He's in trouble. He's down.
Hakatori's gotten so much information. He's counter-moving around all of this. BL just trying to get some vengeance back on Change the Game. This is getting dicey for everybody moving in. It is 4 solos all fighting it out.
1v1v1v1. Tian looking at BL, sitting in that smoke right in front of him. I mean, my money's on Hakatori at this point, man.
Oh, this has gotten so scary. Hakatori in control of center blue zone right next to him, though. Not a lot of cover and going against the high ground, but he finds it! Hakatori on decimation mode. BL, other side,
does manage to rally it back.
Oh man, what a finish. Hakatori almost with an absolutely insane finish, but it's going to be Rock, who was so well thought out in the beginning of that game with the way that they emergency picked up into that northern move to claim a little bit of territory next to Geeke, solidify themselves in that position, change the game, almost knocked them out of it. But BL there, able to hang on and have a big one.
I don't know what was going on in group stage, Hakatori, but we missed you. Welcome back, man.
Oh, God, it feels good to see him just go crazy. Oh, he is so unreal.
That is... If this is how we're starting off, I thought first game could be a bit slow in different areas, but man, this is very clinically played. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do, and a big respect to Rock. They held that Wizard Tower for a long time. They were assaulted. They shifted out. BL clutches up in a big way for his team.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Alo doing what he could there for Team Liquid to salvage some points. Changed the game, had an okay one. They got some pretty decent points in there. Some big kills for a couple different teams. FaZe as well.
Alo stole some very needed placement points right at the start because the rest of Team Liquid went down on that push. Crazy Lumberyard game to start it off.
Take a deep breath and jump. Knock, knock. Look who gunning for the top spot. Me. I cannot stop. How much all that motivation cost? Free. You just gotta have the drive for it. Kinda make you wanna thrive for it. Rise and shine. It's about time that you stepping into your prime for it.
Rock takes the first game of the last stage here, and it is a big one to make sure that they can shut down the rest of the teams around them. Very important, considering that they had a decent spot to be able to play this from up in Lumberyard, and it all went their way.
Yeah, and what a feisty last couple of kills we got there. Actually, I was kind of expecting Geeke, if they're able to get that high ground, get that advantage, and get all three players on the elevated high ground, get CTG down. But there's too many solos, too many guys ratting, but they were active rats. They were out there shooting, throwing utility, throwing smokes. James actually managed to get tons of utility thrown out, and that worked out perfectly after Hakatori got him, because those angles coveted for Hakatori, but it was Beal, man. That center position, holding strong all the way to the very end, and passively waiting for everyone else to kill each other to take that last engagement.
Yeah, it was sort of a wire one for EMEA to start things off for last stage as well, and man, you triggered me there for a second. It's Hakatori. He doesn't relent. He doesn't give up. He never gives up. It's Hakatori night and day. What was going on with Hakatori? That was insane. I thought he was going to win it. I thought he was going to win it.
6 kills here, 1100 damage. Gets the absolute insane kill on PDD, but he dropped down with only 10 bullets and shot the legs of Beal. Beal had the better spot. He had more bullets. He had more HP, and he had a better peek onto Hakatori. And those points, those are points that matter. Damn, that's a huge one for Rock to take things home here to start things off with.
And that's why, despite two bad days...
Hey,
hello, wake up.
Hey, whoa. Give me a fist bump.
Despite two middling days from the 21 kills that Hakatori got at the beginning of
Everyone's leaving each other hanging here. What's going on?
Yeah, and you're... Shush, let me finish. Okay. The fact that Hakatori drops that in one game here, this does feel like a bit of a Hakatori playground for last stage.
It's, you know, as much as say this is PUBG right now, but this stage, if this happens more, we're going to have to rename it to Hakatori Farming Simulator.
That was terrifying.
He's going to be farming every single lobby here. He's going to be having 1K club games every time. He had 6 or 7 kills in this one too, man. It's going to be insane. But I'll say this, Geeke looked great. Levante and the boys, Getrox had 4 as well. I think Levante had 5. It's going to be high kill games. Geeke were looking strong. And overall, once I saw that 3rd and 4th circle pops, like, all of my fantasy team is inside the middle here. This is going to be a banging game, and it was looking fantastic for the majority team. FaZe, though, I'll say this, FaZe coming in from the western side, getting the amount of kills they're able to get, and the amount of points they're able to get is also going to have an impact on the overall leaderboard.
Yes, it will be 17 going the way of Rock as they are able to take the win overall. But Na'Vi, 10 kills. Geeke, 10 kills. Namiga, 10 kills. You know what I'm going to say, Avenger?
Say all of it.
EMEA, EMEA.
I will say this, though. The drop-off from FaZe in 6th on 9 kills down, it's so rare you see a 6-point drop-off from 6th overall down to just the 3 placement points we saw here from Liquid here. But what a fantastic game to get things rolling. It's going to be a huge difference for the teams, obviously getting both double-digit here and also the 2 teams getting the 9. Changed the game, though. I was happily surprised to see them kind of stepping up. They were also taking a great engagement onto the Harry Potter Tower. They were locking that down early on.
Yeah.
And staying that alive that long was obviously massive.
I felt like if the circles had been slightly different towards the end of this game, Change the Game could have taken this with the 3 members. Because the thing is that the rest of EMEA and ROC were quite condensed against one another.
Yeah.
And CTG, if the circles had gone slightly differently, would have been the last team to come to that and maybe not lost some of those members towards the end. So it could have been a CTG win in the end.
When you're reading the kill feed and you see, oh, we know there's 1 or 2 players left alive on some of the teams, and you see Hagatori kills James, Hagatori kills Elo, Hagatori kills, just single-handedly wiping out the remainder of multiple teams here.
I mean,
what do you do as Elo? You're like, wait as long as possible. Like,
yeah,
you try to go for the engagement.
The thing is that you walk around, you talk to the players, and they're like, well, you ask them, you're like, who do you actually want to fight? And like, people are scared of the way Hagatori plays this game because they all know he's a grinder. He's playing like 14-hour days, just blasting out results. The ladder, his numbers in ranked are nuts.
Yeah, and all the players, when you're talking to them, like, the nicknames he has is Monster, Terminator, Robot. Like, all of them are just calling him unbelievable. And you can see on the Dream Team video we had showing just before we started today, they were all saying Hagatori.
You can't let him do things like that throughout this last stage, otherwise Na'Vi will be rocketing up. But that is a great start for ROC for that win to get things a-rolling. EMEA came out and was able to frag out considerably as well. The circles going over their way, though, meant that they were able to kind of hold on to it. But now let's get into game number 2. The fist bumps around as we get all of these teams into the lobby once again as we have our second Erangel coming at you here for last stage PGC 2025. Let's rock and roll.
We figured it out. We know how to stop Hagatori. He will just eventually run out of bullets at some point.
Yeah, that's his
how you
only
win.
weakness. His only weakness is the fact that, magazines go empty eventually. Just give the guy the M249.
When you're killing 10 people and suddenly you're just out of ammo, just Hagatori things, right?
He's unbelievable. He is a monster for sure.
I am just hyped though for ROC because this is a squad that whenever they can get some momentum behind them, the vibes in that squad just escalate. You could see they were just bouncing off the walls, and that can sometimes propel them into being more aggressive and just really taking control over a game.
I think that first game showed me that their decision-making is on point today, even though there were a few moments where they maybe committed a player somewhere they shouldn't or whatever, but that doesn't really matter too much because at the end of the day, the macro game from them was really, really, really good. And that's a tough position to be in sometimes, in that dead zone between prison and the forest that's by the lumberyard, and they navigated it perfectly.
Orchid long drop and giving Primorsk some love. We never see Primorsk.
Yeah. Every once in a while we get lucky and we get a circle down there, but not going to be this time. It's time for our government-mandated military island circle.
My car. Chewie is just going to go ahead and walk away from it. Meanwhile, all right, Millie, inside track positions. Going to be Team Liquid, Myth, and Namiga. Namiga finding themselves in a good spot early after a pretty decent performance in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, again, making the best of a bad situation and then some from Namiga. That was a really well-handled game in terms of being patient with their rotations, having to make a weird move early that maybe isn't necessarily in your normal playbook, let's put it that way, and they could not have handled that situation much better, in my opinion. I think they really nailed it.
The lobby right now in America's Sandwich. ROC at the top, Furia down at the bottom. Furia just couldn't find what they wanted in the last game. Curious to see how they make some modifications early. ROC's going to go Kameshki. Why not? You can do whatever you want from over here. Doesn't mean the fact that they have the absolute furthest you can go to get to Millie.
But that's okay. ROC is one of those teams that's happy to play edge if they need to. And they're very patient, very good about making sure their flanks are clear, making sure they've got some open space. I was pretty impressed with them. They're one of the teams that I would have predicted to make it out of this group, actually, because I like their play style. I think it suits this lobby really well. I think going up against you know, teams that are going to be more central heavy, they should be pretty reliable and sturdy in that department. Just a matter of can they execute on that. But first game looked great, as we do want to hear from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Hakatori.
Багато хто надіявся. Ми показали невдалий результат, хоча перший день ми почали непогано. Але далі у нас були проблеми з дисципліною, трохи з комунікацією та індивідуальні помилки, але зараз ми зробимо висновки і повернемося сильніше. Ну, як я вже сказав, ми зробимо висновки і більше зробимо фокусу на комунікації та індивідуальній грі.
AI's getting really good, man. Those robots, they can talk good.
It is impressive, you know, these days. Well, who knows? Was that AI? Was that the real Hakatori? We'll never know.
Well, no, I mean, it's just the robot himself, man.
I know, dude, I know.
It's interesting that he hit on individual performance quite a bit. I'm curious if he's putting that more on his shoulders.
I bet.
As he's a guy that really does believe, like, he's got to make things happen. And, I mean, any superstar will tell you that, right? Everybody wants the ball whenever they think that they can win the game.
Exactly.
And he falls into that category. So it seems interesting to say that communication, though, was a key point for them.
That's pretty surprising. I think they're usually a team that is pretty balanced, especially, you know, in group stages and the early parts of tournaments on how they play, how they approach things, how good their read is on the lobby. You know, Alrain does a good job preparing that team. Escaluzia actually going to get a little bit of damage into AZ in return. Namiga spraying at FaZe as they pass on by, as AZ returning the favor there. But just damage done, no knocks as Sharper rolls in. This is
Rozhok?
I was going to say, this is around Rozhok. I'm like, this is nowhere near the circle.
What are we doing here? I'm intrigued.
Well, you know, there were so many teams that wanted to drop in this area that this is just kind of the dominoes falling.
Are they looking for an emergency pickup, maybe? So they're trying to go to a stronger loot node, or maybe just want to be in a safer spot to emergency pickup?
To say for sure. You see Gedrox get shredded there. Tries to get around, but Kiss is ready for it. So a little bit of a tough start for Namiga, despite a really nice circle for them in terms of they're a team that drops in Novo.
Yep.
And they're able to get pretty early into the circle, but Myth, step ahead. And they're going to claim one. Kiss is this player that we're looking to see absolutely start lighting up the scoreboard. He was so dominant during the first couple PGSs this year that it just feels inevitable that Kiss has got some big games in store for us.
Well, there's a lot of pressure. Whenever you become made in Thailand, you develop a lot of fans, and those fans want results. And sometimes for a squad that's getting a signing that big, it takes a little while to warm back into a position, you know, feel comfortable with yourself, not double think everything. Well, Myth, you've got yourself pretty centered position right now to work from. Just to the north of them, though, is going to be Navi. To the east, of course, Namiga. To the north of Namiga is going to be Change the Game. All the way down to the south of Millie is going to be Geek K. To the west of them, Genji and Orchid.
This is interesting from Asla. They've got a bunch of vehicles on the ground and then one boat that I can see with Glaz in it. I think the others, yeah, they're waiting at the coast, so it looks like they're going to scout the other side, look to see if Novo's open, and then they can all just hop in Glaz's boat together here potentially, or if they have an emergency pickup, whatever. Either way, oh, he's very close to being the Genji. Do they realize it yet?
They're running around out in the open. I don't even know if Boostic realizes how good of an opportunity that he had ahead of him just one moment ago. Arctics is still playing behind, seeing if he can scout any movement around the other side of the hill, but I guess the most opposing part of this would be Tosi if Tosi peeks around, but now Tosi has looked back that direction. He might have spotted some of the counter movements that are going on here. The rest of Gen G does look very focused into the west now.
Yeah, all they see is the one player in that compound. That doesn't give you the information that there are two sitting right underneath your nose here as Gen G, but now they're spotted out. Tosi gets a bunch of damage. Got a headshot on the second after finding the knock.
That was a massive knock. That stopped everything that Orchid wanted to try to accomplish there. Orchid now has Boostic isolated, kind of trapped, and Gen G, are they going to continue the hunt for this, or are they just going to keep compound control?
I think Gen G should just go for
two, right?
Yeah, they did. They know there's two, and they know there's one back at the compound. So the one on the hill does get cleared. So they know there's only one left on the hill, maybe two. It's just kind of how do you want to play that? I think Gen G plays passive, but I don't know, man.
I mean, we do have Magori and Arctics that they do have great sight lines up the hill, so anybody that peeks to look down at the other member for Orchid could get punished, but I don't know. It looks like Flame might be going more north, see if he can wrap, and Azla, good shots. Force at least something around here. This is a long rotate from Azla. They don't want to go to Novo. They want to go all the way south.
Oh, Gen G found an answer. They get Flame down on the off angle. That's going to be another player. It's Boostic that's on the ground. Response here for Magore. Only 26 damage done there with a bicycle to get out. A little bit scary for Orchid.
I'm gonna go home and tell Dad. Every time I see somebody hop on the bike, just, makes me sad. Magori, though, should be fine. Arctic's a bit more isolated. Magori does have the compound that's ahead of him, so he should be able to get there. Arctic's is already kind of in a building. I don't want to call it a full compound, but Gen G, they got a lot of people. Do they want to let him stay there is the real question.
I think at this point you've done critical damage since you've taken down 2 of Orchid. And it's not going to be easy for them to necessarily get to a revive station, and if they do, it's probably the one on the south west corner of the military base island. So I think you're fine at this point as Gen G to just keep track of them, keep them off that hillside, and like claim that territory for yourself. Because if the circle goes west, it starts hard shifting that way. Gen G's in one of the best compounds that's out there, other than like the Crossroads compounds where circles just seem to love them. But still, that's a very valuable piece of real estate for Gen G, and I wouldn't want to move just yet. We'll see what they want to do. Azla's continuing this super wide wrap. Dude, they're right by Geeke.
Spiro has to hear this now. Yeah, I think he spotted this. Geeke, they were stretching up north. They want to get more territory control, but now PWD has to come back and reinforce.
Azla's just dead. They should be.
Red zone, you got to pop heads big way right now. This is going to be very hard shots. Very vertical. And oh, hey, Bean. Yeah, I think they're done with Arc.
Wow. They did send it back over towards Geeke, who's got 2 players in place. PWD joining Spiro. And they're going to find that first knock as Azla's scrambling to get the hell out of there.
Just going to make landfall. Rock still on the outside of the circle. Sharper as well. Petrichor Road, Furia right next to each other. Bridge, that could be fight to break out. Uh-oh, Hammer, you done been spotted? Azla, I mean, Azla Pentagram trying to, I guess, do a blood sacrifice so they can summon something up on the top of the mountain to save them from DK?
Maybe. And they're going to need a lot more candles because the flames are going out there for Azla. As FN, this is phenomenal for them. Just emergency pickup, almost dead center of the circle. Nobody's in that part of the military base because everybody's kind of stuck on the outside of it. But this was a little bit of an unfortunate read here for Azla, thinking that maybe the south side of this island would be open. And it wasn't quite the case. Liquid on the move. Sitting into the craters in the middle of the...
Oh, no, Kurt. Not too many more options. Luke slams on the brakes. The timing for it, I think, should be okay enough. Nobody's really reinforced. FaZe has got a split around them, but it looks like FaZe was trying to position to better spot themselves. The other members for Liquid are sending it into the buildings just to the north of this point. Oh, no. So much damage onto Luke. He's the guy that stopped to save Kurt. Now Kurt wants to try to save Luke. Like, I don't even know. You have to leave him. You've just got to go. FaZe has too much of an open sight line.
I'd like to see Kurt just abandon this spot. You're going to be in grenade range. You already are. He's in a really, really tricky position.
Bard's just going to run straight at his face. Kurt has to catch him in the open if he wants to survive. Does take down Bard at least. But here comes Gustav, follow up right back behind, and now down to 2, Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's just kind of an unfortunate situation there for Liquid. Decided to stick around a bit in those broken concrete structures, whatever they are, and didn't opt to go with the other 2 players who went center. So it's going to be on to Alo and Sparking. Try to do something for Liquid.
It should be noted that Geeke wanted control over all this area to the south, and they've had to surrender it just to deal with Azla. So some of the lobby should be thanking Azla. What's going? This is scary, Petrichor Road.
This is death.
AZ's on one side. He's now starting to get shot at. He's going to feed the information. Try to distract Little Ghost. Oh, Ming pops up big. But the next stage of it, look at this. Petrichor Road rolls right into this. Does not even care.
Explain yourself, Ming. That was phenomenal. That is such a dire position when you've got 3 in one car with a gate-kept bridge to get through it. Now you are going to suffer a knock. It's actually from Furia, but my word, that could have gone a lot worse for Petrichor Road. And they are going to get at least a point onto Xiao Bei. The fight continues.
Look, 17's just in shambles, man. They've got to run. They're entirely outgunned over here, and they know it. Nan's going to spot out 7-7. It's just Xiaowu, the last one up. Petrichor Road just comes in bullying in a big way.
Whew. That's the Ming Ming we want to see. That is that superstar rifler. As Asla's red zone was like, I'm done with this, bro. This is not going well for us.
Hal is at least on the island now, though.
He is, but I assume Geeke's hunting him down as the glider is a Kraken looking for more. Petrichor Road there wants to get that res through. What a crossing for them. I am still just, my jaw is on the ground. That was nuts.
Just bold. I love it. Little Fear says, okay, we had some information. They had one member already over there, get some idea on what's going to be happening, and just commits. And I love it. That's a good sign for Petrichor Road. If you can execute a play like that, you got to start feeling like you can get into the top 5.
I agree, Matt. I think that's a confidence builder for sure. To be in a really tricky position where the other team has the defender's advantage, and you're able to usurp that, can't complain at all. As Namiga back up to the high ground, back up to 4 players, so they're able to get the revive after Kiss got that early kill. And they're going to be settling up on that radio tower quite nicely in that 2-2 split. Going to have a ton of control over the circle. Genji, early fight with Orchid that got them some kills, sends them into the bunkers. Not much to do, but literally bunker in.
Yeah, it's bunker standoff time where these guys are just going to peek every once in a while and take some shots at each other. Rock's going to do a long wrap around Novo. That's going to put them pretty close to Sharper. Sharper is just kind of spread across the hillside, and there's no way you can avoid them if you're in this path. If you stay going south, you're going to bump into a Sharper member.
Yep, and Sharper is going to see Rock here, so they have a choice. Do they want to try to fortify and block Rock? And that looks to be the case, as we can see here on our screen. Escaluzia and Thunders getting into position to barricade that road. Here's Ming Ming's perspective on this. Filthy. He's down to 34 health. He's going to get a second. Oh, my God, dude.
Again, just love it. There's no other words. Just absolutely amazing. The Kraken's like, hey, I'll at least get something out of this. Thunders does spot out Rock. They do pass this. Well read by Rock. Only BL, the hero from last game, tailing in. Sharper, though, very focused on the cars ahead of them. Rock's actually entirely wrapping around Sharper, and looks like they're trying to gatekeep.
There's a hillside here you can use to put some pressure down on this team that's trying to get near you on that road. You can at least force them up the hill, force them more north potentially. The only problem is you have a team that comes out of the forest where Geek is from behind you as Rock. That can be a little precarious, but you have a huge advantage over the team that's up on this hill, up on this road, and Rock is capitalizing. Great, again, macro from them.
Just very cleanly played. They've managed to secure an angle of approach for BL now. He should be able to make it to the safe zone. Sharpers had to surrender the control that they had in this position. This just feels like the momentum we were talking about after last game, right? This buys you that now. You go, no, I can go ahead, walk into this, very little fear now.
It's really so smart from Rock. They're really on point today. 17, Xiaowu looking for some way to get further into this game. Goodbye, Gustav, trying to get in the UAS, and is picked out by Furia, who's been on the hunt this game. They're really been active. Even though they don't have a ton of kills, they only have 1, they were trying to get involved in that 17 Petrichor Road fight. They peeled off of that. Now they're trying to harass FaZe towards the edge of military, and they're already in their vehicles getting ready for this rotate as we go a little bit of half-half here, half military base, half mountainside.
Yeah, we keep some of the bunkers in play. We've kind of got the antenna buildings you can work around. This has just gotten a bit awkward as it's very vertical and almost creates 2 different arenas, 3 if you count coming out of Radio Tower itself into the area that Sharpers play.
Yeah, it's tricky. Genji in particular, if you hunker in the bunkers, it's sometimes not the best. It can be really very difficult to fight out of them because there's only one way in and out. And Genji doesn't give a damn. They just pop right out and say, hello, Furia, we're coming.
This was well scouted by Genji, so they know exactly what they want. The rest of Furia is going to be coming up back behind, at least getting some harassment. I think that's going to be Zakraken still in the air, maybe. Gizera's back behind this, but not too much else that he can do, and that's a lot of shots. GK now taking shots at Zakraken as well. I don't even know where Gizera goes at this point.
No, this was a perfectly timed push out of that bunker by Genji. Grenade, too far. Not going to get anything.
This is Team Liquid getting some retaliation back onto FaZe. Rez at least comes up. Blue zone being a problem for both squads. Let's not forget about Xiaowu behind it all. just throwing whatever they can. Team Liquid, it's going to be Sparking that does spot out Jeems. It's a flush onto him. He's got to be careful, though, as ahead of this Vart just roaming around inside the vehicle ahead of it all.
Oh, and Xiao Wu comes too. This is so bad for FaZe. Two different teams with low players strike from behind you. Bean is going to get Gizera. That problem you were just talking about, Matt, well, there's your answer. Not much he could do indeed. Petrichor Road running in towards Na'Vi, still making their way into the next circle. They have a bridgehead with most of their players, just the last one trailing in Sosid.
It's going to be interesting with the way that the circle is set. Myth and Na'Vi are still playing the hillsides to the north of military base proper. That means that they're going to have a road that they're going to have to cross moving into Namiga's very controlled territory ahead of them. Way out, still in military base itself, is going to be this standoff between Sparking and Xiao Wu. See who gets the better of each other. It looks like Sparking can hit a couple of shots on Xiao Wu, and he's going to go down to blue zone.
Can Sparking get that point? It's a question of Sosid having none of this. That's two with the M249.
Mine. This is my territory. You might have managed to handle a great bridge camp, but now Petrichor Road in a bit of trouble. AZ at least gets Sosa down, but this is going to be Namiga as well as Na'Vi holding out the last member for Petrichor Road.
And Na'Vi, though, crumbling a bit here as Namiga has some angles into them as well. And is going to be extends with the bolt. He's going to claim AZ's soul.
But Myth heard that. They're moving aggressively. Extends, has to defend, tries to keep Myth back, but Myth is going to be playing this very fast and heavy. Namiga actually crosses the road on the other side of Na'Vi as well.
Oh my God, if Na'Vi could somehow parse this together, they actually have a lane where they could just drive away from this maybe, but
they are.
They know it.
Good read. Do they have the information? They're going to drop down right in front of Namiga. Shots are starting to come after him, but a little bit of cover. Ferris is going to go down. Na'Vi with very little options, just sending it at the perfect time.
Oh, but Orchid's over here. Orchid got some revives, and they're right in front of Na'Vi. Grenade prepped here for Arctic. They're right on top of him.
Just runs right into it. Hakatori down. Nade's going to finish it all off. Flames, death, and destruction. Na'Vi is eliminated.
That's crazy there. The fact that Boostic survives about a quarter HP there, maybe 26 or so. Unbelievable stuff. Vard still clinging to life out in the blue, trying to heal his way through. The issue is he can get in. He could get prone at the fence line, and he's going to be okay from the teams that are to his north. It's just if anybody sees him. FN is just farming people from these bunkers. I don't know what's going on.
It's just not a lot of clean angles to work from, so FN's got control of two of the bunkers now, and the standoff that's been going on for so long between Sharper and Rock has to come to some form of head. They're right next to each other, and Rock either goes north or they chased after Geeke. And I don't think that you want to go down into the bunker lands.
No, it's not ideal, to say the least. This has actually gotten tricky for Rock. I thought they might be in a pretty good spot in this game, but because the circle shifts back towards military base, I'm a little more worried for them now. It's really hard sledding to get down there. It is a lot of exposed terrain to get downhill towards that military base.
Gedrox is also getting very close to Myth Olympus. Myth has, I guess, their peninsula of hillside that they can play from for right now, but Rock with their double up has the shack, and Sharper's trying to defend.
How is Howl still alive? He snuck his way through. He got through all of Geeke and Rock to get into the spot by the fence. My man.
Do the job the best he can. Namiga, though, is going to be the one that spots from behind with Thunders. That's kind of interesting. So Sharper is going to have to regroup. That's going to allow Rock. RBN's already inside the circle, so it looks like they're going to regroup very close to Geeke and Howl.
Yeah, so they're
Gedrox.
Got to look for a timing there. Gedrox still doing it with the M249. My man going crazy with it. Kiss looking to respond. He's not being given many opportunities. Myth tried to fan out, try to box Namiga in, and Leash out in the open there. And Levante going to be getting one.
Just two up for Myth right now, and this is a very aggressively moving Namiga. They crossed the road, realized the way that the circle was going to get set up. They didn't want to move down to the bunkers just yet either. Instead, they're just doing harassing lines. But on the other side of that is, of course, going to be Kiss, who seems like he's warming up more and more.
Oh, Rock trying to crash down while Geeke's in disarray. They're really wide split, but the smokes are right on top of them. So RBN trying to figure out where the heck they are from the road. The grenade, though, perfect from Quizzy.
Great for Geeke. Everything's going to have to converge right there for Rock and Geeke both. The high ground members for Rock trying to defend the lower ground knocked members. I mean, Geek, what do? Do you send it for bunkers? Do you at least go flush out those kills? It's going to be hard with these firing lines set up. Sharper is now starting to get some vision onto Rock. That's made it more complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Santastico wants to get this res desperately, but Earth not going to allow it with that Dragunov temporarily. Will be going for the reload. Might open a window there for that revive to come through. Kiss prone down on top of this mountain.
But there is an opportunity for a crossfire from Myth. They are heavily outnumbered. Scappy tries to get up the hillside. That is going to put them reinforced, closing off that crossfire that they had just a moment ago. Instead, Wolfpack mindset coming up from Namika. Layosh way back behind everything, but Scappy hears the footsteps right on top of him, and it's Zenith. and Pochon taking shots into Maiden Thailand at the worst possible moment.
They can't get up. They can't do much about this. The Dorito's not going to be that helpful. Immediately a grenade just in case. Kiss is just gone.
Yeah, nothing can be done. Maiden Thailand. They tried to get something back, but those should be resable, should be clean. New circle pops, and it goes right down to change the game and Pochon.
All right. Opportunity here for those two teams. Maybe change the game. Can do what they couldn't in the previous one. You do get the res, but like I was saying, you got to go downhill. And yeah, it's not the best. Santastico will get to the tree, but he's still got work to do in this circle. Sure, he's got a ghillie, but it's not going to be too much of a surprise where he's at. And yeah, he's just done.
Yeah, that ghillie's not going to put in a lot of work there. Geek has this wall that they can play. I don't even want to call it a wall, I guess. A crawling block of some type that you can sneak along. Sure, there's the fence that's going to be there, but that's going to be about it. Sharper has to get into the zone. There is one member in Zenith that is waiting to see if he can keep a containment angle onto Namiga, but everything's still kind of settled. We've got Change the Game and Gen G still right on top of each other.
Yeah, it's pretty wild for Gen G, the circumstances of this game. Sharper did have to clear out Boostic up here. They did so relatively cleanly. Howl has been prone in this shack or in this guard tower, and he's waiting.
Been so patient. Do they even know Namiga going after Ares' other side? Smoke plumes out. I like how they don't run right into the guard tower. Instead, everybody's playing this slower, realizing it's going to be vulnerable, but it's going to be vulnerable from approach from Rex. Beautiful sight line in, and Pochon just wrecking people.
Huge, and a grenade as well from CTG's Tian. I can't believe he got it that far. That is unbelievable. What an arm. That is great for them. That leaves Ares in that position as that anchor to cover their backside, to give them an early warning system as well.
Hal has friends again, finally. He's been alone for so long.
Does he want friends?
Right now, they're kind of defending him, so sure.
That's true. I mean, I don't think Sharper is going to push any further forward until they have to.
The downside is the louder these guys get in Sharper, people might start looking into that guard tower and maybe go for a couple of snipe shots on him. Is Change the Game and Gen G, they keep bunker control and the guardhouse stays in play.
All right, impetus on FN to get something done in this one. They're going to have to break out from that bunker and buy themselves entry into the next circle. Smokes start coming down early. I think you have to take the fight against CTG here. The real danger man is Ares. Don't know if they know or not if he's in there. Not sure if he's shot much or at all. So that's going to be kind of a question mark here in my mind.
The setup, yeah, with Ares is just a beautiful crossfire if the time pops up. EK, the roaming X Factor to the south. Smokes down for Pochon. They just got a foot push across. Change the Game just has too many angles into this. It's going to be so hard. Dades starting to rain down on top of Pochon. They counter move around them well. Breaker is down, but so far as Zenith has managed to make it onto the bunker, that's big.
That's huge. The fact that a grenade actually does anything there, and Wenbo had a grenade in hand, so he goes down. Gen G now thinking, hey, maybe we can get involved. Maybe we can get some points. Oh my God, Rex. Oh, thank God you're prone. That one looks scary. As still though, 3 alive for FN. They're crawling, they're going.
Geek taking shots onto Gen G, so Gen G can no longer get involved in this firefight. But Geek has drawn attention to themselves. They still need to get in the circle. They might just be opting to see if they can force a firefight between them and Gen G and steal a kill there. I don't know. Geek is in a lot of trouble, and everything is just funneling right on top of this bunker with Zenith here. Rex there, Star-Lord still at range. I think he's very aware of where Ares is at, and he's trying to maneuver around that. Galusha also trying to get closer to the bunker.
If Star-Lord can gatekeep Ares here, that'd be huge for FN. That would make this fight a lot more tenable for them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, it is just going to be some grenades exchanged between Sharper and Geek. A knock either way would be huge to break open some space. Geek still has room to go to get into this next circle.
Just barely, though. They just need a couple of meters to work from. Pochon up on top, trying to push. Hangi on one side of it, Tian on the other. Lots of nades. cooked well. Tian goes down. Hangy's still up on top, but took a lot of damage. He's retreating to the angle that Aries can try to defend, but FN Pochan starting to become kings of the hill.
Yeah, Zenith is going to get Tian. Aries finally strikes and immediately gets another. What a spray.
That is big. That turns a lot of what's going on up here at the top. Star-Lord trying to hero rally at the bottom, but Jin Ji starts to roam around.
That might have just won the game there for CTG. Aries with a huge play. Grenades bounce really nicely. Almost got Quizzy. His toes sticking in the blue, but he's still alive. There goes Bean. Oh boy, Genji won.
But that was so violent, it created a big distraction. Eshkalusha is trying to creep his way in. He's right next to that bunker now. And has Aries spotted him yet? They keep hearing this firefight going on with DK. And instead, somehow a Sharper member has gotten into nade range.
Oh,
that's
God.
big.
Oh, it's perfect. That is so well cooked by Escaluzia. My God.
Not believe he got here. Now he runs up. It's a new contender for the King of the Hill. Hanging on one side, but GK taking shots. Open angle, big problem, narrowly escapes.
Let's not forget Howl. He's still in that he's still in that guard tower, bro. He's still got something to say.
The dream lives. Howl wants it so bad. Earth looking like he's trying to set up a reinforcing angle, change the game, going for the res. DK still very active in a desperate situation.
Poor Quizzy. He's like, what do I do? What can I do? All right, I go now. Let's hope. Let's pray. Yeah, no way.
Orca finds it. Sharper. They've got a lot of nice angles. This is phase number 8, so they have control over center. High ground is still with Change the Game. Orca right down below him. This has gotten really awkward really fast, and I don't think that Sharper knows Hal is there. He is still going to have his moment.
He hasn't moved a muscle. He isn't even going, you can't afford to make the noise to go for the poppers or anything like that, so just have to sit and wait this out.
Look at that face.
I know, dude. The man's dialed in. He's got to be ready for when one of those Sharper players, if he's lucky, maybe two, run in front of him, but we can see it could only be one as he's just chilling.
This is going to be really interesting. Jedi has to run next to him, so he should be able to look left, take shots. Earth could still be on the other side of the fence when that happens and make him more vulnerable, but that'll stop Sharper in their defense of the circle for Change the Game to have some opportunity to get out of this point, because right now they're getting punched every single time. Yes, exactly. Hal gets down Jedi. What's he going to do? Smoke's now coming out. He has an opportunity to go for the circle, but the guys that he's just opened up an opportunity for now taking pot shots at him.
I believe that was Orca there. Oops, a little bit of a whoopsies with the frag grenade there for Orca, but now Earth's job is to just keep Howl stuck as best as he can.
But he has to work on Change the Game. Other side, hanging on top, does get the knock. Sharper down to 1. Earth in a very awkward spot. He knows Howl's on one side of it. Change the Game's got high ground on him, taking a lot of damage. That smoke's not doing it for him.
Looking for the molly for the finish. Aries lets loose with a prayer. Another grenade up from Orca, trying to see if he can get a knock onto CTG, buy himself some space. I think that's a blue zone. Yeah. I was gonna say that was not a frag for sure. I wasn't sure if it was a smoke or what.
How is Howl still stealing more and more points at this stage? Placement points, finding a kill. He's got vision on where Orca's going to be. He gets the kill on that. He is just finding so much in such a weird spot. He gets the knock onto 1. Hell on the other side. Hanging takes a lot of damage. Earth should be able to follow it up. And now is the miracle going to happen? Yes, it is. Asla Pentagram somehow takes it.
And Glass gives him a kiss. Oh my God. What a game. Can you believe it? From being stuck under the rocks of GK's view to getting into a solo guard tower by himself for the longest time, somehow, some way.
Red Zone died for this. He specifically was playing an island to draw attention from GK so Hal could get up the hillside. And that's how they managed to get to this point. That is insane. What is up with solo plays in these first 2 games?
Oh, man? It's beautiful. This is what we want to see. This is what the last stage is all about. Giving it your all. Making sure you try to do everything you can to get every point possible. And yeah, hell yeah. Give that man his due.
He's got more people pointing at him right now than he did through the entirety of the game for like 2 circles.
That's right, we're back for game 2, and kiss that man, Howl! He gets himself the victory for Asla Pentagram. I cannot believe it. I was pitting my kind of chips on either Sharper or CTG, and all in all, Howl sitting still, sitting steady in the little shack, gets himself the win. It was a banger!
This is exactly why we love PUBG so much, right? Anything can happen. We're expecting CTG to do insane. We're expecting F and Pochan even. They had a good spot on
yeah.
Genji could have done stuff. With Sharper, with the control that they had, imagine if they checked that with a flashbang.
Oh,
that one, they would have won that game easily, but it popped off. And I love these solo game impact games we've had so far. Absolutely amazing. Some of the teams are kicking themselves because, like, yeah, that's our game. Thunders, if he didn't go down to, like, standing still to an absolute banger shot coming in from the Lynx, obviously, there would have been 4 guys alive, and they would have easily won that game from the eastern side after that shifted off the small hangars there.
Tough circle towards the end, right? These areas are so open, unless you've got the wall, and even then you have to be proning, unless you've got a little shack like that, unless you've got the bunker locations, and even then CTG and Genji couldn't really move away from it as well. So for Howl to get that one, that is amazing. And then also, for Change the Game, I mean, they were able to do a lot from this location. Sharper moving around, separating themselves as much as they did, I think was a bit of a hindrance to them, but they felt like they had to, right? They had to try and control a lot of this, what it was effectively wide open space, and shut in CTG.
I'll say there is impact onto Zenith and Rex. That's exactly why CTG had a bigger chance here, but
kiss that man!
Locking it out, like a kiss him.
Yeah!
Get him! Oh yeah, I love it. Yes! That's awesome. I love that. That's the vibe you want on a team is exactly that. And I gotta say this as well, James, here. The nade, obviously, we saw coming in from CTG. It was like, that was massive to put that in behind. And like, that's some of the reasons you're putting these foldable shields up. Like, it's to have that impact there. Nemiga was looking good coming in from the northern side. I was like, okay, they might have a chance here, but got shut down 2 angles and a nade there. No chance to them. They did have a good impact. They did take down Myth. And now with just 2 games to go, just 3 points from Myth here. It's not really what we were expecting them to.
Yeah.
It's not really what we're expecting to do, right? What we've seen from Kiss, not the Kiss we saw here, but Kiss, the player from Myth, what we've seen from him so far this year has been, we're like, okay, we're putting him up there amongst some of our top fraggers, some of our super carries, and it's not really come to fruition just yet.
Yeah, so far there was only 1 Kiss we were really talking about for this game, let's be real. Unfortunately, it's not the Myth one. But yes, great stuff from Asla Pentagram to be able to get this victory. It's not a huge chicken dinner, but it is a chicken dinner. 14 points go their way. Change the game with 13, takes it away as well. And Genji, 8 kills. And then being able to survive in the bunker for as long as you do. When you've got a circle like this, if you've got someone in the bunker, it's such a strong spot to stay alive.
As a 2-man salvage mission, 12 points for that is absolutely unreal here. Change the game. I was actually expecting them to end up on a bit more, but they're not only getting those 8 kills too, 1 more placement point, obviously. Sharper is the team that's kicking themselves here. If they didn't lose 1 guy to standing still open in the link, like with the link shot from Nemiga there, like that they should have been 4 alive. They should have had the control on the eastern side. They were 3 alive for the longest time ever. You shouldn't have lost the guy to Lynx there, because that would have been potentially 2 or 3 more kills, but eventually a win. We're talking maybe 20-point game for them instead of 10.
Good salvage points overall for GK. Quizzy obviously surviving into later stages. And that means now that GK is still in number 1 with 24 points going their way. Change the game, jumps up into 2nd place. And for this, Asla Pentagram finds themselves in 6th, because obviously they only got 2 points from the previous game here. But it's still as much as, you know, Asla Pentagram changed the game, got plenty of points from this game. Still, Nemiga, it feels like they're just shooting everything here at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 3 placement points only, just, you know, still fragging out, putting themselves into great spots here. And even, we just get through 2 games through here. I'll say this, though, Orchid, they've been under a lot of pressure here. It's been difficult circuits. We are changing the terrain. We are changing the map here.
Changing the game, if you will.
Changing the game, if you will. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll go with that. And going on to a different map here, that's going to be the good kind of reset mentally for some of these guys that's been struggling a little bit with these 2 games on their ankles so far.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And it obviously has a very different dynamic on how these games actually play out for the teams on a Tego, on a Rondo, and how it all does shape up here. But so far, so good for EMEA. I don't want to hark on it too much here because, of course, we're a little bit...
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, okay, all right. Don't jinx it, I guess. But yes, it's good to see CTG still up there. I do believe now at present that CTG will get top 5 in the current form that they're in, and may end up being the only Chinese representative going through if things continue this way. way.
I mean, that it's another case of where we talked about in the last one here. The talent is too spread out, are not committed to putting.
There is some of that.
Yeah,
like Korea.
And like Korea, and China should have, you know, 1 or 2 absolute insane super teams, especially after what we saw in 22 and what we've seen throughout the years, especially here at the PGS era.
Well, we've got plenty more games to come here from the last stage, so join us right after this break when we get into some of those.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Mysterious climate change in Erangel, a handful of gunplay updates, and some changes to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale. All this and more as we dive into the Update 39.1 patch report. First up, due to the crash of several Tithonic satellites used in a climate control experiment, parts of Erangel have been damaged and are now temporarily frozen over and covered in snow. As a result, the Blue Zone now has an added freezing effect, which can also be triggered with Blue Zone grenades and the new Blue Zone grenade launcher. And speaking of weapons and loot, rumor has it the crashed satellites have some as well. Ferries in the Red Zone have been temporarily disabled, while Battlegrounds officials deal with the satellite problem and repair the damaged bridge. Next, we're adjusting the power of a few guns slightly. The M416, SKS, and SLR are all getting buffs to their recoil, while the AUG and VSS recoil is getting a slight nerf. The VSS's firing sound has also been increased. There are a few more little changes on the list, so make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. For fans of alternate game modes, Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting some updates, including updated care packages for TDM and the recall system added to IBR. We're also bringing back UGC Alpha with some new additions. Add to all that our new rank season and a new Survivor Pass, which you can read all about in the patch notes. Update 39.1 is here, so grab a Blue Zone grenade launcher, seek out a TDM care package, and give your enemies a cold reception on Erangel. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
teams playing for their tournament survival right now, getting down to the last man in 2 games in a row. This is just all you can give.
It's been just so good to start the day. It's hard to do better than that. Some very different circles, some very different endings, but some very fun ones regardless, where some of our solo players stepping up huge, and that's exactly what we want to see. Rock and Asla taking those first 2 games in absolute nail-biters.
I am still just dumbfounded by how Hal did that.
Even Glaz, I came up to him after the game and I said, "Nice job, bro." And he goes, "Holy, how did he do that?"
Yeah, I mean, take it, man. There was an opportunity that presented, and that's a high-pressure situation because the rest of your squad has been dead for a long time. You haven't been moving. You're not warm or anything else like that. But the opportunity's presented right in front of his face, and he took it. And you just got to take them when they're there if you're in this lobby right now.
Exactly. It's time to Tago in the last stage, day 1. Of course, this is just the first stage. Still a lot of PUBG to be played, but man, oh man, those first 2 games are any...
Well, you say that. This
yeah.
Only 5 go up.
That's true.
This is going to be really dicey. You got to start coming out swinging real fast.
Yeah, I mean... It's so hard to be under this much pressure that these teams and players are.
We're so used to top 8 advance, top 8 advance, top 8 advance. This is a way sharper cut line, and it feels like you've got to get some momentum, something underneath of you early to feel like you can find opportunities in the games as you go forward. And I don't know. This is going to be really peculiar to watch this, and as it all plays out.
Well, like you mentioned, it's not the normal top 8 go. Since it's just top 5, you don't have nearly as much room for bad games. You don't have as much room for those 0-pointers. You have to be getting points game after game. You have to be finding those good days to give yourself a chance. Speaking of a chance for Petrichor and Na'Vi to maybe have a little bit of a scuffle. Looks like it's just vehicles for now, but see if anything amounts out of that.
Yeah, they're kind of eyeing a compound as they were going over it, but this has turned awkward for Na'Vi as they did manage to get a vehicle on one side. Tosi's going to be lining into Sharper, I believe, at range. Or does that change the game?
That's Liquid.
Liquid, oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is Gen G actually purposely dropping further away from Palace to punish the long drop that they knew that Team Liquid is going to have to make over them. See if they could get one for free, but this is a fight, and this is Hakatori.
Just landed, you have to deal with it. Him and Extends both. Petrichor Road feeling themselves a bit after pushing through that bridge. No surprise, but
Hakatori has no close range gun here yet. So he had to be good with that sniper, and he was good enough, I think, to back Petrichor Road off. That's really nice for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi looked like they were about to retreat to an angle that the other members could defend, but instead Petrichor Road just going to continue on their merry way forward.
I can't whistle good. Tried to whistle. Didn't. There, nice.
I got you.
You got my back. That's why, that's why we're together.
We're in the trenches together like this, man.
Yeah, in the trenches.
When you need somebody to whistle, I got you.
Appreciate you, man. But again, that's huge for Na'Vi, because if Petrichor Road had tried to push Hakatori there, he's probably dead. All he had was a mini, and didn't matter. But 4 kills there for Howl. The man of the match, no doubter there. That's
big. We've been talking so much about Red Zone and his performances. Hal having a clutch potential of this level is insane in and of itself. And Asla Pentagram has just thrown up a whole bunch of new variables for this lobby to deal with.
Well, it's been a big talking point of the group stage. I like that you brought this up, that so much of Asla's success was predicated on Red Zone going crazy. Now, if other players can start stepping up behind him, then they are all of a sudden a threat to go into that grand finals. And that would be, I think, on not many people's bingo card for this. As the first circle, by the way, like half-half here. So hard to say exactly what it's going to do with that river in the middle. But there's been a lot of different ways it can go, to be honest. It can go north and go south. We'll get to that when we get there. But Hosan, yeah.
Respect to GK on top of leaderboard right now. I mean, just absolutely insane whenever we're looking at everything and how it's set up. Rock, great start for their clutch performance. So much to look at, so we're going to listen in from Seoul. Or not.
We're working on it. We want to hear from Seoul.
We do.
We'll get there.
Well, sooner or later.
Yeah, but there might be a fight here, so hold on.
I mean, there's something brewing. But it is also Furia. But on the other side of it, it's FN Pochon. FN Pochon more aggressive in the earlier stages than Furia would probably want to be.
Yeah, I mean, but FN very, in terms of their coaching staff, well-versed in this part of the map, as they came from the old Danawa system where Yongchun was their drop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Zenith just needs to be patient, I think.
They're just, yeah, FN. They have everything set for them. A couple of shots, make it scary, but Rex on the other side is going to have good vision. Kawazine down.
Yep, this is really nicely set up. A little push and pull here for FN. Grenade goes a bit far for the flush. Kawazine hugs the wall. Is he going to be safe?
Well, the timing for this was really interesting because remember, Furia did get harassed going up the hill, but then everybody spun back to the down member, and that allowed them to get back into this point. Kawazine in trouble, and yeah, he is going to finally get taken out. Another nade just to make sure, but Furia jockeying around this position. I don't think that they know exactly where all the angles that FN's at, and this has become very scary very fast.
This is weird for FN. If they can get out of this clean, if they can force Furia away or just find an exit, they might get a little help from 17 on this backside, but they can kind of regroup with the rest of their team who's on the other side of Yongchun holding that angle down. And probably regroup, get those grenades back up in their pockets. There's still probably plenty of loot inside the city proper, potentially. So a lot could go well here for FN, as long as those two players right there survive.
A lot can go wrong for Furia. They are trapped in this position now as we have gone to Godok Island for most of our teams. Nobody wanting to play around Terminal right now. Just Amigo around Shipyard. That's about it. Looks like they're kind of entrenching in position. So on Godok Island itself, of course, we've got Furia, FN, Pochon 17 that we were just looking at a moment ago. Asla already over here. Gen G, Myth, changed the game. And now, everything's calmed down a bit. Let's hear from Souls.
All right, so now we're with Saul from Rock Esports. And congratulations on the first chicken dinner of the last stage. But you came in here in such a tight 8 situation. So I would like to ask you about the adjustment that you made for this last stage to make the spot to the grand finals.
Primeiro, parabéns para o primeiro frango e vocês entraram nessa fase em lugar de fronteira. Que mudança que vocês fizeram para ganhar a vaga de final?
É muito bom começar com a vitória, né, na Slash Chains, só tem muitos times bons. E a gente acho que não conseguiu aproveitar boas oportunidades que tivemos no último dia de Group Stage. E o nosso treinador, o Silzen, ele deu alguns insights em nós, ajudou nós com alguns problemas que tivemos e estamos mais confiantes em aproveitar as oportunidades para a Last Chance agora e garantir essa vaga.
We're so happy now we are in last stage and we didn't do well in group stage, but we will communicate more and we also communicated with our coach, with our teammates to do better in last stage.
All right, so a lot of matches to go, so cheer for Rock Esports! Yay!
Solid insights from a squad that does move in a very interesting fashion. Rock is, they have a very interesting set of win conditions whenever they're playing for circles, but also whenever they get point totals, they get a lot more aggressive in the earlier sections of rounds, and we might see that have to be a thing depending on the approaches. They're going to be following in right behind Na'Vi, who's just having to boldly send it in a red zone as well as an entrenched position that Sharper's playing from.
Yeah, this is one of the advantages of being later to the party potentially for Rock, is that they're going to maybe hear some of this and probably see some of it, and they can make better decisions off the back of it. Takatori has Jedi potentially out there. Can he spot him through the foliage is the real question. So said, lighting up Escaluzia. It's getting weird for Sharper.
And this has gotten very odd on the other side, as now Rock has spotted this. Instead, they're going to play along coastline. They have one of their members over there in Solds that is pretty close to Sharper as well. So this has just become full jockeying for position around each other between two squads in the red zone.
Yeah, this is so scary for these Na'Vi players. One bad red zone and you lose 2 players potentially. Even Flame has an angle into it. That looked close to Jada. I'm not sure how close it actually was, but yeah, things a little bit scary, and I think Na'Vi has now realized, well, maybe we could find a different angle here.
As long as we don't sit still, they won't hit us. You just keep roaming around, and Na'Vi actually has gotten further north now than Sharper, so they should be set up pretty well. Curious to see how we see any response from Sharper, or if they're just going to be fine with their hillside.
Oh boy, this is a full-on fight. This is looking to kick off. Jedi holding the line, a lot of damage done, trying to hit that player driving away in the coop, but Hill going to offer the cover. They're responding, but this has been just a tit-for-tat battle.
It's mostly just a med battle, but Hakatori now the new guy on the line. Jedi behind him, so he can't pop up too much. He's starting to get to a stage where he might be able to catch anybody on Sharper that comes after him. I've had an emergency pickup called by FaZe a moment ago, so keep an eye on that.
He's got the M249. Yeah. Now he can't run out of bullets, Matt.
Or
well, he can, but...
I was going to say, in like 2 seconds he can.
But, you know, it solves that problem he had. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to worry about the magazine running out if you got 160 bullets in the clip.
And somehow Hakatori will hit headshots with like 8 of them in a row.
Yeah, he's just that good. Orchid sitting close to Geekay, circling around his boost stick, but didn't like what he saw, so it's just a change of direction. Maybe hoping a bit that this one goes south instead of north, but most teams thinking this one's going to go north based on the amount of land.
Yeah, our teams in the south right now are going to be Petrichor Road, Geekay, as well as Orchid. Geekay's got their emergency pickup called. FaZe already has theirs, and Yongchan looks like it's going to have a lot of friends here in a second.
Yeah, so this circle, there's only a little bit of this that isn't water that's considered unplayable, and it's on the northern end, so it's pretty likely to go south, southwest, southeast.
Is 17 calling emergency pickup just to jump over Yongchan?
Potentially.
That's intriguing.
If they even take it, they might just be burning it to burn it, but...
They might be just trying to throw timing off. Hakatori spots out Sharper. Tree being just enough as there's the bullets in frustration. Oh, ammo yet again.
My only weakness. Sharper, though, yeah, again, it's just a little bit of damage, chip damage.
Busy.
Dangerously close to Orchid.
Yeah.
But they're smart about it.
He pulls back away. Headshot does connect from Boo Stick, but down the hillside he goes. And remember, this is not in safe zone. Diffx gets spotted. Boo Stick connects.
Man, Boo Stick there, head on a swivel. Immediately turned and got Diffx. So Geekay going to have to abandon their teammate, it looks like. Just keep driving on. Probably just run him over there. Azla in trouble. Namiga holding the roadside. Howl, the hero from game 2. Looking to hop his way out of there, and looks like he's good to go.
Namiga's got a good control territory. They've got fields around them on the outskirts of Yongchan, so they should be fine. A lot of our team's going to be starting to look to the area just south of Army Base. Very hilly, very ridgeline, good foot pushing capabilities. In those positions, we've got Azla, FaZe, Myth, kind of Team Liquid. Change the Game is eyeing it, as well as Gen G. So if this opts north, this is going to be really, really interesting. And given the lay of the water, you have to assume that some section of it's going to stay in play.
Could be. There is a little bit of terrain up there that's land ratioed, so it's less likely to go north, but if it does, it gets pretty fun.
This could just go hard west into no man's land.
It can.
We keep getting red zone upon red zone right on top of Sharper. It's been like 3 in a row.
Yeah, could go there. Could go hard east. There's a couple different directions that the circle might want to drift. Just depends. The next circle going to be pretty impactful, I think. Olympus gone to the combined fire of FaZe as he tried to just reach out a little bit to see if he could get some info, get some space, and gets denied.
Myth just can't find successes in these earlier games. Baron on one side does get some damage, finally gets the knock onto Vard. It's going to force Vex onto the other side of the antenna. Some form of safety. Vard should be able to creep over there and possibly Resbolt, but Gustav's got an interesting side angle on this.
I kind of feel like as FaZe, you got to be a little frustrated because normally they're a team that likes to fight early, and so you'd be kind of okay with it in this sense, but they're like such in a nice position in this circle that I wouldn't want to give this up. And this is like an opportunity for them to get into a late game, do something that they weren't doing that great during the group stage, which is getting those placement points. So they are able to recover the player. They're not going to suffer any more damage. I think this might be a game where, as FaZe, I wouldn't mind if their thinking is that, let's try to wait this out a little bit.
The problem with it is it's also really hard to control territory around here, right? Because of all of those trenches, because of how hilly it is, you've got a great spot you're talking about with FaZe, but it's so terrifying, especially given the fact that you have to assume emergency pickups could just be dropping right on top of you. Petrichor Road just called one. The pathing for it is going to be very close to FaZe's position.
Yeah.
Oh, no, screw that hillside. Yongchan Bridge, Rock being late rotate, going to feel pretty good about that. 17 focused up in defense, and now Navi changed the game. Gen G's got to encroach in a bit. Team Liquid on the outskirt. FaZe has to leave. Azla already roaming back in. This is really weird.
This is going to be a Yongchan finish.
Yeah, it just
probably,
has to be.
Or very near it. A lot of teams now making the mad dash to get in as they all start to realize, even FN having to try to get back into the city proper, players dying left and right.
This is odd for Fury as well. Remember, they wanted to go to the hillside, but they got stopped by FN. So with FN having a member down, Fury looks like they're trying to get more active and chasing after it. Red zone, though, does get the knock onto Namiga back behind him.
He's going to need a little help, though, as there's already a couple players down. Howl starting to bleed out. You've already lost one. Levante caught out, but he gets Howl. And now, all of a sudden, guess who it is? It's Red Zone.
This is pivotal right now between these squads. Jockeying around, Levante isolated between the two. Glaz, Red Zone on the other sides between them. Nades just going to be going out pretty wild right now. Levante's just trying to control some type of movement. Sharper and have a lot of friends right underneath of him in Na'Vi.
By the way, Leash coming in mega late for Namiga. So right now, Levante's all on his own. I don't know if Ozlis quite figured that out. They might try to put some pressure on him if they knew, but looks like it's a standoff for now as Na'Vi has a few players of Sharper sandwiched between them, but it's only Sosid in this 3-1 split. So if Thunders makes a counter move and knocks him out, or maybe Escaluzia finds him, could be a little bit tricky for Na'Vi.
You guys have been kind of jockeying around each other in this area for a while, so with Earth kind of sneaking away into the spot, it's just trying to regroup. That's all that's going on for Sharper, but Sosid being the focal point for it. Levante does go down right as Leash gets there, man.
Oh, he must have cut the engine a while ago and gotten out of that vehicle and gotten here, because I don't think that Aslan knows he's there.
Sosid going down for Na'Vi contains the rest of this firefight. The other three members are down to the south, so that's going to calm down. To the north, though, Team Liquid, Genji, and FaZe are all on top of each other. Potential for a firefight over there. How bad does Na'Vi want to get Sosid, though, as it looks like some defense and change the game. Look at you. Winbo right back behind Escaluzia. He just has to roll, and no, he's going to get caught off.
Fantastic patience here. Wenbo has really been stellar for change the game. And they are just taking whatever points they can on this edge. This might open things up a bit for Na'Vi. It was great positioning from Sharper. Problem was you had a team ready to backstab you on that northern end. And Na'Vi now offered a little bit of an opportunity to make some moves, and he just...
no.
Glaz is... Oh, he's probably just dead.
Red Zone's going for the reses. Glaz is all by his lonesome over here. Petrichor Road trying to cross the road. Here is that FaZe Team Liquid situation that we were looking at. Now 2 members down for Team Liquid. Early rotates just not going for Team Liquid right now. Finally, Sparking connects onto Gustav.
Yeah, Sparking at least able to do something here for Liquid. And it's a grenade from Vard that catches Alo, so now it is all on to Sparking, and no hope, no prayers, as he will fall. Liquid out as our first team here on Tego.
Genji opted not to third party into that. Glaz gonna go down. Leash finally coming alive as Red Zone's like, no, that's where all my teammates' loot were right after I got these reses. Now we're just gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do. Myth just trying to land into a pretty dangerous spot. Youngchon's going to be stacked. Outlier teams. We've got Petrichor Road, Geeke, Na'Vi, Sharper, Change the Game, and Genji.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You know, can FN from their home territory really get something done in this position? It will be tough. Youngchon's a pretty difficult city to navigate. Oh, Nan.
Oh, Nan. You don't want to take shots. Just hide behind your car for now. Oh, actually, Na'Vi stops and says, we can get this. This is just a solo. It's fine. Oh, but Ming Ming says it's not a solo. Pops up at the worst time for Na'Vi. Sharper has 2 of their members inside the zone, now trying to hold out, change the game.
Man, Ming Ming's looking sharp. That's nice to see. As Geeke opts to avoid all of this, as they only have 2 players left anyway, so might as well try to see if they can replicate what Howl was able to do. Make the sneaky play through the water, try to survive as long as they can, but they're spotted by Rock. Nah, this is done.
Yeah.
Well,
so funny thing that's going on. Red Zone just got back into the safe zone itself after going to the res tower and passes Leash that's driving up to the exact same res tower to go get his teammates back up.
Here comes Ming Ming again. He knows there's one more underneath here.
Does he know exactly where? This is such a hard angle to peek into. Ming Ming has to assume, but he walks right into that territory. He spots it. Ming Ming, dude, 4 kills already. This dude's on it today.
He is. That's what you like to see. You know, a PGZ champion getting it done. Leash, phase 4 blue. I mean, even if you get him back in, man,
wait,
do you even have enough time?
Red Zone's back at the compound and all of his teammates died a second ago.
I know.
Where all this fighting's going on. Is he going to have to defend it from Leosh, who's going to come back to the exact same spot as well?
The old do-si-do. It's just back and forth. I mean, I don't know what you can do there. That's even getting those reses as Namiga. It's tough, dude. That's all I can say. It's going to be tough. It's so late into this. They do come in right away, though. So maybe they can just get lucky and nobody shoots them out of the air. Going to be pretty tricky.
Petrichor Road just bullying people out of position. Rock BL, high ground, does get some vision, doesn't want to over-peek it, though. Multiple members, Petrichor Road instantly peeks up after him. 2 members for Amiga already down, and goes over to Kiss.
Absolutely. Yep. That was those players that were just called back in. Now, this is great for Osla. They can just go right back, scoop up all their gear, try to make a move. I mean, it's still going to be tough. They're on the outside of a hard-shifted circle.
We've now had a very interesting set where Furia, who wanted to leave this position, got held back by F and Pochan, now in the center point to play from. Sharper, who's been fighting against Na'Vi for so long, has themselves a position to play from for a little while. Leosh, blue zone ahead of him, and a long trek. FaZe making their way down the hillside. Just going to do a quick stop off at the compound, probably prep for the next push. Interestingly enough, there is a compound to the north of this road that is entirely open. Genji and FaZe both potentially eyeing it, I'm betting.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And Osla maybe even might not have any other choice because everything in Yeongcheon is completely occupied.
Oh, Petrichor, AZ to the south, already spotted by RBN. Crossfire between Rock and 17 both. Petrichor Road, not a lot of options for cover to work from. With these shots going out, 17's playing aggressive onto this hill and should start picking down any moment.
Yeah, I'd like to see 17 here try to steal a couple of these points. They know there's knocks. They're going to keep looking for him, and whoopsies for Osla off screen as the grenades do start to ring out, but they hit the front of the rock. That one's going to bounce in and at least do a little bit into that knock state. There you go. But it is going to be the point going over to Rock as Ming Ming bleeds out.
That's big. With one of the members for 17 taking damage and going down, now Rock is trying to just aggressively push back behind this. Furia just trying to contain everything that's going to be going on. Into the east, we've got Myth, Evan Pochan, and Orchid all on top of each other. Rock still moving down the south. 17 realizing this is very outnumbered on this angle, just narrowly getting their res up. Zhao Bei on the low side of the hill has to spot this.
Yeah, Rock wants to take this opportunity to see if there was enough damage done to 17 where they could maybe find that pick. Not going to be afforded the opportunity. CTG clinging to the edge, clinging to life. Still has a role to play maybe. 17 is retreating to the safety other than one player. They're going to leave Zhao Bei out here on his own, but I think he's going to get back in time.
They slowed it down enough. That's all 17 wanted to do, is they just want to slow down Rock, get into the compound. That means that Rock is at least going to have some of that ridge line to play that's going to be in the safe zone, but right up against the safe zone. It's not going to feel good. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a smoke off and maybe a bit of a harder push, but Rock can't push down because that sight line is very vulnerable to Myth in Yeongcheon itself.
You're right. It's a tough situation for Rock. They have to be pretty patient here, and I don't know if there's enough hill in this circle to keep themselves obscured from Myth, who's up on their north. So you may have to force a crash. This would be a great moment for a C4.
I mean, if they go for a far southern wrap, that's going to put them on Jedi's sight line and maybe even Sharper as well, but it denies out Myth, does make them vulnerable to 17. I think that's the way they're going to go. They're just going to go ahead and try to send it past 17, but 7-7 in this high ground, already getting some damage out early. They have to stop off. Instead, shifts back around, focus on position onto 17. New circle pops and it goes north. Where are they wanting to go?
Well, they don't know that Jedi's there. Jedi's waiting for his moment, or is he just going to hold fire? He should have an opportunity to at least get 1 point in the bag potentially, as Rock has been stalled out. Rock has no smokes covering their northern flank, so this is going to be a tough push. I like that they're fanning out. I like they're looking for moments, but they need to get some good util in there.
With the way the circle is popped also, Myth, FN Pochan, Orchid all have to get in the circle. Kiss is going to make a send across. He's just going to try to see if he can get into another set of compounds. This is just going to get really dicey. Genji to the north, seeing if they can contain and change the game. Good throws on this, might roll down the hill. It's going to be a bit complicated, not going to connect the way they really want, but it does remove the cover.
Okay, this is pretty decent for Genji. Looking to maybe get a res, but I think it's kind of covered by the teams that are like inside of the city, in particular Furia, who I'm pretty sure got that knock. A little bit of a response here with some blue zones and other things. Flame will arrive. Looking to, smoke those angles off.
Just try to keep control. Rock in trouble. No option to go from. Jedi comes alive the moment one of the members for Rock went down. 17 picking him apart on one side. Sharper holding it, and he has to make sure that Rock gets eliminated so that way his other team members are safe on the other side of this hill, at least for a while.
Yeah, no miracles this time for Asla, who will fall to FaZe. FN! Oh, the C4 from Lurix gets a couple of them. Rex had a grenade there too, hits himself with it. Oh, disaster.
That's a great way to try to gatekeep, though. Orchid, they don't have too many options ahead of them. Myth has the inside track position. FaZe now already in position as well. Earth actually sitting down after Jedi trying to go for a res, so that could bounce them back into a better point to try to defend from 17 while this is going on. FN has to push through a very difficult situation with Orchid just right on top of him.
Oh, that was a molly, and that's not feeling too good for poor Breakers. Zenith had just been rezzed. He's trying to find a timing to get the first aid in. Oh, Earth.
But Boostic actually does get the knock on Arctics with that Molotov as well, so that has made this a lot dicier. FN in their defense realizes where they've got to set, but no, it's going to be Jeems on the outside of this.
Oh, Breakers! Breakers just runs in!
Hero play runs in, does go down, but that's going to absolutely screw over Orchid.
Oh my God. He had no other choice. That was absolutely what he had to do. Was getting shot by FaZe in the back. Just go for the big play. Like the attempt by the young gun. Doesn't quite connect. Just one more player to worry about on those stairs. Didn't realize it in time. 17 has been a real nuisance here on this southern side. 6 kills in this game for them.
FaZe still has 3 up, sitting at 6 presently, but just a couple of points can shift them all the way up into first. Change the game. Just clinging to life right on the edge of the zone while 17 is roaming down to the south. Myth in control of a great point while Furia is as well. Circle pops favoring 17's position. Thunder's still alive, but we've got a big dust-up potentially brewing with Genji having to make kind of a wrap over into the east or just run right down in to change the game.
Well, Genji's been hemorrhaging players. Ooh, that grenade right in the butt. Did not feel good there for Myth. Change the game, starting to get lit up as well. Genji will fall. We're thinking about a way down that hill. Not going to be allowed it. Oh, another one. Oh, it didn't matter. Got the knock onto Baron. Good throw here. 17 continuing in their just path of destruction.
Furia has to try to hold out FaZe while 17 is going for this closer range skirmish. At range, Boostic spots out some of this. I don't think that he's going to get involved. He's just caught out in the blue right now. Kiss already at 2 kills. Is he ready to pop off? Run uphill in a vulnerable angle from FaZe, who's actually going around Furia and coming up back behind Myth.
Oh, Myth is starting to get surrounded. It's looking really tricky for them potentially to get super far into this game. We'll have to see if they can hold on. Maybe people cannibalize themselves around them.
So FaZe actually did go south behind Myth, but Boostic, I think, got spotted or took some shots at them. And now FaZe has gone back north, and I guess they're thinking about rallying into this Furia push.
Yeah, look at all these frags, though, for Vard.
Yeah.
He could really do some damage to Furia. That's going to be a tight spot that they're in inside that compound. It's very nadeable. Just a matter if they can get him to go. Boostic should be falling to the blue here, I would assume, very shortly. Yes, indeed. Goes down. FaZe, CTG, moves to make outside of the current circle.
Bard going to be the guy. The Breacher right now, throwing some nades, making sure that nobody's hiding on points. Zakraken actually going to be on the outside of it, though, using the shield for cover, realizing that where they were vulnerable from. That wall provides some cover for approach, but it looks like FaZe is going to go to the other side of it. Means that harassing angles could come up from 17, who are playing a bit wider as they're trying to hunt down Myth.
Yeah, 17 is just clearing piece by piece what's in front of them. They've got such a nice piece of this circle. Fex has gotten close enough, bounces one right inside. That can't feel good. These grenades are doing work.
2 already down, and now it's just the man on the outside, Zakraken, all by his lonesome. FaZe, 9 kills on an absolute tear right now. Zakraken just in a ton of trouble, barely surviving, but FaZe, they've managed to get themselves a foothold position in the circle.
They're blistering. They're absolutely on one. They've been fragging out all day. He's in trouble, to say the least. Yeah, the best you can do there is prone and try to make them use an extra grenade, and that will be the case. Great breach by FaZe.
Opposing side changed the game. It did go for a push onto Thunders, and it's just going to be a matter of who spots the angle onto him. 17 with their high ground wrapping from the south over into Change Game's new position that they just took from Sharper. FaZe has to move yet again. Myth still in the side circle as well.
All right. Now the 17's on the outside looking in. What's going to be their move? There's some rocks up here, some hills to work with. So they're going to have to try to figure out a way to get forward as FaZe, looking to try to deny them as much as possible because they are also in a similar scenario. And they're trying to figure out a way into this. They're trying to get into where Myth couldn't. Myth, well, a couple of players are still alive, but they're stuck inside of this compound. If you get close enough, again, the frag grenades will just ruin your round.
Change the game in first. 3 members up. FaZe 1 point back behind them. 3 members up as well. 17 at the other side of the hill. 4 members alive, and Myth trapped, feeling like those 2 are about to go down any second. Molotov lands right on top of him. Worst timing to go for the peak that you could possibly do. Kiss is going to go down. FaZe just runs in after it, but Scappy, being a bit scrappy, jumps around the outside. Oh, the flash bounces off of Fex's head. Jumps in the vehicle, trying to find a recover, but instead it's going to be a distraction that 17 can use.
And CTG as well. Wenbo's got an AWM. Fex gets out there and takes down Scappy, but he is the last one on his feet for FaZe. Would love to get that res if possible, but a 4-man strong 17, a 3-man strong CTG with some level 3 gear.
The rap, they heard 17 going for the shots, change the game, seeing if they can get into a point to assault 17's position. Xiaobei takes some damage. Is it enough? Do they go for the push? Hangy's going to be the guy that's leading the way. Aries gets spotted. He goes down fast. Xiaobei's defense is solid.
Oh, that's the P90 out of the equation, too. That's going to send CTG packing, and it's the Molly that will claim the knock. 1 more to go.
17 realizes they've got control on one side. Little Ghost left on him by himself. Change the game out. 17 coming alive. In 5th place now. Fex goes down.
All right, well, you know Vard is probably stuck inside of this shack, and now you definitely see him. He does get 1 knock.
I mean, tries to make the miracle happen. We've been seeing some big solo plays, but there's just too many. 17 Gaming finds a victory.
That's a great game from 17. Able to control that southern side so well. Knew when to reach out, knew when to pull back, knew when to take their opportunities and capitalize on them, and did a phenomenal job of it. Double-digit kills in that chicken dinner.
The 17 contingent's always strong. Oh, this is starting to be some known commodities repeating in our final couple of circles, though, Paper.
Well, it's that experience you have of being in these positions so many times over and over throughout history that you're seeing teams like 17, like FaZe step up.
17 controlled that hillside for so long, denied any approach from so many different squads. FaZe, on the other hand, just down and dirty, pushing through the city, fight upon fight. Big plays coming up from them, big kill count as well.
Oh, FaZe has come to play today, to say the least.
It's their lobby and everybody else just wants to play, and it's 17 on top in that last round.
Yes, game number 3, and 17 Gaming, one of the most dominant forces in PUBG history, has now started to decide they're going to play the game. We are here. They've got themselves a decent win, and they are looking to qualify to that last grand final.
A perfect format to get things rolling in. After 20 games, we see the 17 Gaming Giants turn on, and I love that. And that was honestly on top of, double-digit kills, the win, the control that they had. They demolished CTG, great utility use, great peaks. They absolutely shut down. I don't know why Fix was running out instead of just playing around the house a little bit. Maybe he thought he had an opening timing or whatever, but Lil Ghost had that angle absolutely locked down there. And look at this, with 39 alive here, from the time they started fragging was actually when we already had lost 25 players.
Yeah. You say that about Fex, I'm not questioning anything Fex did. He got 7 kills in this game.
That was a banger.
That was insane stuff from Fex. But yeah, for 17, I mean, again, when it comes to difficult circles and weird ones, the circle being so excruciatingly towards Yongchong and then shifting away to the west side, that meant that all of those teams coming out from that, what is effectively the urban location, 17 was able to feast on.
And it's 15 kill victory here, James, along with the win. 25 points. Gonna put them all the way up there easily. And again, when you have Picado, Pochingi, uncontested, you should absolutely be fragging out here. And like even their Tego and Rando maps are amazing too. So I'll say this though, they're a team that should be in the grand final. They're a team that should be in the grand final, be one of the favorites to go through here. As we see, Pretty Curdy a little bit heartbroken after all their potential here. But I'll say this again: 3 games done only. We have 15 more games to go. We got to check that off. We got 3 more games as well today, James. So you have still monster amount of opportunities to get points.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see some smiles across the board.
Yes.
But yes, definitely if you feel like you're going to have a bit of a harder time or like a kind of a missed opportunity in some of these games, you'll have a moment or two. But look at that, 17 is happy with that one to get a victory. Good for them. And look, hey, Fex is very happy with the kills that he was able to accrue in this game as well. This is a phase that is actually doing a lot of damage here in these first couple of games, pushing them up the leaderboards quite nicely. But that's 25 smackaroonies for 17 Gaming, 19 for FaZe.
Only 2 teams on double digits here. Compared to some of the other games we had 5 teams on double digits. Then again, it's a huge one here. Obviously, the 13 kills, 7 of them coming in from Fex here, obviously massive. If they were, 3 or 4 guys live, they might have had a chance at a shot against 17 Gaming here, but they had to wait. They had to lock out Boostic. Boostic was fragging out here. They wanted to make sure that their back position was free, and then they had to push on to Kiss and the Myth boys, and that also turned up losing 1 player because 17 had an angle on them.
I thought maybe Myth was going to be able to get a little bit more from this, even though, of course, I mean, they had some of this urban ending location. They were able to gun down some people in the high ground. Oh, FaZe jumps into first place here. But just to finish on Myth for a moment, where they moved into the eventual later circles, I felt like it was just going to be too many cross angles on them, too difficult to hold down a position.
They lost 2 players early on, right? And they were also putting themselves into a spot where there was multiple teams that had angles on them. And they were in the center, right? If you're this late in the game, you got to make sure you have an edge where you can play backs free, focus forward. But they took one of those center spots there, and it's difficult to hold, especially with a FaZe pulling up on you. But from 3 points in the first 2 games to 10 now, still, we need to get them into the top 5. We're only 13 points away from Nemik at this point here. 1 points down from FaZe to 17 to change the game. It's extremely tight. No one is really putting distance between themselves and outside the top 6 currently.
It's like the FaZe lads with a big lock-in for the upcoming game as well. I mean, if we heard from Gustav towards the end of those group stage was up where they barely survived elimination. And obviously Gustav's was very frank with it. It's like, yeah, great, we survived.
You know what I heard from Gustav? You know what he said? He told me, vi skal nok klare den her, vi skal nok komme top 5.
Of course! Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
He said we're going to make it, we're going to get top 5.
All right, oh, cool. Okay, well, I'll take that then, I suppose. That's not normally what he's saying, but anyway. Gustav, he's a cheeky one. I have no clue or understanding of Danish, but one thing's for sure, they are powerhouses, and they're going to be coming for a little bit more with all of this. We are ready for Rondo. Martin, you excited?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Rondo. We have had some changes to it in the overall kind of changes in terrain and stuff that we cannot go too deep into. It's some inside information here, but we see some new circles currently, and I really like that.
Well, as they say in Denmark, flim, flel, flel, flilla, flim, it's Rondo time.
I mean, nailed it. Nailed it. I love the fact that Martin just translated the simplest sentence of all time.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we'll make it. We'll get top 5.
Yeah, here, I'm going to tell you what Gustav said to me word for word.
I was waiting for, like, some profound enlightenment.
In Danish, no. Not from Martin.
Oh, we love him. We love him. All right. Plane path way down to the south. Going to be cutting up to the northeast. FaZe making a jump right off the get-go. How does FaZe do it every single time? It's been like, what, 6 years of group stage at PGC not going the best, and then right whenever they need to get to a point where they can qualify for the grand finals, they just start kicking it on.
You know that the org is blessed with great players. No matter what year it is, they've always got a stellar roster, a star-studded roster. Maybe blessed by the beard of Fuzzface, I'm not sure. But they're just a wonderful team in terms of the experience that's on there right now. When you're looking at guys like Bardfax. Oh my God. Oh, that's so scary. Thank God he ran out of bullets.
Way Petrichor Road is playing, I mean, 10 points, but it was mostly off of a solid performance on Erangel where they did something crazy and had this big, huge, flashy play. And that's like Petrichor Road in a nutshell because it didn't translate into the most amount of points to follow. They do this really cool thing, and you're so impressed. And then they get like 5 points.
Yeah, they have that one good fight in them here so far today in each of the maps, but when it comes to like overall big picture stuff, yeah, it hasn't materialized into placement points. So sure, they've got 10 points, but that's all on the back of early game kills, getting caught in rotations and having to fight it out, or just getting stuck in the middle of some battles and playing well, but it needs to be a little bit more methodical in the big picture scheme and the macro part of the game. So we take a look here. I believe it is going to be Xiao Wu, who was our man of the match. 6 big kills there, tons of damage across the board. Really just hard to play it better than they did in that spot, and that just shows you the caliber, the pedigree, and the experience that 17 Gaming is going to bring to the lobbies.
I mean, 17 fans right now have got to be hoping that the last stage it gives some type of warm-up for 17. In second place right now, finding whatever was missing in the group stage, but you have to translate whatever works here into the grand final, and if it wasn't working in group stage, you've got to change something and not just kind of rest on the fact that this is a weaker lobby and you can use that to now try to make PGC happen, right? It just doesn't happen then.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we have an interview here with Wenbo. Let's see what he has to say for the Rising CTG.
其实心情也还好吧，没有说很难过吧，主要是觉得很可惜嘛，因为就差4分。我们第二天圈运太好了，但是分拿的比较少吧，就拿了50多分。然后今天有圈的时候也没把握住太多的机会吧，因为我们第一次来打 PGC， 我觉得打成这样已经挺好的了，就是有点可惜。那最后的突围赛的话，就保持看能不能接着保持住小组赛的状态吧。 然后再保持住一点机会，把握住一点机会，我觉得我们在突围赛里面也有机会能进前5。
Jumping right in as it is going to be Sosa gets a first kill, but it's a bit dicey on this push. It's been a bit back and forth, at least getting a foothold position. This is about jockeying for points on both sides of the river. Sharper was pretty separated out, and 2 members now pretty far away. Change the game. Here's his firefight. Are they actually going to come up back behind it?
They should. This is a good opportunity for Navi, but they've already lost some players, and they're taking a lot of damage.
The other members for Sharper are going to be roaming right next to Change the Game, who is trying to just jump in back behind this. Do they even know?
Load your gun. Load your gun. Earth. He's got a... He's trying to buy time. Okay, they've gotten... Sharper's gotten through.
But Change the Game, I don't think they took a shot at him, but that angle is going to be entirely vulnerable. Hakatori unloads another member for Sharper down.
Now Change the Game should get involved. Although Hakatori is going to get that. There you go. Now Hangy letting loose with the shots. Wenbo with the bolt. Finds the head of Jedi. And Sharper, not good. But I can't really say I blame them. It's an early split on Prio compounds, and Navi just chose to go for it. I mean, early. And they're looking for that pivot position.
This is a very strong point to play. Earth trying to prep up the nade. Does at least get the knock on to Hakatori, but the other member should be able to follow it up.
That's actually Levante there. Takes that final kill. Navi needs time to recover. Namigo was in the vicinity. CTG decides, okay, well, we got 1 kill out of that. Wenbo's bolt rings true, and they will claim the eastern side.
This is an incredibly strong compound in this circle, just due to the way that the water comes in, the river itself up from Jadina City. We've seen a lot of circles that end around this location, so keeping centered control over this is why we're seeing 2 to 3 teams, and almost 4 in Namiga, kind of looking at this point, waiting to see if there's any vulnerabilities that they can exploit.
Yeah, if this circle also goes east, which it can, towards Meiran or something like that, then you're in a really nice spot potentially.
And one of the PGSs, that was a crazy ending whenever we did east of River. It was just nuts up there.
It was fun. That part of the map plays a bit more like Miramar. It's a lot of exposed but rocky-er terrain. Not as rocky as Miramar, but there's still some of that. There's a lot less foliage, though, so that's kind of the different part of it compared to the rest of the map where there's greenery. As we get to look here at some of that with Orchid. Has, the plant in their name. Therefore,
they have to go right by Garden, right?
That's right. Exactly. Thank you.
See, I know what you're thinking.
You get what I'm putting down, and I appreciate that.
Lurex very far ahead of the rest of the squad, scouting out right now on the glider. Myth going to be just to the west of him. Gen.G running almost a full 4-man split.
That's
it is
Gen.G
a
crap.
2-1-1 right along the river itself. Potentially exploitable, but also got defending angles for each other. Myth, though, it's going to be who we see Tosi taking shots at.
I don't. This is one of those scenarios for Gen.G where I'm just like, as the Brits say, it's squeaky bum time. Because you're in potentially a great position, but if any one of those gets crashed, you lose a player probably for nothing, and then you're just, okay, they are moving. They are realizing it pretty quickly. And this is one of the things that has my eyebrows raised at Gen.G in the past, but this time they're ahead of the curve. They're already grouping up a little bit tighter, and I really like to see that.
3 teams, I won't say behind the curve, but making a later rotation in Team Liquid coming out of Stadium. Jiao-10, of course, we just saw Asla a moment ago. FaZe going to also be kind of roaming in. No idea which direction they're going to wrap yet, as they're still going around the hook around Ring John. So nothing really popping off, and no real big shots just quite yet. It's just kind of Orchid popping what they can pop at range, and Boostic, I guess, getting some more information.
Dude.
DK actually sent one of their members in PWD kind of close to this.
Oh, dude, I was so hoping Lyrics would just hit one of those bolt shots from the glider. If he had hit PWD with it, that would have been the all-time greatest bolt shot in PUBG esports history.
Glider v. Glider. Let's go, baby.
Dude, I mean, you're just up there with that hand cannon, trying to do a little bit of aerial combat. PWD thinks better of it, peels back. And Jeems and FaZe, another team that likes to run gliders if they can, but this time around it looks like it's all land vehicles as far as I can tell. And they are just going to be coming into this late, as they have been on the warpath. The fragging has been really good, to say the least. And it has been everybody contributing there. Just what you would expect out of those boys.
Top of the leaderboard between the two, FaZe and Change the Game. Very different play styles and how we're getting there. FaZe, hot, heavy, get them kills. Make sure that you execute the players around you. Change the game, all on placement points, boy. They will hold the trigger until they think that they absolutely have to take those shots. They want to lean in stealth and just keep territory control.
Absolutely right. It's a tale of two teams at the top of that leaderboard. And
which works out, because FaZe is fine with getting the kills and change the game once a placement.
Yeah, they can. It's sharing is caring, Matt. Yeah.
Everybody else in the middle that kind of suffers.
Yeah. Well, let's see where Circle 2 ends up when we get there. Lurix right underneath Diffix, so he's going to be able to put a good clip into that glider. It's going to be pretty weak, and they're trying to see if they can finish the job.
Orchid being, I mean, very aggressive with this glider. This is a wide split on the outskirts of Jadina City, both sides of the bridge.
Yeah, there is a world where it shifts in this direction. Circles can end over here by where Orchid is, so definitely could be good for them.
All of the south, because that's where they are. Orchid is all of the south right
Anywhere down there, still in play.
Yeah. Well,
theoretically.
Does the gamble pay off? Is Team Liquid coming in late going to be pretty rewarded?
You know what's madness is the circles can end on that road that runs in between Navi and CTG.
Asla, it's fine. It's fine.
What?
It doesn't matter. Red Zone shot him.
What is Rex doing? Is this like, did one of the cars just disappear from existence and we couldn't see it? Whatever. AZ, though, he's on the back of Asla, too, nipping at the heels, looking to do some damage. AUG in hand, but holds the trigger.
We still have Neox Factory in play. Asla's going to be roaming right next to it. 17 looks like they've called an emergency pickup. Back behind them is going to be Furia that took over Test Track. Team Liquid's just going to be to the north. FaZe going to be wrapping back behind Furia. Maybe even FN, looking like they might be doing something similar. Namiga, though, that's going to be the crash point. Red Zone just sends it in hot and heavy. Jumps out, gets the shots onto Gedrogs. Hello, my bad, in some trouble. No way to get out of this point. And Asla Pentagram just runs into this one. No fear.
Oh, they'd love to get that point, but extends. Got the knock, and they're going to get it. Red Zone swinging out there to make sure that Hello, my bad goes to Asla. You know, when you've got a player like Red Zone on your team, you can just feel like you can crash anything. This is like almost dead center circle, and just screw it, we go. And they get the job done.
Yeah, because we followed in the river. It's still cutting in just a bit east of center. Rock to the south of Gen.G, a couple of pot shots between them. FaZe doing their wrap up to the north. Bard very far ahead, way north. Team Liquid actually rallying back over into the east a bit more, maybe sparking in a glider. I don't know. He's kind of roaming around very close. The other members for Team Liquid taking those shots right underneath of him.
All right, Team Liquid need to see some signs of life from them. They're at the bottom of the lobby right now. And it's a Kraken on the Pico bus and able to get onto the other side. Are they going to stop here? Is this a point for Furia to hold up and maybe look for a little bit of safety? Seems to be.
They seem to read the fact that they don't want to go that way. Instead, they're going to go north of that hillside. That's going to be very rewarded as the north is pretty much open. Nothing around them. They should be fine. Fury in much more of a duress situation. We still also have FN that needs to get into the circle. Not an easy path, unless they opt in going behind FaZe, but that's not going to feel good.
No. What's crazy is this circle can end just about anywhere right now as Rock has slid in, sharing a compound with Gen G. Tosi going to be on the outside for Gen G. It's actually a 2-2 split here for Rock. Do they even know? I mean, they have to know Gen G's here. There's no way they don't know. Well, now
there were some shots that were exchanged between them.
That's actually Orchid.
Yeah. I don't know if they know all positionals. Solds looks like he's going coastline to counter move. Bean is taking the shots at him.
Yeah, so I think that revealed Tosi's position, so now Gen G gets active. Now they say, okay, look, the ruse is up. Let's try and take the fight to Rock, try and see if we can bully them back a little bit. BL looking for Tosi, but...
That's big. Shooting those tires out is big.
Huge. Yeah, it makes Gen G's life a lot more annoying, that's for sure. It makes, in particular, Tosi's life much more annoying. But Rock, let's see. This circle could go just about anywhere that isn't water right now, so good luck.
Yeah, there's north is the way it's going to end up going and change the game. Pretty close to center, and Amiga going to be right next to them. Of course, Diffx and crew. Lo Hojing could be kind of an interesting point to play from, but really, what are we looking at with 17, Petrichor Road, FN, Rock, and Gen G? Now the guys have to break apart.
Yeah, there's going to be tons of fighting on the outside of the circle, but important to note here is this circle can actually end on the land bridge, like around Namiga. So it's going to be scrappy. Speaking of scrappy, it's Scappy getting domed, and the Kiss gets domed too. Wenbo, they can't find the knocks though.
Yeah, somehow clinging to life right here. Made in Thailand, trying to retreat. Nades go just a bit too far. Somehow, Tian finally gets a flank, and that's going to be enough to get a knock.
Oh, this is coming apart for Myth. Scappy able to hit some good shots, but Ares knows right where they are. Another knock there onto Wenbo. Ares' grenade just off the mark, but they're getting shot from behind. It's Orchid who wipes Myth out.
Orchid runs in, beautiful angles onto it. Do they go after, change the game as well? This is a strong point to play from. Other roaming factors, Petrichor Road, other side, drawing the Mika's attention. Not a lot of different ways they can stop. Fury is going to be enough to at least shoot them away. Nade's going to be scary, though. Petrichor Road sending it in. Now Leash going to have to see if he can contain in any angles, and looks like he's got enough shots to do it.
Yeah, Chewy was lucky to get out of that first situation alive. He's lucky to get out of that one alive. Leash had an angle onto him there, but only able to do 18 damage. Just clipping the arms or something. Gizera shooting at the flying Vard. I was going to say, it's FaZe. They should have some kind of glider, I would assume.
Gen G jumped in vehicles. They got away from Rock. They were inside the circle. Rock now trapped on the outside. FN as well. Asla taking shots onto FN while they're trying to roam into the circle. 17 just to the north. This is a pretty heavy gatekeep as we've got Team Liquid, FaZe, Asla, Na'Vi, and Gen G now all holding out. Rock, FN, and 17.
This could even end in Lo Hashing.
Could be.
It literally can go just about anywhere that's left. That isn't water. This is pretty wild in terms of final circles go. Breakers spotted by the gas tanks.
Oh, that's scary. Having to take these shots right here, but Breakers, no fear. Zhao Wu goes down, and he's just continuing to put it at 17. 17's in some trouble. Other side of it, Star-Lord contain angles strong, and FN using the momentum of those knocks, roaming down, getting a bit scary with it. Finally do get a knock.
All right, just Lil Ghost alive, looking for the backstab of Breakers is aware. Nice fight for FN.
Well, but they still have to get into the circle. Star-Lord's not even inside of it yet. Yep. Team Liquid and FaZe both have some angles, and only Star-Lord's angle of approach is the only thing that's safe. Rock, of course, the compound that they want to go at, the position they want to play, going to be exactly where Gen G's at.
They've got the high ground in Gen G, so if the util barrage here is good, you can see frags being thought about. They're going to let loose, but they're off the mark. Gen G's on the other side.
See if the follow-up nades, they do land very close and connect on a Rock in a bad way. Just has to retreat.
crossfires as well now from Orchid and Namigas. The new circle pops and Petrichor Road's in the middle of it.
Oh, the smoke just got them off guard. Rock had such an opportunity there to maybe at least do some serious damage to Gen G. Instead, as soon as the nades came out, everything changed. Team Liquid and FN duking it out with a lot of FN still in the blue. I was just about to say FN's in a really hard position. They're stuck between Liquid and Azla.
Yeah.
They're trying to do something, but Azla's even sending Hammer out here to try to get these kills.
Wants to put the hammer down and find these kills himself. Liquid doing enough just to control these angles for now. Rock, no options, just got to send it. Finds a bit of a defilade, tip in this hill. I don't even want to call it a dip. It's just a decline in the hillside that's going to leave them vulnerable potentially from Na'Vi, but as the blue zone closes in, it could be safe. Gen G, Clown Car, Dream up the hillside. I guess they're going to be following right back behind Rock. The duel is not done yet. These guys are going to just continue to scrap.
Yeah, oh, well, Gen G opts to go for a slightly different position. They're going towards CTG. ZTG hitting some good shots. Orca shoots his teammate out of the car. A little bit of a whoopsies there.
Hangy peeks it just a bit too heavy. Tian doesn't know which way to look. Too many angles. Gen G finding this miraculously in this push.
They had a crossfire. I mean, Gen G was in the valley. CTG up on the ridges. Aries done and dusted. How did that work? Gen G, they barrel in.
I guess change the game, just wasn't expecting it, but guess what? Gen G, now you've got to be expecting it. Navi's going to stop a little bit slower into this push. Orca's got to defend on top. Being on the other side, they still have the controlling angles to play from. They've got the crossfire for now. DK, though, is coming up back behind Gen G.
Yeah, this should be a good opportunity for GK to get some much-needed points. Gen G just fully focused on this fight. No hope to keep Flame alive. Hakatori takes that point. A grenade there. Another knock. FN onto their last legs.
Respect for surviving as long as they did in a bad spot. GK, there you go. You've got to make the push, and you've got an angle to do it with.
Yeah.
Other side of it, Na'Vi. Gen G only having one member up and being what do you even do? There's too many different ways to look around, and there's a very hungry GK back behind you, and there is Hakatori on the other side.
I mean, it feels like the only hope here for Bean is to somehow slip the net. Meanwhile, slipping his Team Liquid as they're getting brought down by Azla. Hammer and company rolling in, and a great grenade from Red Zone. That is perfect. Azla continues their reign of terror here on Rondo.
They roamed right out. Team Liquid wanted a piece of FN, and Azla just took a ton of it. Now it's going to be Luke all by himself. New Circle Pops, Petrichor Road keeps a good position inside of it. Namiga's two members still alive, going to feel pretty good. BL not feeling the best, but at least still alive. To the north, though, we've got Furia, Orchid, as well as FaZe, all potentially going to scrap.
This is one of these beautiful edge games. Nice shot, Levante. The Lynx making it look easy. So said, trying to hit PWD. A little bit of damage in there to at least back him on to the other side of the rock. Keep themselves safe-ish, but going further forward, going to be really challenging. Geekay has 4 up there. Namiga's completely tunneled in on this fight on the edge. They want some points, and I mean, at some point, Navi, do you try to wrap around this, or do you just keep fighting?
I don't think that there's a way that they can really wrap around this with the way that the height comes in for DivX. Even if they retreat, it's going to be Levante already waiting, and I think that Navi kind of has realized that. What do you even do?
Yeah.
Sosad's going to go down to a nade. Extends, I mean, he can try to firefight his way up, but he's just hoping that maybe somebody else will take a fight, or the blue zone will be enough to force GK to go ahead of him, and he can sneak in back behind, but it doesn't look like GK is going to take that. Instead, they're looking at crates.
Yeah, I mean, this is about all he can do. Load up on meds and maybe try to survive a little bit longer, but he's not going to be given any opportunity, I would think. Yeah, Quizzy's on top of it. Quizzy, steady pair of hands there to take down Extends with the barrel. And Orchid, their move over towards FaZe. Tricky spot here for both teams.
Change the game presently and first just based off the tiebreaker situation, so we'll see FaZe in their point trying to out-survive it. GK just narrowly back behind them. Namiga still alive. 2 squads tied up at the time being. Big opportunity. On the other side of this one, though, Azla's just been on a rip-roaring terror over in the west.
It's 4 points from 1st to 6th right now, and 4 of those teams are still in this lobby. And Azla, I love the way they're playing, being proactive on those edges, clearing out space, giving themselves really nice opportunities to go further and further into this map. DK on the outside has a nice little hill to work with here to keep themselves obscured from Namiga's position. Namiga says, you know what? You guys probably have to fight. We're going to go in and hunker down.
I love this from Namiga, realizing that Asla was approaching from the west, retreats from the defense from GK. Instead says, okay, let's just play more towards the circle. We'll play for center. You guys potentially you'll have to scrap if you're going to chase after us. Petrichor Road to the north. Very good control on a couple of the angles for the time being. Furia is entrenched very close to the edge of the zone, but FaZe lines up against Orchid. And, I mean, FaZe, the way they've been playing, it's only a matter of time before they pull the trigger and say it's time to fight.
Oh, hell yeah. And again, 4 frag grenades on that point man and Gustav, so don't want to see him go down as we take a quick look at the unfortunate incident. And they still just went crazy. I mean, Orca and Bean, dude.
You knock your own teammate coming in and still somehow win the firefight.
Crazy stuff. Their opening knock was found here by FaZe, so Magore on the ground. Now FaZe can let loose with all those frag grenades they've been sitting on. Misjudging a little bit where they might have gone. Roll those, yeah. Roll those, throw those uphill and let them roll downhill.
Boostic much closer in range than the other members, seeing if he can defend his down teammate. Nades just going to continue to roll out. FaZe, no fear on this. Forces Boostic away. With the way the circles pop, this firefight needs to end pretty quick, as it's going to be a chase for the circle for FaZe. Downside on the other side of this is Orchid. They're entirely trapped. Boostic, last one up, is going to go down. FaZe in first.
Yeah, stellar stuff from FaZe. Hard to do it better than they just did. That's textbook. Just use those grenades as much as you need to. You can, yes, they had to expend a lot, but they're on the outside of the new circles. They know they're in a bad position no matter what. Make the most out of those situations. Get the most points you can. Keep yourself on top of that leaderboard, and that's exactly what they've done. Now the breach from GK into this compound. Namiga continues to cede more and more space here away from the solar panels, giving Asla a little bit of breathing room. They're keen to fight. I mean, look at the way Asla's positioned.
Well, that's what I'm scared of right now. Asla wants to fight. FaZe wants to fight. FaZe is in the north, Asla's in the south, and everybody else is just going to be caught in between what is a bloodbath just waiting to happen. Petrichor Road, you've got a compound and some cover, but is it going to be enough to defend you from the onslaught that FaZe and Furia want to bring?
Yeah. I'm sure the terrain has something to say about this. So does Ming Ming. He's always got something to say here today. He has been so active there. Will find the point, too.
I mean, you can see bloodthirsty red zone on a hill, just wants anything that he can get right now, and Furia just can't find a path in the circle, but this could be perfect timing. Furia is going to be roaming in on one side, FaZe is in vehicles on the other side, and red zone just continues to just pump bullets into people.
Yeah, he's got almost 500 damage in this game already. A grenade here from Gizera, if it's on the mark, could be good. He did find one knock, but his team is eliminated. So, all for what? Maybe to open the door here for FaZe to crash Petrichor Road.
It's perfectly timed. This is just exactly what FaZe want. GK PWD spots the rotate, does force them to play the other side of the hill. Red zone now spots out PWD, so that's going to force him away and open up a lot more for FaZe to be able to roam around on. And this is exactly what FaZe wants. Closer range, beautiful angles, high ground, and even having PWD taking pot shots in the back of Petrichor Road.
Oh, PWD was so close there. My God, the util here. They're just scooping up more and more and putting it to great use. I mean, the frags, the mollies, Petrichor Road, 2 players here, somehow not on fire in that corner. He's just managed to dodge it. A good response grenade from Ming Ming.
If you kill everybody fast enough before they can use the nades, then you just replenish and then do it again. The pacing has slowed down, so counter nades are starting to come out from Petrichor Road, connecting a bit. Keep an eye on Luke 12. He's still alive over here. Well, I was going to say that. He looked like he wanted a piece of whatever FaZe was trying to bring, but he's still holding alive. That opened up Ming Ming a beautiful nade. FaZe in some trouble, mostly due to Luke being a distraction.
Oh, my guy's got a blue zone here. Let it go. Just pray for the best. A little bit off the mark. There you go, PWD. Now he's got the angle. He got the headshot, too. Up and over his Jeems. Wants to finish off Ming Ming. Going to do so. FaZe looks like they're going to be given the opportunity to reset.
PWD doesn't want to let him have too much, though. He's already trying to see if he can catch anybody going over that hill if they opt in to go into the compound. GK actually just going to hop in a vehicle. They're sending it right along the side of FaZe, realizing this is a strong point to play from, hoping they get here fast enough. But no, Vex, the Welsh Warrior, holds up the angle in defense. Gustav's gone down. Nades coming out. GK has to scatter.
Oh, they were just a step too late, but it's okay. They're still firing. Spyro there gets a big knock onto Vex. Jeems trying to get around the corner, trying to get around the angle. Vard has a nade in hand, but the stun, is that going to be enough to dissuade him from getting it where it needs to go? PWD trying to get there to Spyro.
Quizzy was just crawling through the FaZe members, but while this is happening, Azla's taking control over the circle. Luke goes down. Leosh just watching the bullets buzz over his head as now FaZe and Geeky both out of the zone, and it is going to be red zone on defense.
This looking like Azla might get a win. Just depends here. FaZe wants to get a third member up and running. Of course, still have Leosh for Namiga chilling out. You never know. Maybe Azla's turn to get.
Who's going to get it? Going to be one knock on Effects, who just got up. Jeems peeks the angle, very weak already. Hal racking up the kills.
Huge, huge. Just about to say, maybe it's Leosh's turn to do to Azla what they did to other teams earlier today.
I mean, Jeems did get the knock on a red zone, so that slows down the pacing a bit for Geeky to have something to work from.
Hello?
Between them and Leosh, well, Spiro, just you got to choke back down on his belly, find a better cover spot.
Glass just needs to play his life here. Don't get knocked, and you're going to basically secure yourself the game. Let the other three players just put down the pressure that you're creating. Hold them, pin them in. Let the grenades do the talking, and so far so good.
Hal's nades have been connected. Good Leosh, though. You called it. This is the angle that was scary, and now everybody on Azla Pentagram peeks back. They can't get the knock, and Leosh does get the flush. Suddenly, Azla Pentagram finds themselves way more vulnerable than they thought a moment ago, and they don't want to go for this push after Geeky.
Yeah, there's still two dug in for Geeky. They don't have much to work with. One smoke, two stuns, whereas Azla has a bunch of stuns. So when they're ready, when they want to strike, they can just let loose with a stun barrage, push through. For now, they're just being safe about it.
That's a pretty sneaky little spot that PWD's found himself. Might be able to catch somebody unaware. Hammer is going to be the guy that's lined up against PWD. Spiro's just trying to creep his way in a bit safer. Leosh, though, still has to get in the zone. Now Hal's got a new job. He's got to get back here and defend the new angles, make sure to contain Geeky, but that leaves him vulnerable to Leosh.
Yeah, he's okay for now. He got lit up on the way. Leosh actually shooting into Geeky. Geeky's Spyro like, yo, bro, wait, let's deal with Azla first, then maybe we can fight later. Smokes are out, not much to work with again. A little bit of the emergency cover being thrown down, but Azla playing this contain onto Geeky first and let Howl 1v1. He's been good today, so put some trust in that guy.
Three teams still up and alive. 38 points right now for Azla off of 14 kills and making it to this point. Just 7 points back behind FaZe up at the top of the leaderboard right now. EK, Spyro keeps getting spotted, but Azla just can't find the angles to finish this the way that they want it to. Leosh just keeps crawling in closer and closer. Is it finally? Yes, he finally goes down. That's going to open up Hal to have the angles that they want, but PWD has gotten really close.
Got great value out of that one smoke they had, did Geeky, but now they're running out. They only have one stun to work with. Oh, PWD, he surprises them. Oh, he didn't get red zone, though.
Hal does his job, shuts down PWD, red zone. Spyro lined up against each other. Spyro just trying to get closer and closer to some cover with that crate right next to him. Red zone's going to use the control to Hal has set up, but that leaves him vulnerable. Spiro gets the knock.
Okay, another 1v1 for Howl. Is he good for another? He's going to spot him. Shoots the cover in front of him. Spiro able to go through there, at least secure another point for themselves no matter what. This is a big one. That's level 3 gear.
That's massive walking in.
Oh, no helmet.
No helmet. This is going to be brutal. Clutched one already. Can he do it again? Spiro creeping forward. Hal at least closer to the center dot, but not by much.
Just a little. So it's going to have to be Spiro who makes the first move. There's still a molly there for Howl, but is that tree cutting off the angle from where he wants to throw it? No, he's underneath it. Should be okay. Just looking for his moment. I mean, this is so tough now that Spyro got the level 3 gear.
He just needs patience. He's got a down teammate ahead of him, trying to see if he can use it for some cover or information to know the moment that Hal goes for the peak. It's so slow, so steady, knocking that out. Now moves it back to 9 angle. Hal takes so much damage. Spiro knows it. He's trying to open up a new firing line, deny Hal any form of movement next to the car.
He's gotten a little bit closer. Circle may end up going in his favor here with that hillside working in his favor. He's got the bush too. Oh, Hal didn't see him.
Doesn't know where he's at. Did throw out a flash, but I don't know if it connected or not. I think that Hal's starting to realize that might not be the side to play. Instead, using the tree for cover, but that's going to... Oh, he did spot. Goes for a couple of peeks. No! Good shot's gonna come up, and GK picks it up after a beautiful firefight. Time and time again, they were disadvantaged and found it.
Another big clutch there for GK. The solos coming up huge today. It's come down to a lot of intense moments, and man, you can't be too sad about that. You've already clutched a big one out. It's okay.
You had no helmet, and you've already done one clutch. You're fine. Other side, that GK, big game for them, and also big game for Red Zone and Asla Pentagram, man.
Huge. Tons of kills for them. They're in second place, I'm pretty sure, right now.
And FaZe just running amok. I love it. I love it.
They're just out for blood, and they are not being stopped by many teams. They have got it today.
I thought that this was going to be a slower lobby, but we got two squads that say, nah, we want it to go loud and violent.
Well, that right there was an exhilarating end to our Rondo. GK barely eking it out against an on-fire Asla Pentagram. It's fair to say Red Zone is living up to the hype on that roster, but GK puts them down into the ground.
Yeah, man, this game, that especially if you consider the Wrangle game where GK actually had the man advantage, they had the high ground advantage, that game they thought they could have won, didn't win. But this one here, Spyro, and not having a helmet, the headshot put him low. He had to boost, and then the headshot follow-up is just an insight. Did not have enough HP to survive that there for GK, but as the Pentagram, man, what an insane game for them.
Yeah.
I think if you put the amount of kills together from Master Pentagram and GK, and take away GK's kill points and Asla, like they'll have like almost half of the kills in the entire lobby, like absolutely.
Should we add FaZe to it as well?
Yeah, that'll be 2/3 then, because that was an absolutely insane game here to pull up. I like the way that they also approached the Orchid fight, and the kind of disadvantage that FaZe had. They pulled up on that Northern fight. That was huge. Yeah, but yeah, what a good nade here. Sure, that delayed them a little bit. That opened the door for GK to get that push. I love the third-party timing and timed opportunities that these teams have taken through here. But the Howl nade, man, that was huge.
Yeah, very impressive stuff by them to continue this on as the Pentagram. It's putting them solidly in that top 5, right, with the 16 kills and the placement points going their way as well. As we take a look at the final moments here, Spiro really making the dream work for them, taking down Red Zone and then leaving Howl in a position where he was trying his best to be that position to deal with Leosh. I get why Howl moves down there to try and make sure that you've got to deal with that snake.
You've got to. And I'll say this though, I talked to Spire just before the game started today. I'm asking, are you going to be popping today? And he said, what's popping?
What? What is popping?
And it's like, get kills, get frags, get points, and that's exactly what it is. They are popping now. GK looking extremely strong here so far. Sure, we're not that many games deep. We are in an 18-game series, but if you're able to do this, to start off this and win these engagement situations that you are here, the amount of confidence and morale you're going to be having after that's going to be at an all-time high.
No, definitely. I mean, as we take a look at GK here with this win, they're going to be happy about that one, pushing them into it.
Oh, yeah.
Asla Pentagram a little frustrated with that, despite a big game. I can understand why, right? Like, you've got 3 alive in those final moments, kind of submitting that to GK.
Still number 1
but they're
points.
still number 1. 22 points go the way of Asla Pentagram. It's a massive game. GK with the 19. FaZe is kind of gaming today.
They are gaming today.
They're kind of gaming.
Double-digit games back-to-back here. I'll say this too. It would have been a 5-point clutch for Howl to do that, to pop off like that. What he did in a wrangle was way better than that. So I'll give him that. He's had an absolute fantastic day for him so far. And for Asla in general, this is going to put them so far up. Like, it's also going to put it a good confidence. But once you're in a spot, like, we could have won that game. Those 5 points could have mattered. That would have been a 27-point game for them.
Amiga as well with the 11, so another double-point game for those boys. Leosh really getting some good salvage points from this game.
Yeah, that obviously getting 5 placement points here was huge for them. They also had some good engagement, getting the 6 kills through. But FaZe James. They are putting some points between them. Asta and GK keeping up. There's a bit of a gap forming outside the top 3 here. It's kind of looking what we saw in the group stage. It was also top 3. It was the 3 teams kind of putting a little bit of lead in them. And so far, GK, Pen, and Asta Pentagram here and FaZe.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, we've talked a lot about our top 5 and kind of that kind of barrier to where we're at. China is being able to do very well on that kind of barrier position as well. We changed the game in 17 Gaming. The Americas. We haven't talked about them too much.
Let's not.
Team Liquid, obviously, we've seen some
Let's avoid that.
unhappy faces, though, on them. And I do think that them, as well as likes of Furia, can quite easily have a little bit of a bump up. They do have the chops to do it.
Let's look at the difference. Obviously, from 3rd and down to 8th place. There's a 20-point gap happening right now, but you're still extremely close to 5th. You're only 10 points off. Even one big game here for Liquid, or even Made in Thailand, that's going to put you close and within striking distance to the top 5. So it's absolutely not done. And we have a few more games to go here today, so we're going to be absolutely fine. But we need to start getting the ball rolling. Over a series of 18 games, you cannot have too many bad games because we're only sending 5 teams through to the finals.
No, it's tough. It's going to be grueling, and we're going to go to a short break while all of these teams compose themselves before we move on to our last 2 games of the day for day number 1 of the last stage.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
Two games left, and it is Miramar time, baby, where anything is possible. We've been seeing some pretty hot and heavy games, and now going over to Miramar, it's just going to get better.
It only should. I mean, in my opinion, it only should. I don't know how it's going to get better because the games today have been really good.
True.
Almost all of them ending in 1v1s or similar situations. So
3 out of the game?
Yeah, 3 out of the 4. So that's what you love to see. That's what it's all about. When these teams are in this last chance, when they are in this last stage, and they want to come through, get into that grand finals. Get themselves a hope of winning PGC, get that extra money. All those things matter. You can see it. Everybody's fighting tooth and nail. They're bringing their best today.
Well, there are a couple of squads that need to be fighting a bit more tooth and nail, as if they want something happening on day one to go in their favor, because it feels like a couple of these squads just can't really get anything inside of this lobby. I mean, you can see a couple of squads like Liquid inside that last game. Tried to stretch out, tried to go for some kills, and are instantly punished by Asla Pentagram.
Asla's on a tear, and color me shocked. They are really making the most of this as we get ready for our final 2 games here. Miramar, the Dusty Dunes, is where we close out the day. And make sure to spread the word out there. Let your friends know. The games have been really damn good today, and you don't want them to miss out.
This whole event, it's just been like banging games. The end of both group stages were just absolutely nuts. And given the recipe of what we're looking at in day one already, it feels like whenever you look at the last, I guess the qualification stage that we're looking at right now, it's got to just in the same way, right?
Feels like it.
So brutal and back and forth already.
It feels like it's going to come down to that last game for that last spot. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's even 2 spots up for grabs, and this has just been a blessed PGC for sure. Playing path very blessed for our players. Right down the center. Nothing going to be too out of play. Where are we going to find a circle? A lot of southwestern circles during groups. Maybe we get something a little bit different here. I'm kind of throwing that out into the nether. Please, PUBG gods, hear me. Hear my call. I beg you. please.
Not center.
Not southwest. Center's fine.
Yeah,
just not southwest.
We have been getting a lot.
Unless it goes Prison Island. Unless it goes to the chicken leg.
I want the drumstick. One day.
Dang it.
Oh! Why southwest?
Sorry. I tried. I did my best.
I know.
I should have caster cursed it and said it goes southwest.
Oh, it goes all the time, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Well, hey, Aslip, I play the numbers advantage, I guess, right?
Yeah. This is a great spot for Isla to be in. You can set up, a 2-2 split across one of these roads that's in the valley. There's a lot of great options for Isla to navigate this circle.
I'm too spoiled after Group A. I just instantly look at Chumacero. I was like, there's no hot drop.
We're so used to seeing it, but neither of those teams are here because one of them got eliminated and the other's already in the grand finals.
I mean, Chumacero was fun.
It was. I was kind of hoping for a little bit of something, but
it's day one.
It's day one. No more hot drops.
Again, top 5, and this is still pretty close. Up at the top of the leaderboard, just 2 points separating out FaZe and Geek. Asla back behind that by another 2. Then finally the drop off into Namiga, where it gets pretty close with Change the Game. On top of that, 17 having some rallying of their own in a contesting point, but it's still anybody's game. Looking down at Team Liquid, Myth, Furia, Orchid, Petrichor Road as well. I'd even put FN in there. Give me the stick and, hit them. Do something, man. Do something.
They might. You're still at a point where you could still have that one big game. You can have that double-digit kill win, and all of a sudden you're right up with the rest of the leaders, very close to the top. So that's kind of where you're looking here for some of these teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard. But I want to hear from a little Ghost and see what they have to say about that win on Datego.
Real goals from 17 Gaming. So finally, 17 Gaming, you have got the first chicken of PGC 2025. So I would like to ask you, what pulled you off with this?
恭喜17拿下 PGC 2025首个15杀吃鸡，请问是什么？你们做出了怎样的调整，才让你们取得这次成功？
我觉得也有一部分运气原因吧，然后我们也自己把握住了。
Yes, in this match we have some good luck, and we also take this opportunity and finally made it through.
All right, so there are a lot of opportunities. Let's cheer for 17 Gaming.
Got a question for you.
Sure.
It's been 5 years that Lil Ghost has been on 17 Gaming.
Yep.
What point does he become Big Ghost?
I think it was when they won their second PGS, surely.
I mean, still Lil Ghost.
He's the Big Ghost to me. He's the big dog, man. He's such a good player. Breakers, speaking of good players, well, this is some nasty shooting from FN. They did heart-stopping damage here to Namiga. They're going to lose a player in transition, and they're going to have to pull up and stop. That was some great shooting there.
Gadrock's going down early is a bit of a problem, too. He's been a catalyst player for Namiga, opening up some of their big opportunities for the squad. So was the cost worth it to get right next to Monte? Yeah, I don't know. This is the way we've been seeing these circles go. It's just south into south.
What I love about this for FN is they get that kill, they get the point, and they can immediately make a rotation west. There's a ton of open space over there for them. That's just a great pickup. You know you've slowed down Namiga. That opens up a lane for you.
Nobody is playing Western Route. No one right now. And Asla Pentagram has Vitamar all the way up into the Chumacera hillsides to some degree. This is a very wide split, and I mean, it's a bit feisty. If you can hold it, great, but you have to figure somebody's going to be coming after you, and Red Zone, the man himself, just kind of holding an island on top of the clouds.
He's that good. You can put the trust in him. I was kind of curious if Glaz was going to snag a crate that just dropped by Vialdemar, but it looks like he's going to pass it up. Might drop into the water. Hard to say from the map, but 17, speaking of, been on a pretty good roll here so far today. Got BL just on the other side of some of these dunes.
Yeah, they know it too. They rotated at roughly the same time. Saw Rock, has to assume somebody's playing over here. BL also would have saw them on the other side of it. Rock a bit more separated. They were trying to keep some territory control because Petrichor Road's just to the north of them. But much closer range threat. BL is going to start hearing this now more and have to feed that over. Can reinforcements get there in time? Jumping in vehicles instantly. Nope, maybe.
He needs reinforcements because he can't get out of that little ditch very easily. Yeah, finally able to do so. Going to take a little bit of damage from Santastico to make sure that he gets out safely. Yeah, that's really nicely orchestrated here by Rock. could have gone a lot of different ways. Rez immediately coming through for Namiga, but Wolf Fury is right here.
Oh, do they spot this? Do they pounce on it? They know it has to be a weakened member. Furia down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They have to make something happen. It looks like they are going to be going after him.
And meanwhile, Gen G is trying to inch their way through Chumacera, house by house, building by building. Sharper, they're already locked in on that western edge, expecting the shift to go that direction, want to control that side of the city if possible with a 2-2 split, a few players out further to their west. Revive is through.
Hell, my bad does get down and flushed though.
Yeah, that's the price you pay sometimes.
Hey, Furia trying to make some type of play. I respect it. Earth getting some friends close. Oh, the car bounces him out and actually provides cover. He gets a retreat angle off of the way that the car came into that.
That is unbelievably lucky there for Gen G. I don't like to use that word often. Wait for the grenade out front of the door. Beans got thunders, but Earth answers and kind immediately shut down by the sawed-off.
The rest of Sharper, I think, kind of has to let that go, right? You don't want to go too crazy for it. FaZe rolling right up on top of Liquid, jumps right in, and that is going to be a trade between Alo and Vex.
Alo can't afford to go down here. He's got to hold the line against Vex, but he's taking a ton of damage, and he's going to fall. The woes continue for Liquid.
They just can't find a firefight to work in these early rotates.
It's tough, man. It's tough to see them just kind of not having the right read round after round, and hopefully they can get it fixed here in the next day or two.
And they keep bumping into squads like Asla Pentagram and FaZe who they want to fight.
Yeah.
And the Liquid just is waiting for somebody to encroach slower and steadier, and instead, no, it's just, no, I want you. I want to kill you. I want you out at this point. And you saw a car run right over Liquid that was trying to defend. That's how hot and heavy they come in.
Well, I think what you're seeing here is throughout PGC is teams that are opportunistic and know when they have the advantage and press it are really, it's really paying dividends. And Gen G,
the timing.
the timing, Escaluzia. He's like, oh, maybe they're going to let us get the res. Nah, bro.
Nah. Oh, Gen G gets the top of Chumacera, and that's going to be Sharper retreating down the hill. Jedi already has a point that they can regroup at. Other side of this, FN Pochon has forced a bit more of this hillside control in their favor, changed the game, wrapping it back behind them, but again, changed the game. Slower, not necessarily wanting to fight for a firefight, instead playing right up against the zone wall.
Yeah, I like there by Rex that he goes for the shots and realizes, oh, that's a full team. I'm by myself. I'm going to reposition, and Star-Lord's repositioning with him to set up hopefully better positions to keep CTG pinned away from them.
But Zenith is not. Zenith is still holding down an area of Monte Nuevo just in case they need to anchor and go north.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's relatively smart. It's FN style for sure. I think the only thing that concerns me is some of their holds with those wide splits are a little porous. Sosit looking towards Orchid and a little bit of damage in there. Lyrics just gets down underneath the hill. Should be safe, I think. Myth is behind Orchid, but they're pretty far out. They're still in Los Leones.
Like a millisecond there, we saw Quizzy that was thinking about taking some shots at two members from Asla. And he actually goes more north. Doesn't retreat to the south where the rest of his teammates are, so I guess they're trying to set up a pathing over here in case the circle goes this way. You have to assume it's going to go north in some variation, and it does, leaving just the outskirts of Ademar in play. Monte Nuevo still also going to be a thing. Furia is already going to be making a path that's going to force Zenith to firmly regroup with the other members of FN Pochon, and they're going to go for Star-Lord's point.
Yeah, it didn't look like Quizzy could punish Asla, so they get out. Team Liquid, 2 players, need to salvage big time. Luke did his damnedest, but still need a lot more from him and his IGL Purdy Curdy as they're getting shot at a bit by 17 in transition. Orchid, they're swinging right into Geek.
Team Liquid is actually going to be roaming right into where FaZe is also going for some type of push. Are we going to see FaZe shift away from it? Of course not. FaZe wants to fight, and Team Liquid is going to be on the receiving end of it yet again.
Well, I think they've gotten past. I don't know if they're just going to stop here. They're afraid of Monte Nuevo, and they're afraid of teams that are going to be up on those oil derricks or whatever they are up on top of the hill above Monte, and they have to be safe. They have to be cautious. Now, the good news for them is, well, no, I take it back. It's bad news. It's bad news.
So Asla was holding an interesting point. Sharper looks like they might be regrouping next. And PWD's over there as well. And now they've just got to roam forward yet again. Team Liquid, they didn't want to go further in, but they don't have too many options. Are they at least going to be able to steal this compound for now? I bet FaZe knows that they're there. Furia knows that they're there, so they're going to be trapped on that point. Now even Rock getting some vision. Kawazin's going to get the knock on a Purdy Curdy, but he might be able to crawl in.
Yeah, this is the one that, oh, hello. Fex is like, I'm going for the res. I love this. Team's starting to play off of these revive stations and getting points off of it. We saw it earlier with Furia. Now we're seeing it here with Namiga.
Ming, I think, is also doing the same thing next to the res station that's very close to his position.
Dude, look at Namiga on the map. They're at like every res station.
They are. That's actually a really smart way to steal a couple of points there. And, I mean, easy pickup, right? You don't want to go into a circle you don't have any information. Instead, see if maybe you can steal something away. Works out.
Heckin' yeah. I was going to say, I was going back to Liquid real quick, that I was like, well, that compound next to you is open. The bad news is FaZe was right on your heels. Kind of forced them into a awkward situation. They get the res, though.
That's the thing with Namiga taking those shots onto Fex. That's forced FaZe back out of the circle and actually provided some safety for Team Liquid.
That's true.
There's a world where FaZe would have just instantly pushed that because they know that there was only 2 people that were jumping out of that vehicle.
It's a good point. It's a good point. That might have just bought Liquid an extra life in this one. Myth playing very cautious on the edges. They wrapped all the way from Ilusiones down around the southern coast to try to get in, but they're going to run into Geeke as Orchid went to the north of Geeke, so they're not being barricaded by them, and instead it's going to be Geeke who's allowed free reign here on the Myth rotation, and Kiss is just like, not so sure about this one right now. Spyro as well getting involved to try to fortify as Kiss is forced all the way down. Where is he going? He's trying to figure it out.
I think that they were maybe going to go for Valdemar, but instead now retreating and regrouping on the hillside and might just push in. That's just all around a problem.
Vontae's blowing up the chip, I think. I think he blew up Fex's chip there.
Yep.
And here comes the rest of FaZe right as that's happening.
Do they want vengeance? Probably. Vard, rest of the crew, I mean, Leash, Gedrox, they're nowhere near this. Poor Levante's by himself, and he is just pissed off FaZe.
What in the world are we watching? This is one of the stranger games that I can remember. There is all kinds of...
It's like an evolution in the meta, right?
Yeah.
But we're looking at how people are wanting to play. Levante has jumped in his vehicle. Does he choose the right path? Because if he goes after Gedrox, he might be safe and be able to avoid Vard. If he goes after Leash, then he's going to have to deal with 2 members of FaZe.
Vard's not going to go for it. Didn't feel comfortable in that spot. So Levante able to scooch his way a little bit further forward.
And FaZe is playing with not enough information off of what happened.
Oh, they have no idea.
They have to assume that all of Namiga was there, maybe going for a res of their own. And instead, no, Namiga's just after every res.
Yeah, no. I mean, how would you expect that Namiga had fanned out like they did? That's just something nobody's done before that we've seen. So that's definitely unorthodox. But those are the kind of plays that, you know, tend to net you points potentially, is when you do stuff that other teams don't expect. It often rolls into your favor. For precisely that reason, rolling into this compound is Team Liquid. Going to drop Luke off on his own. You're surrounded by Furia members, and now you know it.
Oh, yeah, Kurt. He wanted to go after this longhouse, and now Gizera on one side of it. Going to be waiting for Kurt to come in. Here's the footsteps, peeks around, and yeah, that's an easy shot down that hallway. Just Luke 12, the last one up, and 4 members of Furia around him.
It's just painful to watch for Liquid. They really need some more points, whether it be in this game or the next, to really feel like they're in contention. Going into those next couple of days, you never know. 60-point days happen, and certainly those Liquid boys are capable of it. Myth has found their way underneath the noses of Orchid. Geeke had pulled off.
He knows. Get some damage. Does get a knock onto one. That makes this less scary, but there's still 3 members. Nades being prepped, bouncing around the corner. Luke has to retreat. And everybody from Furia now under fire from Petrichor Road as well.
Oh, this is okay, but Kraken has a Panzer in hand there, so Luke might just go down to that. He's cooking the heck out of that grenade. Goes for it. Not going to really connect enough.
Oh.
They're trying to bait for Kraken here.
This is interesting, the way that this is set. FaZe went back to the compound where Liquid was just at, knowing the fact that those 2 members were there on the hunt. They might spot out this firefight. I think that Gustav has seen it.
I think this is wise by Luke to just go up into the rafters of the firehouse. That's going to be really the last safe position for you, although with a Panzer there, it might not be the safest. Extends, has taken quite a bit of damage. A blue zone here, a follow-up from Levante. Try to deal with him, but he had a full-on med kit, so he's A-okay. Luke, pressure.
Oh!
Luke, another knock.
Finding it. Gets a lot of damage out of Posa. Looks back down. He's got to go for the reload, though. There's just too many targets around him. He's on fire, trying to retreat. Does he have time to get the net off? No, he does not. Kawazine drops the nade on him.
Still, that was expensive for Furia. Two teams at the bottom of the leaderboard really bruising each other up. And Navi wants to go a little bit towards this edge. Namiga, Levante did get knocked above them. Orchid rolling in underneath. Myth trying to take this opportunity. They're going to be right across the street from Gen G. Pretty well aware, I would assume. Rex, not too much damage there into Escaluzia. More teams coming. Here comes Ozla.
Yes, got to send it off the hillside. Red zone down. Evan Pochon managed to warm up on those first couple of crosses, and we're ready on the tail end of it. Hal leading a path, and has to slow down because of just a ghost car that's in front of him.
And that was some pretty nifty shooting from Rex. Got kind of dialed in with the first. There's a knock. Here goes Gen G springing to life. A bunch of Myth crumbling underneath their under their gun sights.
Myth just got to continue to send it forward. Orchid's actually taking shots at Navi. Has to spin back around. Olympus goes down. Now just Kiss roaming the hillside right underneath of Orchid.
Olympus has fallen. It's a little sad. Kiss, though, trying to do what he can to survive longer into this. Navi thwarting the advances of Orchid as best as they can. A little bit of damage.
Kiss alive.
That's true. It does keep Kiss alive. Ozla's gone from bad to worse. Here is all of 17 is just laying into them. They have the high ground. They've got an angle. Smokes are there, sure, but Ozla's not in a spot that I would envy.
Our two control points that we really need to keep an eye on are 17 with the firing lines that they have, and Rock just on top of it all. They're taking shots down into Petrichor Road and Brickyard. Change the game's going to be pretty close to them. The south, Geek's got themselves a BRDM. They're going to be roaming right next to Gen G, who just got those beautiful shots into Myth just a moment ago. But it's going to be a bit harder against the BRDM.
This is not fun for Ozla. The barrage coming from mortars. Well, depending on the angle they come from, it's going to be pretty tough to get him in there. There was a Panzer for Bean. So all of a sudden that BRDM, that advantage you have to try to clear some open space taken away from you. Bean now trying to keep the rest of Geek pinned down. Ozla is very pinned down.
Okay. One side of this has to be careful. They're just having to force everybody away from the windows. That means that control on push, now favorable for Geek. Full retreat for Gen G. Gen G can't really step back too much more. Boostix on the other side.
That was a nasty grenade from Flame. Jedi does knock Bean, though, for Gen G. So even though this fight going well, there's just too many other teams around them that they can really profit off of this too much. A little bit of an angle there for Spyro, but not going to connect. Tosi's still trying to hold the line with this barrel.
Rock 17, Jedi for Sharper, all taking shots into Gen G on the outside of this. Geek just wanting to slow down the pace a bit more, see if they can get some assistance on the outside while the circle goes right up next to Rock and Brickyard.
PWD is going to take this opportunity to repair up the BRDM, but there's a grenade right next to him. The timing there could not have been worse for PWD. Tosi, on the other hand, perfect with it. Spyro sitting in the blue, left to his own. I mean, he was great for the clutch earlier. Does he have another one in for us?
Squad in second, 44 points right now, in some trouble. Spiro, nowhere he can really go except just right outside into Gen G's face. Guess though, he's not done just quite yet. He wants to at least try to get a kill or something out of this point. Orchid, eyes on what was going on with Gen G as well as Navi back behind him. Navi also has a sideline in. Kiss, no fear, gets another knock before he goes down.
Man, he's still got it in him, but just no one left alive to really back him up. A little bit of a fan out. My God, a huge fan out from FN. They are all over the southwestern corner. Gen G, a mad dash to try to get in. Already Ozla in front of them. They're grouped up, though. Who knows?
Yeah, but there's a lot of people taking shots. Have to see how this lays out. Spiro also seeing if he could get out, also going to be contained, most notably due to the high ground angles that are already set up. FN continuing to take raining shots in onto Azla. There is just nowhere for Azla to go. They're just having to weather the storm with more and more people just finding ways to pick them apart.
This is just nasty stuff from Rex. It's a bunch of damage there with that Mark 12. Gets at least one out of it. By the way, FN's fighting on two different fronts. They were fighting CTG with just breakers over on the other side. Meanwhile, Rex and Zenith are trying to keep Ozla pinned in, and Gen G's looming.
Gen G wants to go after Ozla position. I don't think that they want it as bad as they think that they do, but given the fact that they're being harassed on to the east from Orchid, who has to figure out some way to get across this field, Gen G's just trapped in position as well, and this is going to be a problem. Orchid actually does send one of their members very close to Jedi. See if he can shoo them away, as 17 also going to move into a gatekeeping position.
It's actually Ozla there who's able to fight back against Rex. Grenades now being thought about. They've got Star-Lord over here who had a few extra. He lets loose with one. Those are really nice, right on top of him, but one of them took a funky bounce off the backside. Only gets about half damage into both. The follow-up here from Star-Lord could be there. Oh, it bounces so far.
How are they surviving this? They've just had nade upon nade, team upon team taking shots and somehow clinging to life. Instead, people opting to the more vulnerable Gen G now since the blue zone's on top of them. Orchid's already pushed down to a point they're going to just deny any form of movement there, but 17 hears it, knows Orchid's in the field, and looks like they're now going to be going after Orchid.
Yeah, like this from 17. Got to get proactive in these fights. Grenades let loose. Are they going to be on the money? Nope, too far again. Hillside there, providing enough cover for Orchid. Now 17 kind of trapped thinking, okay, we'll let everybody else fight this.
Well, FN can see Orchid much easier than they can see Ozla now, so Ozla benefiting massively off of this. Ozla just taking shots back up the hill, just trying to shoo anybody away, but this is going to be just brutal over here. 17 has a good contain onto Orchid. Ozla has to push into Orchid's positioning. Glaz, the only one up, no options ahead of them. FN high ground, just punishing everything.
Yeah, FN would love to sweep this edge, clean as much of this as they can, and then just disengage. I don't think you want to fight the full forces of 17. If you see them get involved in this fight, Glaz just running and hiding, and okay, never mind. He sees Mogore, doesn't get the knock with the 3x AUG spray, has a few stuns.
17's actually pulled away from this. Instead, wants to get control over circle next to Na'Vi. That means that Orchid really has to just deal with Glaz that's going to be in front of him, but he's got a beautiful firing line right down on top of him with Rex on the other side of it.
Rex is starting to get a little low on 5-5. Hopefully somebody's got some behind. He's so good. 4x spray there. Gets Lurix. And actually, Star-Lord's fighting Petrichor Road. I mean, Ozla is just pumping out the damage.
I make the best of a bad situation, at least get one thing out of that, get another kill, but that's going to come at the cost of Orchid going down there. 17 now has to deal with a very roaming Na'Vi pushing down heavily from the north, right on top of them. They're going to crest that hill in just one moment. Hakatori's got himself a tool to do a massive amount of damage, but so said, already spotted. Hakatori on the other side, a bit out in the open, but Hakatori getting the better of that trade.
Yeah, Xiao Bei there. Didn't want to re-peek one more time. Pretty good little prairie dog. And oh, what a grenade, though, from Xiao Bei. That's the P90 down.
Oh, Ferris doesn't know where the angle is. 17 dismantling Na'Vi. It's just going to be extends up next to Rock, and 17 has way more space to play.
He's got some opportunity to do damage, but he can't find it. He can't find the knocks, gets a headshot. Now he's just got to play for safety as Rex swings in. He wants 17 down.
But there's so many members. He's all by himself. The other members for his squad are all over next to Brickyard. He has to survive here, and he's got to do it by just firefighting against whatever comes after him.
Oh, Rock reaches out, and they're going to take down the last member of Na'Vi. Breakers is fighting CTG, finding kills. FN is absolutely all over the map.
CTG is on top of Petrichor Road inside of Brickyard itself. FaZe is also pushed into this point. The high ground for FN is just dismantling squad upon squad around them. They're just picking firefights, forcing squads into other firefights. This is just beautifully high-level mechanics coming up from FN to read the circle.
Rex has no fear. He's over here by himself. Yeah, he got a knock earlier, but the reses are in. He's still fighting 4 men. Ming Ming, in the meantime, doing damage, just still making those guns just make other teams' lives an absolute nightmare. Stuns are coming through. He wants to finish off Gustav, and look who it is.
Oh, but Rock's got high ground. Again, FN gets the circle, keeping some of Brickyard in play. 17's got to move. Rock's got to move. FaZe has to move, and FaZe sitting on 6 kills, unrelenting still.
Rex has bought a ton of time here for FN and really delayed 17. A nice grenade from Ming Ming is going to finish what his guns started, the AUG.
Ming Ming, man, today.
He's looking great today.
Yeah, I don't know what's different about it, but he feels so much more comfortable in the way he's taking these fights. Changed the game very close to them. see how they deal with this, is they can all kind of hang out in Brickyard for a while longer. It's really just going to be FN's Breakers and Rex trying to contain 17, and then Rock and whatever they want to do. Let's not forget that there are 2 members from Namiga alive. Leosh very far to the northeast, and Levante already inside the circle.
Rip. The dug-in members of CTG will claim a prize. It's going to be Nan's life, as they are just going to wait this out. They're mostly in the circle. I think Tiantian's just a little bit outside, but that's A-OK, Rock.
Time to go.
It is. What do they do about 17 and FN, though?
Do they even know the safe angles to play from
Oh,
FN?
no.
Oh, that Panzerfaust gets some damage. It's going to force Rock to retreat, but interestingly enough, that's going to be exactly where 17 wants him. They're just already set up over here waiting. Rock nowhere to go, getting picked apart every single place that they try to roam for, instantly getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, a spread formation here to try to cover for Rock, but it's not quite good enough. There was one knock onto 7-7, although Star-Lord from afar is going to find RBN, and FN just holding the line. They just need to keep this southwestern edge to themselves, and they will be in a prime position to get a big chicken dinner win. Rex still looking for more 17 lives to claim. The blue zone is perfect from BL. The timing on that could not have been better.
There is a lot of blue zone over there, and FN, God, it feels like they've just got everything working in their favor right now. They know exactly where to play from. Every single aspect of the team is kicking off the way that they want it. 17, I thought that they had a good position, but it is just gone like that.
Ooh, Breakers, 5 kills too. The young kid really stepping up here as this tournament goes on. Rock onto the feet, on the move. Looking for a little bit of space here on this northern side, but they're getting tagged up. Anywhere they go, it seems like you're going to be under FN sights.
Yeah, every other squad having to go into the circle where FN already has some control with Star-Lord high ground. Zenith trying to contain Brickyard, Breakers, and Rex. No new targets to deal with. Rock went north, so it's going to be Rock, Namiga's duos over there. Ming as well as Change the Game, all stacked up north, similar angles, all having to just run right up on top of each other exactly where FN wants them.
I mean, I think for FN here, you're thinking back to that opening map of the event when you went up against T1, and what worked for you was holding the line, not overextending, not greeting for the kills, and I think that's going to be what they are looking to do here, I would hope.
What's crazy about it is FN has 11 kills right now. This is like their day 1 in the group stage, but it's like also not explosive kills. It's just the fact that they're just in so much control. Everything just feels easy. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to take this one. Oh, whenever these guys come out of here, we'll just kill them with this angle. There's just nothing that feels like they just can't get what they want here.
Well, they played it individually unbelievably well. Nobody overcommitted to anything. Yeah. That's what it really was all about. Santastico hoping to claim a few extra points for Rock. There is a Mark 14 behind him in BL's hands, so they've got, that Molly's nice too, catches a member of Namiga. They know they've got him pinned underneath there. It's a real guessing game right now about what CTG wants to do. Namiga trying to figure it out. Oh, the spray from Santastico, perfect.
You just got to take what you can get in this circle. Nobody even taking shots at FN. Everybody's stacked on top of each other. They've got to go firefights between each other, and they're just weakening each other, allowing FN Pochon to have the angles that they want even more. It's going to be Rex running up back behind all of this. Levante probably isn't even going to be expecting this. There's no world where he's going to have any idea that a squad is running right back behind where Rock was just at.
Oh, they've let Rex off the chain, and he's looking to bite down. As they know now, there's a few more points potentially to claim. This one should be about done and dusted with Tiantian down. There's one on each side. Zenith claims him. Looking for Ares, who's just going to, I think, preferably just die to the blue. That's what he's maybe hoping for.
Will FN even allow it? They're just chasing it out. They know that people are going to try to die to blue. They don't want to let it happen, but Breakers does spot out Levante. FN Pochon, they get the kills. They get everything. Big victory, high kill count. Just clinical, man. Clean.
That was so good. I mean, there's so many moments in that game where if somebody oversteps, if Rex or Breakers just puts themselves enough out of position that they get knocked, that game could go very differently for FN. But every individual playing that to a very high level.
We saw at the start of the group stage, it felt like these guys were going to just instantly qualify. Day 2, Day 3 had a bit of a slowdown. Miramar back, and it is strong for them. This is one of those, go back, watch the map feed, and just study how they move through this map. It was just beautiful.
There's not many teams that can play it like that, that's for sure. I mean, that to have the confidence in all of your players to be able to send them out like that, that's got to feel good.
I mean, look at that. They're not even hyped. They're not bouncing around. They're just like, yeah, we just did that. It was easy.
Our first Miramar and FN Potion returns to day one of group stage glory as they're able to take a victory here against all the little stragglers towards the end. Those cheeky little boys, they're able to weed them out.
It's a difficult circle here. I love it. It's a little bit change of pace in terms of what we saw in other maps, right?
Yeah.
A lot of high ground terrain, a lot of angles that were held, a lot of Hail Marys to be sent once we saw that northern shift, especially here. Myth losing 3 of their guys on rotations. Kiss did get 1 or 2 points here, but it's not really been the hope for, in terms of Myth, it's not really been the hope of Thailand in terms of one of the big names coming in.
No, definitely not. As we take a look at some of the highlights coming in from this game, Genji decided to get a few kills here and there. We had Rock as well. Very important for them to be able to get quite a bit on the board. They were kind of in the middle of the pack at the moment.
Yeah.
To try and get things done. And Setastico was popping.
And FN Potion, 15 points prior to this one here, prior to this 5th
It's a nice bump up.
Yeah, it's a huge bump up. They're more than doubling their points after this game here. They got a huge amount of kills too. I was actually expecting Navi to get a little bit more. There are 4 guys alive.
Yeah.
But the rich peak we saw from 17 Gaming, they got absolutely demolished here. Even with the 3 gear and crate gun that we saw on Hakatari, didn't come much to fruition here. But Breakers had a massive game. We saw Rex step up here, and overall, yeah, FN, I think they ended on total 15 kills, so they got as many kills as their total points, and the 10 points for the win here, James.
I will say, watching these highlights as well, I'm enjoying the homing missiles that Ming has against and FaZe even, I should say. Just constantly hitting them with grenades in the last couple of games here. Somehow Ming getting another double against them. But some sad faces here and there across the board, but of course, good old FN Potion. Yeah, as I say, it is a return to what we were hoping from that first day, right, of their group stage. They looked fantastic. Obviously, Rex was kind of a big fixture of that. Yeah. And it wasn't just the Rex show here.
It was. Rex stepped up too. Yeah. Really happy to see that they're kind of spread out. We talked to Cheese before the game started here during our rehearsal. We asked him, what is your fantasy team today? And he somehow gamed the system, and he said he had Rex, and Rex.
He did. Yeah. That's what he said. And then we said, you might be lying.
Yeah. But he did have Rex, so that's great.
Probably, yeah. And probably was his captain, actually, in all of them when all was said and done. Well, let's take a look at those numbers. It's 24 pointer-roonies going up for FN Potion.
All right, they didn't get the blue kill. They died.
Yeah.
So they didn't get that last one. Still, 24 points is huge. That's going to jump up to a total of 39 points. It's going to jump them up close to striking distance to the top 5.
But what were you saying? You were saying about kind of the slower pace of this game, very open, right? That reflects in the points that we've seen gained from all of these teams. Once again, change the game. Namiga is up here again. Like these
4 teams on 7 points.
Yeah, constant names. 17 up here again. FaZe up here again. Undisputedly, FaZe has every single game really been super consistent here.
Very, very impressive with what they will do, especially considering Levante camped
still there.
They're still there, and they got an 8-point lead and a 10-point lead down to Asta Pentagram. That is massive. But look, with that, we see FN Potion jump up into a tie for tying change the game here. They've got more placement points, so that's why. Only 3 points down to 17, another 6 down. Still, the teams that are currently, I would say, down to Navi, within our last game, still possible to catch that top 5 here.
Yeah, this isn't quite a start of a day where we have like a BB team, for example, doing insane and really kind of making big strides against the rest of the lobby so far. Aside from 1 or 2 here and there, it is quite even, and we keep cutting to Team Liquid, man, and Purdy never looks happy with what's going on so far.
It's been a rough day for them to start things.
Yeah.
And Navi also not looking happy. You can see, yeah, it's Extends not looking too happy. All the guys overall, I mean, they had a great start, but it's not really been able to follow up. But still, this game here, that was a game where they had an edge close to themselves. If they had chosen the different route onto Rock, it could have been a completely different game for Navi here, but it's the small choices that defines your overall outcome of the game.
See all these players getting ready and good to go. Mr. Krabs, no, don't do that. We have got one more game for today. How is it all going to go down? All of these teams are hoping to be able to sponge up as much as possible going into day 2. And our previous Miramar, of course, was very, very close in terms of that point distribution. So let's round it out for day number 1 of last stage as we head over to the casters for Miramar once again.
Claris, you broke my brain.
Mr. Krabs, yes.
Krabs.
I say yes to Mr. Krabs.
Oh, help. I don't know if you can stop what Mr. Krabs is trying to summon right now because Asla Pentagram's just wrecking people.
Yeah, Asla and FN. So Korea continues to show up strong here at PGC. Already have 3 teams into the grand finals. Looking to add 1 or 2 more, who knows? The strength of that region, just the depth of players. I mean, especially, man, with Star-Lord back here, dude, like, it wrecks my brain in some ways, because...
Haha, wrecks your brain?
Oh, that, ooh, I didn't even do that on purpose. Nice, good pickup. But because Star-Lord's been, like, on some not so great teams in the last couple of years, to be frank, but he's back, he's IGLing, he's got some boys around him who can get it done, and it's looking really good.
High of highs right there, but you can see the desk was talking about the low of lows. Stress mounting. Everybody knows this is going to be the 33% done, but whenever you just can't seem to get your game plan working, you're starting to really worry. You're starting to go, man, okay, why is this coming apart? Why isn't this working the way we need it to? And the pressure's starting to mount, and that's going to lead to some forced errors as we progress through this last match.
Yeah, it's so tough sometimes when you come into an event and you think you have a great read on what the meta is going to be, what your macro is going to look like, all this other stuff, and it just doesn't work, and you're left just kind of scrambling to figure out what the hell to do. Gen G is a team like that to me. Team Liquid right now.
Tian? He's the exact opposite side of the map.
My guy. That's just, you know, every once in a while teams do this. And it's sometimes it's like hedging your bets. You're looking for like an E pickup.
Or you just had to run to the bathroom really bad.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. He at least made it back to the seat if that was the case. Found himself a car. Should be able to get loot. Maybe regroup. The circle is in between his team and him, so regroup. But Tian has been like, is he the fragger Winbo? I mean, both of them have been having some big moments between the two. It's hard to say whenever you look at Change the Game. Fragging isn't necessarily the way that's not how they're changing the game. They're changing the game in a different way.
That's true. They're a placement point heavy team today. I mean, from my eyes, I like Wenbo. I think he's got kind of the most overall skill, but Tiantian's just another one of those veteran players, been around for a really long time. Think back to those Tiamba teams and other stuff that he was on. So, like, he's also got it in him. Like, I've seen him pop off. No doubt that there's really good players on Change the Game.
Way the circle sets, it's of course southwest, but not really south. It's more west-ish. So we still have Monte. Yes, that's going to be a component. El Pozo still inside the circle as well. Myth going to be close to Tian that we were talking about a moment ago. Sharper and the rest of the crew, they're going to have inside track on the circle pretty well, whatever they want. Asla, of course, we saw them playing the hillsides just the west of this. They're going to have some territory control of their own. Early rotates and early regroup coming up from Sharper.
Well, They've identified that Rock might have a player available for the picking, but BL has a Dragon. Oh, he gets headshot by that SKS, though. And Escaluzia, you could see it. He lit up. He started saying something. I don't know if they're going to want to press on that or not, but too late. First aid already in, so Sharper just going to be able to take this compound.
The rest of Rock not really capable of coming after him because 17's on the other side of this. Are you going to regret not regrouping, or are you just going to be able to pick up Xiaowu? He wasn't expecting it. He just gets caught out. So PUBG just kind of carrying over. As you can see now, it's going to be a full regroup here, and Xiao Bei in some trouble.
This is a little bit awkward, not reading the tea leaves correctly here. was 17, so Xiaobei says, I want to try to get out, but it ain't going to happen. Yeah, the grenade was already there. Fantastico had the Ironside AUG just in case. And that's going to be 2 players down early for 17 and not looking to be revivable anytime soon, in my opinion.
And that's a squad directly ahead of Rock on the leaderboard, just 4 points separating them. Gen G is going to be right back behind Rock, but now Rock's got a center point, feeling pretty good about it. Also managed to get distance away from Sharper, but Sharper not quite done yet. Still hunting back behind him, see if they can get a sneaky kill on anybody that's maybe going between the buildings.
See, Gen G, this is, they're in the Chuma vicinity. They're underneath Navi.
3 different teams all going for that same point. Weekend 17 was going on the other side. Gen G collapses, and Navi actually stopped to take shots at 17. So that's what let Gen G get to that point.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. This is just crazy because the other 2 players are in Chumacera. I mean, this is a massive split that Gen G is going to try to hold. Flame goes up on the roof, immediately gets punished for it. That's ambitious in this circle. I mean, there's a lot of high ground around you, let alone other teams that are going to light you up when you go for those roofs.
Picado Field's the focal point, so it's, I mean, it does have some hills and areas that you can play, but it's also pretty flat by comparison to a lot of the other areas of Chile.
Oh, a gift.
Right on top of him. Okay, Rock, getting rewarded for that early aggression.
Yeah, no kidding. That's an absolute gift. Right in the middle of the compound, nonetheless. Well, here's the other 3 members that changed the game. They're in Impala. This could also be like they might have worried that somebody was going to drop with them, and they wanted to send a player out to be safe. I'm grasping at straws here, Matt. I don't know. Fully understand.
FaZe just now entering the circle as well as Geek K. Nothing scary for them just yet. FN has left their high ground, and they're all around Monte. Pretty much every angle of Monte is theirs. Myth has been separated out. Baron's pretty far away from the rest of his team, most likely due to the way FN is going to be set. Other members for Myth looks like they're getting pretty close to where Azl's playing, but Azl's a bit more focused on what's going on the other side to the east of them instead of the west.
Kiss is right on top of Rex here, though. He's got a bolt. He's looking at other stuff, but I think it's Ozlo over there, but that's a little bit precarious there. Speaking of precarious, Wenbo.
Whoa!
Man, that's clean.
I mean, this is just awkward on a couple of different levels as Orchid spotted just the solo over here, stops right on top of it. I think that they were maybe going to see if they could pick up the vehicle and split. So Arctics doesn't really have to worry about that anymore, at least picks up a kill, but it does come at a cost of boosting.
Hangy here, preventing the flush onto his teammate Wenbo, at least for now. Arctics is going to loop around and try to go for it anyway. See if CTG can stop this. Again, they're going to be a player short because Tiantan's clear on the other side of the map. And they're going to go for the long-range shots to try to prevent it. Oops. Magore, not sure if that was intentional or not, but gets stopped up in his Murado. Arctics pressing forward with this M249.
Timer going down, slowly bleeding out. That's all this is just jockeying for position around this bleed out, not even inside the zone. About as far away from the zone as you can get in this circle. This is just, can we get Winbow back or can we get a point? Orchid wants it pretty bad, but change the game. Also going to spot out Lurix, maybe? They spot him and rotate it. He is stopped on over here.
You're going to see that Bronco, so you should know pretty well there's somebody nearby it. And yeah, Ares recognizes that and says, well, I can't really do anything about this angle necessarily. Is there any hope for Wenbo?
They're getting close. Blue zone's going to be there. That's going to be enough. Wimbo's trying. He's like, I could almost get there.
Please, please, Hangy. Just run out in the open. What could go wrong?
It's fine. Safe res. Safe res. There's a combo.
We've all been there. We've all been there. Scappy, danger close to Hammer. Hammer with the DMR out. So he's not seemingly aware that Scappy has gotten to this position, although the Scar is being swapped. So hard to say for sure, but I think Scappy's gotten here undetected.
Very, very quiet circle. Just a couple of shots between squads at range, and it's like 2 people shooting, maybe 3 at most at any given time. And this has led to just an awkward silence in the arena, as well as with all the players. Like, there's nobody shouting, nobody yelling. It's just waiting. You could feel like it's about to pop off any moment, and this could be where it does it, but Looks like Azla doesn't want to go too much. Remember, Azla's running a 2-2 split and doesn't know where everybody on Myth is at.
Yeah, they're trying to maybe bait for Scappy a little bit with that rotation, sending Baron out pretty far to see if they can distract Hammer, get him to tunnel in on that side of the equation. Yes.
We're halfway there, Tian.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
Well, he's actually just going to go for the circle. He's like, whatever, Sandstorm, we'll go this way.
Orchid's just completely camped CTG here.
Oh, so after all of that waiting, Hengy, all that waiting, in the end, it doesn't even matter. Scappy on top with the high ground. Hammer's going to retreat. The rest of Azla looks like they're trying to set up to contain. Glass is going to spot out. Is that going to slow down the pacing, or is Azla going to try to counterpounce?
Well, Hammer seems aware now that he is potentially in trouble, so he's going to get in the vehicle. This might offer an opportunity here. Oh, Olympus, another shot at it, another crack. Not going to be able to find it. That is a horribly eastern shifted circle right out into those open plains around Bocado.
I know. This is going to be really hard to handle. Namiga's going to have a good position. Looks like they might go back into Bocado itself. Navi already going to have a good spot. Power Grid's going to be in play. It looks like Team Liquid's going to take that. So teams that need to kind of push now through a very gate-kept western area is going to be FN, Azla, Myth, and I guess maybe FaZe, but they're right on the edge of the zone. We'll have to see. Sharper's just going to send it in, and that's going to be enough to at least get a foothold point to play from, but this doesn't feel too good.
Oh, Flame knew he had lit him up. That's why he wanted to go for that follow-up, see if he could get the knock, but didn't come through. Instead, going to pop some tires. Consolation prize here for Flame. Santastico is actually going to get Escaluzia, so Sharper does lose players trying to go for a little bit of a rotate. Rock looks content to hold their 2-2 split on the edge. Or 2-2.
Squads have to assume hard wraps all the way around to the north and to the east are going to be the way to go. FN, I think, is already thinking that. Nobody wants to deal with the situation that Sharper is going to be in. So it looks like FN going to go with 2 of their members to the north. The other ones are going to try to regroup. Actually, they don't have an option. They're going to have to be right next to Furia. So Star-Lord's going to wrap in back behind this. But Zakraken, I think, is going to spot this because he's playing pretty far away from the rest of his squad, as well as Zenith.
Yeah, I think FN might be walking into a bit of a trap this time, potentially. Did they get spotted? Did Kawazina has no idea? Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
No, Zakraken didn't spot this. That is terrible timing for all of this to come apart.
Oh my, that is brutal. Zenith here looking to escape the high ground for Furia. Doesn't get what you would expect it to, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating for Furia.
They just surrendered that whole area to FN. Gizera is trapped all by his lonesome. Azla is going to go south to get in the circle. That's going to be okay for now, but Myth has eyes on the exact same spot, it looks like.
Here we go. Azla. Oh, it's so dangerous. You start rolling downhill into the firing lines of those other teams that are there, but Hammer's like, okay, I'm just going to hold the back line. You guys get in there. Scappy is still making his way in, but yeah, it's enough, and Azla's safe for now.
Myth, bottom of the leaderboard, watching Azla get into the position that they wanted right in front of him. Now has to figure out, okay, what's plan C, because plan A and B have both been denied. I mean, maybe a bit further of a wrap to the south is going to be the play that they're going for. Chumacera is right on the outskirts of the circle, so there's a couple of pathing options that they can work from, but it's going to put them maybe into FaZe's positioning that's not going to feel too good, or maybe even Gen G's with that 2-2 split.
Yeah, no matter what, it's a little precarious for Myth. Hello?
That's ambitious.
Laz, that got to be careful there, my friend. There is a lot of angry players around you. Oh my gosh. Santastico had a few more bullets. I think you might have had him. You might get him anyway.
He's going to get away with it, so I guess decent scouting? Question mark?
Yeah, but you know where. I mean, the thing is you're scouting the hills beneath you because you're going to have to go down them, trying to figure out what the defensive formations look like. But now Gen G is going to collapse. They should be 4 strong. Luke. Oh, no. Please not like this, Luke. Team Liquid has already been on, they've gone through enough today. Don't let Tian just catch you when he shouldn't be there in the first place because he dropped so late.
This is an interesting set in the circle. So Team Liquid's going to get high ground, but they're not going to be able to peek down into the lower sections just to the west of Picado and those fields because there's going to be so many members that are hanging out down there from other squads that are going to be able to look back up the hillside. There's a couple of divots that you can kind of play for survival. It looks like FN's going to find one, Team Liquid on the other. Squads, though, are just going to have to make some committals into this field and hilly area around Picado itself. So you're going to have to firefight, kind of brute force your way into a couple of these points. Myth, Azla, most notably Orchid, maybe even GK in some fashions are going to have to deal with crashes next to them.
This is a huge push for Rock. They're finding the two-man strong 17, but it's actually Bean from Gen G. Finds the opening knock onto BL. Are they going to get there for the res? Looks like it. 17, though, well aware that they have company, and they want to welcome them as best as they can out in the open. Artix does take down Quizzy. So Geeke here underneath the firing squad of Orchid into 3 men.
Well, Geeke doesn't want to stay there too long. They don't want to surrender the point that they're playing in the circle. Petrichor Road's already spotted them. Looks like there were some vulnerabilities. Azla just trying to brute force their way as close to the center as they can get, and they're stealing what they can find. And kind of surprising off of that, Navi's gone for a full regroup, so doesn't have clean sight lines in right now. And Petrichor Road's more caught up taking shots at Geeke.
Oh, Geeke tried to peel off of that fight with Orchid, and they're getting punished. They at least respond, getting on, down and out. The rest of Petrichor Road watching Chewy on his own here. This is scary. He did see a player in there, so this grenade could be devastating.
Oh, PWD, not even an idea where to run there. Oh, Chewy even spots the other side. Oh, gotta be careful. Diffex is gonna get the better of that side.
Oh my God, the fact that Diffex went for that repeak not only caught Chewy off guard, it caught me off guard. I'm like, he just got tagged up and he just is like, nah, I'm going for it. I am him. And AZ has showed up.
Well, the other him inside this lobby right now, very close, and Ming Ming, he's got a goal and he wants to keep his squad alive. He's just going to crest right in the face of Diffex. Diffex gets some damage, but Orchid, remember, it was Geeke that had to retreat from Orchid to hold this point. Orchid chases him down.
Orchid on the warpath, but maybe getting stopped up finally by Myth here. Miss Scappy was able to avenge Kiss's death. A couple members of Orchid just on the hunt. They're just good looking for frags. This is what they should do.
Ming Ming's mad. I wanted that kill, taking shots into Orchid. Magores get some cover angles for the rest of the squad, but Myth is just roaming right into the face of Orchid, and it's just not working. They've got FaZe on one side, Magore on the other. It's a crossfire that they're just forcing themselves into, and Myth has so few options other than just to try. It looks like they're maybe going to have a vehicle retreat with one of their members in Olympus.
This is beautiful stuff from Orchid. The way they're navigating this edge is so masterful. They're clearing out space. They're finding good fights. Yeah, they're taking knocks here and there. But in this circle in particular, the edges suck. Because if you're not in one of the middle compounds, you're in trouble. Or if you're up in the mountains near Picado, you're in trouble. And 17 trying to make a move of their own to get a little bit more central. But this is such a flat, wide open part of the map. If you can just find those kills, clear that space on the edge, that's how you're going to get your points.
Sherber has friends close. Zakraken, remember, weakened. He's going to just run right at Sharper. Gizera's up to the north, so this is a solo man mission all by himself trying to make a cheeky play. Thunder's not going to let that happen, so Gizera now all by himself. Changed the game, finding friends and Rex very close.
Oh, Spark?
But it's going to be sparking. Team Liquid, other side of the firefight, spots it.
Oh, and Gizera steals the point, though, so Liquid doesn't even get that. Despite a nice shot there. Speaking of nice shots, Jedi watching Gen G roll in with the barrel. Has to try to reposition here. They're going to swing next to him. He's got one. Can he find another? They peek away from him. How is he still alive? Okay, Dozy finally gets in there.
Had to go for the reload, but man, Gen G, you were almost in a lot more trouble than you were at there. Thunders, do you want some more of this as well? He knows that they're weakened. Nade should be right down in the cubby. If he can connect it, it could be big. How's the bounce going to go? Right into the angle, just a tad short.
He might still get one. Oh, he went inside the truck, but Tosi able to deal with Thunders there. Gen G, are they going to be able to get up to all four? Cars exploding all around Bean, but I think they can do this.
Just narrowly avoiding having that car crush him. Gen G should be able to regroup with Flame. To the north, we still have Gizera just taking pot shots and tail end of Rock. Rock's going to be very close to FN as Team Liquid's got the high ground, but again, it's very hazardous to peek from unless you're going to go just east to west.
Yeah, so RBN may be resable by BL. It's just Gizera still has a little bit of time here in the blue. It's only phase 4 blue, actually, so he's not going to be chunking down super fast compared to if it was like 5 or 6. Solds has this AWM.
Petrichor Road got the reses back as a forewarning.
Oh, my God, they did.
They will be regrouping. Orchid's just going to have to deal with Azza much closer in range, but it's going to be phase. Orchid's position is survivable, but there's 3 different teams crossfiring on top of you. Luckily, there's a distraction with Petrichor Road parachuting in. Luckily, also, Orchid is going to be in this next circle.
There's a knock for Team Liquid there onto Namiga, so they might just opt to make a play off of that. I'm not sure. Seems like for now they're not making a move.
Well, Namiga's position is strong for now, but as everybody's forced closer and closer onto this hillside, you're going to have foot pushing potential onto Namiga's compounds, and there's a lot of vulnerabilities, and it's why it's a mixed blessing. You can get in the later stages, but there's just so many foot paths that you have to try to defend from. Team Liquid just going to run down the hillside. Oh. No more options to really work with, and it looks like they are going to go right after that Namiga compound we were just talking about, so that's going to force the rest of Namiga into the east.
All right, Star-Lord has gotten into Rock territory. There was that knock on RBN. Oh, they have no idea. Oh, it's a freebie for Star-Lord with the M4. Breakers coming in to help out his captain. RBN getting backed off by other shots. Oh, boy, he's got to come up with something big here.
He's got to push this angle. He knows that there's a team back behind him. I just don't even know what you can do. It's Gen G taking shots at Rock on the high side of this. Effin on the other side, close range danger. Star-Lord is going to go down to the blue zone. Just enough damage on the other side of it. RBN is also going to get knocked, but Effin Pochon's just trapped over here. They have to run down this hill. 17 at least going to score enough to take down Rock on the other side, but Gen G 17 might be eyeing this, and Effin, I don't know where you go.
Yeah, they're in trouble, but they've at least got some kills out of it. Grenades exchanging between Petrichor Road. Nobody doing severe damage, and except for the poor car there. It explodes up on top of the hill, rolls back down. Orchid dug in, Petrichor Road in. So both teams here just, and the grenade from Ming Ming, that's a big one. That could open up the push here for Petrichor Road.
Petrichor Road just trying to find where they need to go off of the nades, and they're just going to find everything that works up favorable for them. So Petrichor Road finding some successes in this. Very clean push away from Change the Game and Picado. They've got control of the south. Alice is going to be close to him, though.
That's a nice game, though, for Orchid. 7 kills. Can't complain too much about that. Hakatori has found Bean. Gen G still just bleeding in terms of their players out on the edge, trying to get through. Vard, hits a good shot onto Extends. That sits him down momentarily, but FaZe inside of the circle, so they're A-okay. They've got 3 up. They maybe going to have some shots coming into them, but seems like they're holding on for now.
The circle is kind of hard to call anything A-okay, and I saw your face whenever you said it. You're not wrong. I mean,
as A-okay as it can be.
Navi, Team Liquid, and Amigo, they're feeling pretty good. Everybody else is like, just stop for a second. Just stop shooting us. We want to figure out what's going on. 17 running this wide split. Does have Gen G between them. 7-7, getting that knock on Orchid, sorry. And are they going to chase after? I mean, sure.
I think he took that AWM away. Yeah, it's a great grenade. Nice stuff, but I think he took that AWM away from Rock, so that's a nice pickup. That's a great gun to have in a circle like this. When it's this flat and wide open, it can really open up space for you.
Petrichor Road made a great push a moment ago. They're going to have to do it again. Amiga also wants to deal with Team Liquid, that is the close-range threat, not really wanting to let them get too comfortable on point. Alo down, slowly bleeding out. And Team Liquid just keeps having to retreat from these nades, slowing off any chance for a res. Gedrox does get the follow-up nade to finish it, though.
All right, sparking, ready and waiting. Panzer in hand, and Namiga's happy to take that one and go back and play for the later stages of this. There's still a lot of teams on the edge. No reason to overcommit to that Liquid fight just yet.
Yeah, especially with Navi and Change the Game taking pot shots on your butt while Namiga's trying to go for that. Petrichor Road wants to take out Azla, but Azla has just been a thorn in squad upon squad's side. FaZe still alive at the top of the leaderboard right now, just surveying what's going to be going on with Azla. So 3 different teams are going to watch Petrichor Road whenever they crest that hill onto Azla, and that's going to be really hard to win.
I think FaZe is lining up for a C4 onto Azla, potentially. They're pretty grouped up inside of there. A nice nade from Hammer.
Or Navi.
And he's coming to life from the shack, I think. They're getting some damage in. CTG loses a player to Chewy, Everything's starting to fall apart here on these edges. It's pretty chaotic.
Pechkoro doing a great job on finding points before they have to make the push, change the game. They don't have any clean paths that go for themselves, so kind of focused in. Ming has managed to separate away from the rest of the squad, and he might have found a sneaky little hidey hole for the time being. Nan's going to send it the other side, and I don't know. James, where are you going to send this? Is it Asla? Is it after Navi? It looks like it is going to be going after Asla. Do they even expect it? James rolls right into their neighborhood. They're caught up dealing with Petrichor Road and change the game. Both. That hillside's so slow. No, it's going to stop right in front of them.
Oh man, they're gonna let loose with the grenades instead. We're hoping that the C4 would do a little bit more, but Asla somehow is still alive. They are getting bombarded from just about every angle, and they're clinging on. Ming will not cling on to his life. He will fall to the blue. Look at this, Asla. They're still kicking.
Asla better thank them, that little bit of an incline on the hill for keeping them alive. Hanging back behind, waiting to backstab. Waiting to see if the fight breaks out. Decides, no, I'm just going to go after Hammer instead. Other side of it's going to be Bard. Picks him off fast, but that's going to be the catalyst moment to start this firefight.
Red zone getting alive. Doing some serious damage here. Fex down. Laz throws the pan because he's my favorite. I absolutely love you, my friend. That is so funny. Just why not? You never know. You might get lucky. Here comes Navi.
Back wrapping. FaZe, do they even expect it? Theorist, Hackatori, great angles onto FaZe, and they are in some trouble. Asla getting just kind of bailed out yet again.
Dude, well, Red Zone did a lot of damage to FaZe. I mean, he was the one who kept them at bay and is giving them hope in this game to maybe get a little bit further. Navi ting some damage in, but it seems like it's a bit of a reset for now. Asla's not really revealing their presence. They're hiding. Red Zone went out into the blue, I assume, to grab maybe some util or something. Looking for anything extra that Asla can find to get them into this game, but you can see that push up and over that hill. Gonna be tricky. There's gonna be a lot of teams looking their direction.
Navi already has still one of their buildings inside this next circle, so really it's just a matter of do they want to contend with Asla now, or do they want to wait until the blue zone comes in and makes it harder for them? The Navi doesn't want to overstep. It's just going to be Ferris and Sosa. Hackatori looks like he's regrouped into the circle itself. Namiga, Team Liquid still back and forth between the two, and Gedrox is going to get the knock, and Hello My Bad is going to get the flush.
And I think that was the Liquid player with the Panzer, assuming they didn't shuffle it around. A little bit of grenade action here from Luke. Oh, it does damage. If it had been timed just a little bit better, or placed a little bit better, he might have been able to get some knocks out of it. Trying to hold the line here. Gedrox going for the swing on a Purdy.
Purdy trying to be enough of a distraction. Does get the knock, but Leosh going to get the counter knock onto it with the nade. Luke tries to go for the hero play, but he's going to go down. Namiga finally gets their warehouse back while 17 watches.
Gotta give some credit here to 17 for still being in this game despite losing 2 players super early. Shows how much they know about this map and how, yeah, I was gonna say, you're running out in the open here, boys. You don't have any smokes left. Yep, it's just a firing squad.
Asla was really hoping that fight with Liquid would go on longer and keep Namiga preoccupied. Now instead, they're just caught in the middle, nowhere that they can really go, running down the hillside. One side of it's gonna be Hackatori, the other side's gonna be Namiga. Red Zone at least finds a dip, but it's not inside the circle yet.
Red Zone needs help from other people. He's the last one alive for Asla. Just going to have to prone there behind that little bit of a hill. It's offering him cover, but he still has work to do to get into the next circle. So does 17, 7-7. He is looking for any angle, any possibility. Red Zone as well, being pretty well denied.
Hoping a fight breaks out, but 17's done a good job on kind of being the line of demarcation between Navi and Namiga for quite a while. Little Ghost still alive, but Namiga wants to foot push the top of this hill, clear it out, get more control over here. Navi wanting to do the exact same thing.
Little Ghost, he's in that, is he in that shack that's right by Navi there, just trying to hide it out, trying to get that extra placement point. Will be rewarded potentially as Red Zone has gone down, so top 3 minimum here for Little Ghost. He's got a shotgun sitting in there.
Hey, it's enough. Situation. Hackatori's got some control over the circle. Gedrox on the other side. That's about it. Namiga's got a wall that they can play on the outside of their warehouse that they've been playing for quite a while, while Navi's got control over the circle in some fashion to the south. This is awkward to say really how you want to play it.
Yeah, it's a kind of a waiting game here. And Navi does get the AWM for Hackatori. I am excited to see what he can do with that. Little Ghost he's vibing. He's going to wait.
You said it was a waiting game. Little Ghost, he is absolutely doing just that. That's all he is doing, is waiting at that door, hoping nobody goes near it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an AK and a shotgun. That could not be a better setup in some ways for where he's at right now. He is going to be potentially feasting on somebody. Hard to say who. Kind of depends. You would assume Navi, but that's not a guaranteed. And Levante looking for angles, but Navi keeping it tight to the vest.
Levante's high ground on top of the building is what's held Navi for going for more of the circle itself. This is a pretty flat circle. Scratch the back of the leg. He's been there for a bit.
It's itchy.
So Levante finally going to have to come off of the building with the blue zone back behind him. Should open up some more movement that Navi was wanting to take earlier, most notably for Fairest. And yep, perfectly timed. They know exactly when to do it.
Okay, well, they're clearly at least suspicious that somebody's in here, so they're throwing in stuns. They missed with the molly. Lil Ghost continues to just wait. Listen for those sound cues. Watch for the door. I mean, I think Navi has pieced this together that, okay, there's one player who's not on Namiga that's in this lobby. He's probably in this shack.
Fairest did get spotted, so the crossfire potential, Navi going to be a little bit weakened, but Hakatori going to be the center man. See if he can connect, but instead Namiga finding some more.
Ghost with the Panzer.
That's how you deal with it right there.
That works.
Okay, back to Hakatori, trying to get nade. Sosid's going to get the knock onto Levante. Hakatori and crew have control over the circle center dot positioning, and now it's just going to be about brute forcing. How bold do we want to see? Extends, gets a big nade. Hakatori going to be unleashed on the other side. He's got 2 members up for Namiga.
Got Leilash pinned. Extends, though. Going huge here in this last circle. Hakatori looking to finish the job.
All coming up. Navi at the end. Solid, slow performance, finding everything that they needed. They wrapped down to the south, got the kills that they wanted, finished out everything going on with Asla, then eyes to the north.
They're so good, man. When they're locked in, they are just fearsome. The firepower we know about. Namiga probably a little frustrated there. Felt like they maybe had been given a win condition with that circle. Just could not capitalize, handled the liquid threat, but could not finish the job against Navi.
Well, those low ground positions that are just west of Bacado, whenever we see end games there, it's so hard to play around. If there's any form of verticality still in play, you just don't feel like you can get the sight lines to really play the game that you want. Instead, it's just full on defensive mode. And of course, whenever it comes time to turret, that's a squad and a member on it's pretty good at that.
Yeah, I'll take Hakatori any day of the week in those kind of situations. We've seen him so many times just today alone go absolutely crazy in situations, but it's the whole Navi squad this time getting the job done for the final game of the day.
The boys in yellow blend in with the desert for the final game of day one for the last stage, and they get a victory at the very end. Joining me is eventually to talk about this one. It's a Navi win for game number 6.
Yeah, it's a huge step up for them. They came together as a team this time around. It's not just the Hakatori show for this one here, but it's a massive step out overall. We saw him damage leader with 1 kill, 700 damage with just 1 kill. This is a classic, absolute machine showing from them.
Now, of course, as we take a look at all the highlights coming in from this game as well, and obviously this was a very heavy position people were crashing onto to try and get something done. Sharper, of course, eventually dealing with what was going on from Gen G as they were able to dispatch off Sharper.
Yes, I mean, there's some heartbreak for some of the teams. Obviously, today there's teams that we expected to perform better, but also a few surprises, and I'm kind of happy to see that here. Going into this game, though, Navi was in 10th place. It's not the showing we expected for them, but this game obviously is going to put them way closer to that top 5, if not in the top 5. But also Namiga today up in very happily surprised with
Super
them
consistent.
to be able to come in and do somewhat the same of what we saw them do in the group stage here. So that's massive for them. Red Zone had a bit of a step up here as the Pentagram with a few good games too. That's a bit of a surprise to me considering they had potential hot drops coming in when we started the day.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the back, right? Like, we didn't exactly know what we were going to expect from Winner Die, now Namiga, coming in from EMEA. We knew that they could shake things up in EMEA quite a bit, but for them to do as well as they have done so far, that could potentially be a staple of internationals if they're able to play it up to this level.
Yeah, it could be, for sure. Again, it's difficult to get here, but once you do it, and they got it here at the grace of someone else.
Yeah,
but once they're here, what an absolute amazing showing for them. Levante to clear Little Ghost off that shack. You see 9 alive, you know there's 2 teams there, and then Utility Mayhem just absolute starts here. I think he finished with 1 kill still, but the damage leader nonetheless for Hector.
Yeah, very well done there. Na'Vi getting up even more points. Namiga's going to be happy with this one, as well as Levante throws out the fist bumps. Not so happy for Team Orchid, who's really not got as much rolling as some of the other EMEA boys.
What we saw from Boostic was absolutely insanity in the group stage, and this is arguably an easier lobby. We've not seen the same premise from him coming in here. He's one of the most expensive one of the fantasy team. For those the guys that picked him today, I wonder if they're going to have him tomorrow.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Oh, how many of our FaZe players are going to be picked tomorrow? What do you think about that?
Vex has been looking fantastic. I think he had 15 kills going into this with 5 games played out. I'm not sure how many he got in the last game. He's going to be one of the top fraggers. And most points coming in from today here. It's been looking good from Levante, looking good for Hagatur, though. I think Hagatur is going to finish on the overall, with the overall damage taken. I think he's going to be close to maybe 4,000 damage today.
Asla Pentagram as well, looking pretty darn good throughout everything today, all things considered, as Red Zone, ever the scary member, looking strong. However, let's head over to the interviews as we've got the Welsh Dragon, the Space Marine, the Black Templar Master. It's Vex.
เอาละค่ะเรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับวันแรกของ Last Stage นั่นเองค่ะเชื่อว่าวันนี้นะคะก็มีแฟนๆเยอะแยะมากมายนะคะมาเชียร์กันอยู่นะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราก็อยู่กับ Vex จาก FaZe Clan เชียร์ Vex กันหน่อยแล้ววู้วู้วู้วู้วู้ make some noise everyone make some noise come on All right, so now FaZe is on the top 2. So I would like to say congratulations and keep it on because there's still 2 days on. And so right now I would like to ask you, what has been the key factor that brought you here to the top 2?
So we've been playing like a little bit more slow in these games. Try not to like send if we have bad circles. Just trying to collect some more kills along the way.
All right, and did today's performance match what you expect?
Always expect good performance, but we don't show it often, so I'm just happy for the good performance.
But the last question, I'm sorry to ask, are you staying more focused to avoid falling into a passive position like what happened during GS?
Yeah, we're definitely trying not to repeat the group stage.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can finish in the top 5.
Sure, we cheer you, FaZe Clan. So thank you so much, Vex. Bye-bye, thank you. Let's take a rest. Whoa, whoa. Love it, love that energy. All right, and next, let's move to our next from Halal from Asla Pentagram. Woo, woo, woo. Hi, welcome. All right, so your performance at the end of match 2 was pretty impressive. So you were alone and still managed to secure the chicken. Could you share your mindset during the moment at that time?
네, 매치 2에서 그때 저희가 치킨을 먹는 떠나는 인상적인 모습을 보여주셨는데요. 혹시 그 순간에서 어떤 플레이를 하셨는지 한번 들어봐 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 최대한 침착함을 유지하려고 했고 좀 기회가 올 때까지 잘 숨어 있어야겠다고 생각했습니다.
All right, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I just stay calm and I keep focused on my hiding on my positions and I just waiting the chance to come in.
For sure. So there are 2 days to go. So do you have any plans or do you confidence with your form to maintain to the grand finals?
네, 지금 굉장히 또 추세는 잘 보여주고 있었고요. 그러면 지금 앞으로 저희 라스트 스테이지는 이틀이 남아 있었는데요. 혹시 그랜드 파이널을 진출할 때까지 자신이 있습니까?
지금 일단 분위기도 너무 좋고 흐름도 좋아서 이 기세 그대로만 유지하면은 충분히 가능할 거라고 생각합니다.
Yes, we are confident and we will just keep focus on our team condition, and we feel good and we think that we can definitely to go to the grand finals.
All right, so let's cheer for Asla Pentagram. Thank you so much, RL. Thank you. เอาละค่ะก็เรียบร้อยไปแล้วสำหรับวันนี้นะคะแน่นอนยังเหลือ last stage นะคะอีก2วันดังนั้นก็สามารถมาเชียร์กันได้เลยนะคะแล้วก็เป็นกำลังใจเนาะให้กับหลายๆทีมนะคะ so now at the end of the first day of last stage I would like to over back to our analysts.
That's us, that is. Yes, that's right. Thank you for Fex and Howl for answering all of those questions and looking cool whilst doing it. Of course, as we take a look at the numbers coming in from the previous game, it's going to be Navi at number 1, it's going to be Namiga at number 2, it's going to be 17 Gaming, and then Asla Pentagram.
Yeah, good consistency from Asla Pentagram today, but obviously also Namiga. They've been absolutely amazing. I think they might end on the overall like second or first place. It's been looking.
They're gaming.
And Navi 10th going into this game here, but getting the win, getting the 9 kills.
Yeah.
They're going to be jumping from 26 points to 45, so they're going to be within striking distance to the top 5, if not in 5th place.
I would think so. I would think so when we'll take a look at some of those leadables.
Oh, look at that.
As
800 damage.
I will say, you know, obviously a lot of people always kind of thinking about Hakatori, but Extensis definitely had some clutch moments for Navi.
Man, he has.
Not only just here, but also throughout the group stage. There was moments where he was really playing very well.
And his utility has always been on point. I like his utility a lot. His nades and his Molotovs overall, his stuns to open up some of the fights here. Hakatori, obviously, it's not mostly the kind of the later stage of the game, but he's just always farming damage throughout, right? And we saw him, I think, when we saw the top 5 leaders, he was on 2,800 already. And Extends is going to get the man of the match for this stage here, the last stage, 6th match. It's the last match today, James, but we got 12 more, and I will say, you always ask the question. I want to ask you a question before we start jumping.
All right, go on then.
Wait,
all right.
You seeing Navi so far? It's been very much a Hakatori show besides this last game here. Yeah. You think they're going to make it into the top 5?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I think so. Nothing to do with this, any EMEA bias or anything like that, but I would like to see them there. The issue is there is so much fierce competition that could quite easily knock on that door. I'm thinking of teams like Rock, right? Like, I think that Rock, if Santastico and the boys continues to do the decent pop-off like they did today, any of these teams can start like really making that top 5 very jam-packed. So I think Navi might be able to make it, but we'll see, because the competition is fierce.
The fact is that they are 15 kills behind FaZe today here.
That's quite egregious.
That's quite violent, considering we played 6 games today, so it's obviously huge. But the top damage is in there. They're 1,000 damage ahead of Amiga, who hit a sweet 7,000 exactly. I like that a lot. I'll say this, though. Today, so far, the games have been quite exciting. But for me, right now, it looks like, 2, maybe 3 teams are somewhat locked in terms of if the performance kind of continues with Namiga and FaZe definitely locking in.
I want to know what FaZe ate between group stage and now. Like, that's what I want to know, for sure.
The one day.
Huh?
The one day.
The one day that they had. But it will be 19 points for Na'Vi going their way. Namiga once again 16 points up in those upper echelons of the games. I think if you kind of took down their top 4, top 5 percentage from all of these games, they're almost always in the late game here in Amiga.
Yeah, they've been looking good. Also for FaZe, for top 8, they've had really good top 8 showing here. Top 6, 6th place in this one, only 3 kills. But still, if you're eliminating all your bad games, if you don't have those 0, 1, and 2-point games, and you have your worst games are 4, 5, and 6 points, you're looking really good, and your average is going to be super high. It's going to be a tie, James.
Damn.
That's insane. 57 points, sweet. And it's a 13-point lead down to the 6th place tie, which is FN Pochon and 17 Gaming.
Now, I'll ask you a question here, Evanga.
Sure, that's your job.
I'm not complaining about this top 5, are you?
That's looking like a pretty insane top 5, if you ask me.
I like how Steven, our producer off the side, is shaking his head.
If you could spice it up even more, though, would it be an Orchid instead of Asapenter?
all right, calm down.
It's looking very EMEA heavy. And
yeah.
I'll say this, though. The way that this group and last chance is shaping up, like the amount of space that the teams are taking and the lack of having those top 10, even top 11 teams with full sense not in the lobby, it just makes it so much easier for the teams that are having fierce competition at home, right? I would say EMEA so far this year for the regional terms have been really, really strong. APAC is way more chaotic and way more kind of random. Here, it's way more calculated games.
Yeah,
I mean, really showing from
this is what it was, right? Like the start of Group B, that day one, everyone was playing it slow. That really leans into our play style. And here again, I think that it really does lean into our play style once again. But anyway, tomorrow we have got 6 matches coming your way once again. It's going to be our same rotation, and we will be ending things on Miramar to get it all done for 12 games.
Last question for me here.
Oh,
to
okay.
you.
Go on.
What changes are you making to our fantasy tomorrow? Because we've had the same team today, although you forgot to make your team one day. So I'm super far ahead. But you want to start, or should I start? It's gonna be the same thing.
What would I make it? Oh.
We both have Kiss.
Take a Kiss off the team.
Take Kiss off the team.
Oh, it's really sad though, because he was so good in PGSs, and now like we expected so much, but on Myth it's not worked so far.
No, Myth, I really hope that we are able to see a resurgence for them, right? And we saw the interview, like he's hoping for he's hoping for his team to stay alive very long here, but it's really not come to fruition for them so far. And Myth is one of the teams that have insane backing here in Thailand.
Yeah.
Kiss have been absolutely crazy so far through this year here. Some of the records we've seen from him, both in average damage and kills, has been absolutely through the roof. So we were really hoping to see that here, but his price is just being lower and lower. Like we went from 33,000 now to 21,000.
I hope when we make the change, he then pops off.
I hope so.
That would be great. I'd like to see that here from Kiss, because he's fantastic to watch. Well, thank you very much for tuning in for day number 1 of Last Stage, and a huge thank you to all of our partners joining us here at PGC 2025.
It is Sawi, our official monitor partner here at PGC 2025.
Yes. And also we've got ourselves TT Racing, our official gaming furniture partner, because they're ergonomically designed to be able to keep all of these players locked in and good to go, to be razor sharp here at PGC, not only in the group stages, but also in the last stage, and as well as in that grand final.
AWS also joins us here as one of our official partners.
And finally, we've got OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head on over there and check out all the numbers of all the games that have been going on here live from Bangkok, Thailand. It's been a good time, and we are done for day number 1. Final thoughts, Avenger, before we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is going to be a very fierce competition here in the last chance. I am really happy that we have 18 games. And even though it would be super exciting to see what happens after 12, but I think for us to have the most competitive PGC 2025 finals, I think we have to go the stretch of 18 to find the absolute best 5 teams here. We eliminate 11 teams on Sunday. We are actually sending them home Monday or Tuesday once they have their flights booked and ready to log. That's actually kind of nuts, right? And that is one of the reasons for me. Those 5 teams, they're going to be happy, and they're going to be fighting for a big share of those more than $1.5 million in prize pool.
Group stages were great. Last stage has already started off fiery. Tomorrow we're back, same time, same place, for day number 2 of the last stage to see who can attain a top 5 spot.
Promise you will see a generation coming, unity, prepare the eulogy, and watch the mighty fall as the people stand tall. You will never bring me down. 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 The pressure's building, I can feel it coming up. The tension's rising, can't you see we've had enough? There's no controlling us, we're never backing down. The revolution's coming, you can hear the sound. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant. train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. People seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 You pushed us up against the wall and now we're swinging. You tried to silence all our screams but now we're singing. You thought we'd go along with everything you say. I'd rather take my honor straight to the grave. Distractions calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. People seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 Bone pushing us past the breaking point. You know you just give us energy, electricity. I promise you will see the generation coming unity. Prepare the eulogy and watch somebody